February 6th meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Please stand for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Are there any board questions or comments? Then we will just set those stand by consensus. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. If there are no motions, the agenda stands. Item 2.05 is recognitions, and there are no board recognitions today. Item 2.06 is Educator of the Month, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Good morning. Today, the Board of Education recognizes an educator in our school system whose dedicated work encouraging academic achievement and emotional development ensures that today's students become the productive, well-adjusted adults of tomorrow. Dana Smith, school counselor at Arnold Elementary School, goes above and beyond her responsibilities to help students, staff, and parents. She volunteers her own time. Sorry, I got distracted watching her family. She volunteers her own time and resources to help those in need. Her amazing knowledge of people and counseling and her unending energy creates the best learning environment possible for all students. Mrs. Smith is dedicated and committed to improving the Arnold Elementary School and the Arnold community. She is an educational leader in classroom and out of classroom. She is highly respected among her peers, and she collaborates with her teammates for community parent workshops and other community activities. In addition to her quality weekly lessons she provides for the students, she is always available to help with the individual needs of students who may be experiencing a problem in class, on the playground, or in their personal lives. She helps her students work through issues and equips them with the skills they may need to avoid future problems. She is the soul of discretion and can help students and staff navigate personal issues while maintaining their privacy. If a problem arises, Dana is the one person that can consistently be relied upon to resolve the issue. School counselors have been called educators of character, a phrase which perfectly describes Dana Smith. Ms. Smith provides outstanding contributions to Arnold Elementary School. She serves on the administrative leadership team, the wellness team, the principal's council, the crisis team, the PTA, and the after-school C Perch program. She helped create the Arnold Cares program, where students collect toys and clothes for needy community members. She has organized wellness activities, and she runs the school store where students may spend their turtle tickets. A colleague of Dana's told a story about advice she received when she first started teaching to find the marigolds, an analogy based on community planting in the garden. In the garden, the marigold protects the other plants from weeds and pests and encourages healthy growth. In school, a marigold is the person whose presence and dedication encourages you to be better too. Dana, for the Arnold Elementary School community, you are its marigold, and you are AACPS at its best. So on behalf of the Board of Education, the students, teachers, and staff of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, we congratulate you on being selected Educator of the Month for February. I want to add a personal note. When the workday is done, Miss Smith is still looking out for our kids. Our boys are very, very close friends, and us parents need to stick together, and I know Dana has my back. Thank you. Come on up. What brought you here today? Why do you think?
More work. My boss volunteered me for another job. So thank you.
You want to introduce us to who came here to support you today?
My children who should be in school, 3 of them. My husband, my sister-in-law who happens to work with me, 2 of my fabulous colleagues back there who I adore, and my principal, Shauna Kaufman.
Great. Well, this is for you.
Thank you.
For all your hard work.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
All right. Item 2.07 is Employee of the Month. Ms. Urea.
If there was such a thing as an AACPS employee fan club, our Employee of the Month for February would be at the top of the charts. She's the type of person who learns about a problem and immediately begins working on a solution. Jessica Ruse, Student Information Support Specialist in the Instructional Data Division, lives to help people. She consistently delivers high-quality innovations to solve some of the mundane issues staff members experience with the Power School program. From scheduling courses for summer school students to fielding questions from school leaders, Jessica does it all with a smile. She also creates templates and easy-to-follow instructions to reduce stress and workload in our schools. Jessica is one of 10 employees that work in the Student Data Office. She and her team work flawlessly together to provide elite support for our schools and district leaders. Time after time, the division hears from staff members and schools about how Jessica has made their jobs so much easier. One middle school staffer said that she learned to feel confident in her job, and she had a great year because of it. Jessica is the type of person one can comfortably go to for help without feeling burdensome. She will happily take the same question multiple times without hesitation. She knows the system inside and out and has crafted over 40 customized documents to benefit our schools. Jessica is a real problem solver. She realized that there wasn't a consistent way for middle schoolers to request their courses for the following year. So she created a document that all middle schools could use. There is now a document for each middle school grade level that helped all schedulers and made their jobs much easier to handle. She says, no big deal. Her boss says, believe me, it was a very big deal. When Jessica is working on a concern or question from a school, her first question is, what is best for our students and schools? This question is always the guiding light with how she operates. She led training sessions for employees who process grades, and her sessions were so organized and thorough that all schools successfully monitor and report student progress on time and flawlessly. Jessica Ruse, you have the ability to work with people and make them want to be successful in whatever task on which they are working. This is special, and you are special. So, on behalf of the Board of Education, the students, teachers, and staff of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, the board is honored to recognize you as Employee of the Month for February 2019. Congratulations. Please come up and join me.
Thank you so much for everything you do.
So how did they convince you to just be here today?
And they told me we were going to do a presentation on Power School, our student
So do you want to recognize anybody else here with you today?
I have my husband here, I have my mom, my dad, my mother-in-law. I have all of IDD here, it seems like. I have all of OSD, my direct team that I work with, and my boss Kevin, and my other boss Jason.
Well, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for everything you do for the school, honestly. Thank you.
And all that staff that's here, y'all hang on for just a minute so that you can stay for the pictures, because if y'all are all here, y'all need to be there too. So don't go back upstairs just yet. So item 2.08 is Volunteer of the Month. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. We live in a fast-paced world where people are so busy with their own lives it is difficult to find time for others. Luckily, there are still those who find time, who dedicate their lives to giving. At AACPS, these are the people who ensure that progress is made and goals are met, and these great people have a name: volunteers. Today, we are here to celebrate the dedication of one such volunteer, Mr. Richard Watts. The Board of Education is thrilled to honor you as our February 2019 Volunteer of the Month. To give you a sense of the dedication and loyalty Mr. Watts has for Pasadena Elementary, we can begin with a simple fact. Mr. Watts began volunteering when his grandson was in kindergarten, and that same grandson graduated from high school 2 years ago. From copying and laminating to attending drown-proofing and JA Biztown field trips, Mr. Watts is ready and willing to help however and wherever needed. ALPS resource teacher Deborah Biggs commented, "He comes to Pasadena Elementary School twice a week and is willing to stay until work is complete." Principal Jennifer Corino said Mr. Watts' sense of belonging and support is unparalleled. He often plans vacations around school activities and ensures volunteer needs are satisfied in advance of his personal plans. His commitment to the school extends to support for teachers as well. Third grade teacher Dottie Poniatowski explains he even works as a shuttle driver, taking teachers back and forth from their cars to school on those special event days when teachers are asked to park further away. As is often the case with exceptional volunteers, Mr. Watts is not only beloved for his dedication but also for his warmth. Fifth grade teacher Dana DiGiorgio sums it up by saying his visits include a warm greeting, well wishes for a great day, and verification that he has completed any tasks necessary. He always shares, "It is a wonderful day," and he is a ray of sunshine even on the cloudiest of days. Deborah Biggs also commented on his warmth. When he enters the building, it is like he has brought a ray of sunshine with him. The students must agree with this assessment because when asked to submit names for community heroes who made a difference at Pasadena Elementary, they voted for none other than Mr. Watts. Not only has he been recognized with honor, he is also the namesake of the award for which has become an annual tradition. Mr. Watts, you are an asset to both Pasadena Elementary and the Anne Arundel County Public Schools community, and we are truly grateful for your years of service as a volunteer. Because of volunteers like you, we are better together. Would you please come forward? It is with great appreciation that I present this Volunteer of the Month certificate and bell to you. Got a certificate for you, along with the speech that was just read, and the bell. But first I'll ask, who is here with you today?
My brother from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, his wife. My brother from Millersville. My other brother from Annapolis, my wife. Numerous teachers from Pasadena. Teachers from Marley Middle. I'm just overwhelmed.
I know there's usually a trick at play to tease you to get you here for a reason. What was that excuse?
Yeah, well, Mrs. Q decided that Kathy needed an award and I had to come here and support her.
We'll take your pictures in a few minutes. So
Okay.
Thank you
so much.
We will now take a short recess so that all of our people of the month can have pictures taken out in the lobby. So please head on out there. going to call back to order. Item 2.09 is the CAC report. No report today. Item 2.10 is school and community highlights. Ms. Antwine.
Good morning. I want to start out, I realize it says school and community highlights, but I want to share some condolences first. The Meade community lost one of the most significant teachers, coaches, mentors, friends, and I just want to share my condolences with the Lastorti family. Coach Jake Lastorti passed away in the last 2 weeks, and I also want to share on a highlight how the Meade community, the school, Principal Yor, his family, in a very trying time for many, many of the students, they all came together as one team of support. They decorated Mr. Lastori's old room. The text messages and all the social media and all the great things that he has done in his short lifetime were exemplified. So I'm getting mushy myself because Mr. Lastorti changed the lives of the Antwine family personally. Joey, my son, who's normally very well reserved, opened up like no one's business when he started wrestling with Coach Lastorti. So God bless you, Coach Lastorti. God bless his family, and I request the prayers of the Comforter for the Lastorti family. Second highlight is part 2 of the school visits that I was able to make over the last month, the whole month of January. We are finalizing what I shared with you about the report, but I did want to say that one of my gifts came in. This is a book that was written by 3 young ladies in District 1, different schools, but in the same Girl Scout troop. And they have been featured in the newspapers. They recently were on, I think, Channel 13 News. This book is amazing. And they're middle schoolers. They got together and they wrote about their personal events as they went on a road trip. And they talked about things like being 12, 13, 14-year-old girls, as well as bullying and friendships and love and what their futures hold. So I appreciate this. They promised me autographs, so I'm standing by to wait on that as well. Thank you.
Ms. Schalheim.
Over the last 2 weeks, a bunch of us went to and participated in the National Board Certification Pinning Ceremony. It was a wonderful event. I can't believe how many amazing nationally certified, board certified educators we have. There was some 60-odd pinned that day, and a bunch of us went. It was a really wonderful ceremony, and I was honored to be included in that, be part of that.
Ms. Ellis.
I have 2 things. First of all, I'm only going to touch briefly because I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about it, but the community meeting at Chesapeake Middle School was just phenomenal. It was very heartwarming to see the community come together, the staff, along with AECPS staff, along with community leaders. But really what struck me was the breakout sessions where people were working together to find solutions for some problems, and it was just heartwarming to see how engaged everyone was. So I have high hopes for where we're going to go from here. And then second thing is, last night I attended the dance festival at Annapolis High School, and that was an amazing show. We have so many talented kids throughout the county. I just don't remember my high school days, that many kids being that active and involved. And I have to give a special shout out. I think it was Arundel Middle School had a dance number with, I think, 18 boys, and it was phenomenal. Really fun to see.
Ms. Schellheim.
Yes, I also wanted to talk about the conversation about acceptance and how fabulous it was. And I left that conversation, that event, just mind blown, you know. And yes, I know that it probably needs little tweaks here and there, but I would love to see that spend out to every cluster. It was really fabulous, and thank you, Dr. Alato, for putting that on and for hosting that. And it was quite. I think we're on the right path with that. I think we found our stride with that. Thanks.
Mr. Rea.
So I also want to say a couple things about that, Dr. Lotto. I just want to say thank you for listening to the community and just taking everybody's responses and bringing it with your staff into a comprehensive town hall. That was truly wonderful, and the feedback that everybody got was truly amazing. Everybody's hard work and really just sitting there and listening to the community, trying to build those relationships and mend a bond that's been broken. Truly is wonderful, and I really look forward to what comes in light of that, especially involving student voice. So in the future. And then another thing that I want to talk about is that yesterday, a couple of CRASC student leaders in our county went up to the State House, actually, if I'm correct, and they advocated on legislation around cancer. And so I wanted to bring that up just to talk about how Anne Arundel County continues to empower the student voice and continues to provide those opportunities for students to go and travel and just advocate for themselves and advocate for legislation that they believe in. So, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Lott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yesterday, I had the tremendous good fortune to bump into an old board member, Tony Spencer. And it was interesting. As many of you may remember, Tony is as well as being a great board member involved in his neighborhood and community, he was also a very talented man. He was a great singer, a great voice. But I found out that Tony's embarked on a whole new creative realm, and he's into visual arts now. And just as an aside, I'm sure you'll see it publicized, but I wanted to put it out myself. Tony's works are going to be featured in the Openshaw Gallery on the third floor of Maryland Hall starting February 20th. So just for staff and public, it'd be great to see the product that, the talent of Tony and how he continues to be a major contributor to our community and our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Well, and I'll echo what everybody said. I think that the community conversation was just a wonderful, very empowering evening, and I think many people, we came away feeling encouraged and hopeful for what's going on, and I want to thank Dr. Arlato and all of his team for putting on a great night, the amazing conversations. I circulated the room just listening to the breakout groups, and it really was very heartening to see what's going on and how the community wants to be involved and partner with us as we move forward on those issues. The National Board Certified Teacher pinning was great. We had over 60 teachers that were either received their National Board certification or were reauthorized for it. We have the second most National Board Certified teachers in the state, and we're in the top, I'm going to get it wrong, but in the top in the country for the number that we have. And so that's just a phenomenal program, and it really speaks to our teachers and their commitment to being the best teachers they can be, and it really speaks to our commitment as a school system to support them in that journey in becoming the best teachers they can be. I also attended one of the dance festival nights. For those of you who didn't know how fabulous our dance programs are, there were 10 nights of dance festival evenings. And so I attended one at Severna Park High School, and it was just amazing just to see all ages and how they perform. I also had the pleasure of attending a PVA capstone event. Our performing visual arts programs for high school, one of the things that they culminate their time in high school with is they create a capstone. They do individual projects and collaborative projects, and then they put those on, and it's a way for all different disciplines to work together. So a dancer and a writer and a musician may all be working on the same project and coming up with the same vision. And so I attended and I viewed, I believe, 8 different capstone projects, and each of them was just amazing and incredibly unique. And so that's such a wonderful program for our students. And so hats off to the PVA staff for what they're doing, and to the children. And I will have to say, so one of the young ladies who did this amazing part of her project was she was a musician, but she's also into robotics, and she created a circuit board that would read and play music and also play the music in reverse if she did. I mean, it was beyond me, but it was fabulous. And we just received a list of students who received scholarships to UMBC, and she was one of those students. So just another example of the wide range of interest and supports that are out there for our kids and the recognitions that they're getting. And then on the 25th, Dr. Arlotto and I presented before the Anne Arundel County delegation about the schools, and I want to thank Ms. Antoine and Ms. Corkadell for being there as well. And we had a great presentation before them, presenting our legislative priorities, but also just telling them what's going on within the school system. And we had a very warm response from our delegation, asking questions and praising the school system for all that we're doing and pledging their support for us. So it was a very positive day as we move into the legislative session. So, Ms. Urea.
Sorry, I almost forgot. So this Friday at 7 p.m., Savannah Park High School will have our annual prom fashion show, which is a charity event where a bunch of seniors dress up in prom fashion and in tuxes and everything. And this year we're raising money for March of Dimes, which helps premature babies with their expenses for families that can't afford to have their children in the NICU or anything that they need. So if you would like to come, just let me know, or just show up. The tickets are sold at the door. You'll see me model, surprisingly. But it's just a great event, and it's just wonderful. So I would definitely encourage you all to come. Thank you.
Item 2.11 is the superintendent's update.
Thank you. I have just two things that I wanted to address with you today, and they're two in two vastly different areas. The first has to do with Meade High School, and we got some good news about Meade High School and construction just earlier this week. For those of you that know, back in 2014, Mr. Shaknovich and I were called to a meeting in Crystal City by the DOD to tell us that we were on a list to receive money for updates of construction of schools that are, and it's a program called Public Schools on Military Installations. Who knew? We didn't even know that we were on a list, let alone this program existed. But we've been working for the past now 5 years with the Department of Defense and the Office of Economic Advancement to go through the process. They've been out to visit. We've started to do some preliminary work with them. But it is now 5 years later, they have given us the initial okay to start to spend money on design and engineering work and architectural work on what the new Meade High School will look like. Monies will follow. We have built into our current CIP $94 million. So no change to our CIP will need to occur because it was built in by previous boards and approved by previous county executives and county councils. So as that money comes forward, we'll be able to break ground eventually. We're not there yet. This is just money for design and engineering work for the new Meade High School. So we're really excited that the wheels move slowly, but they've been moving, and they're moving in the right direction. So we're excited. I'm excited to announce that. We just found out this week. The second is I do want to make reference to what a number of board members have already talked about, which is the community meeting that we held in Chesapeake. It was an important meeting for us as a school system and as a community. And so I thank the board members that were there. I think that speaks volume about your leadership, and I appreciate you being there. I want to thank, of course, the community for coming out. Both near and far. A great many people from the immediate community were there, as well as others from a broader geographic stretch across Anne Arundel County. And it's an important step for us in having those civil conversations about us and about how we move forward as a school system. I do want to share that I was so proud of this staff, because a great many of the staff were there. There were several that planned the event, and I think they did a fabulous job, but a great many of the staff from every corner of this school system were there. And many of you in the public and the school board didn't notice them, and they weren't there to be announced or noticed. They were there to do the work. They were there to support. They were there to facilitate. And what it speaks to me as the superintendent is this is not the work of an office. This is not the work of an individual. This is the work of a school system, and it spoke volumes that the staff was there to support the work of Dr. Gillens and the planning team for that. This is the work of a school system, and this school system has completely and utterly embraced the work. And I'm very proud of the work they are doing, and I thank them for that. But what also speaks volumes, as many of you know, and it's been reported in the press, that we've recently had another ugly incident on social media involving a student. And the hate and bigotry, ladies and gentlemen, has to stop. We have to do our part. It's not a school system that has to do it. We have to be part of the solution, and you've heard me say that before. But I say this now because you gave me a chance to speak, so I thank you for that, that we need the community's help as well. We have to teach our children differently. We also have to do something about social media, and we need to get parents to help us with social media. And I know that Josie and a group of students last year started to put together a PSA, public service announcement, on Think, Pause, Post, so that our students could really think about what's happening as they get into social media. But this is incredibly damaging, and I am so sorry that has occurred yet again and involves our students. But we're going to continue to teach our students because we know they can learn and we know they can do better. And so I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Madam President. My mother used to tell me growing up that good things come to those that wait. And in reference to Meade High School, I'd like to congratulate the school system for their patience. The process for that is a result of the base realignment and closure actions occurring out at Fort George G. Meade. As a matter of fact, it began all the way back in 2011. And that's when the first opportunity came from the Office of Economic Adjustment to see what things could be done in the Fort George G. Meade region to help us prepare for the growth that is now we have seen occur and continues to occur at Fort Meade. So I'd really like to congratulate the school system and Anne Arundel County government and the Fort George G. Meade Regional Growth Management Committee, who initiated all this, and we're finally seeing it come to fruition. And it's pretty cool when a plan comes together.
And I echo that. We've been waiting patiently for that to come, and now this is incredibly exciting for the whole Meade community. I'll say that as someone whose child will be going to Meade next year. I'm hoping this will start before she graduates, but I was going to say I'm not going to hold my breath because right, but it is a great step, and this will be wonderful to see Meade moving in to one of our schools that is the top-notch facility that we have. So very excited by that. So, all right. Item 2.12 is election of board officers. At its January 23rd, 2019 meeting, the Board of Education adopted policy BBC, Board Organizational Meeting and Board Officers. The policy states at the first regular meeting after the adoption of this policy, the board shall elect a president and vice president from among its members by an individually recorded vote. So we begin that. Just as clarification under Robert's Rules of Orders, nominations for officers do not require a second. So, Mr. Grannon.
I nominate Terry Gilliland to serve as board president.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just ask the board's patience. I normally don't read prepared statements sitting up here at the dais, but as my mom would have said, don't ramble. So I just ask for your patience. 15 years ago, I signed onto a bill in the House of Delegates to make this an elected school board. And while it took over a decade to come to fruition, I am proud to see this transition unfold, and I'm even prouder to be a part of it. While I would have liked to have won my election, thank you, Mrs. Schalheim, I am glad that I can still contribute to this transition and ultimately to the school system's path forward. Transitions are not always easy, and more broadly, change is not either. But we have to recognize the fact that this board and this school system are changing, and we need to not only respect that, but in our capacity, guide that change. We must recognize that our elected members, like elected officials everywhere, have expectations placed on them that vary greatly, and they need support to improve the board's goals, outcomes, constituent service, and accountability to the public while ensuring they do what is right for our students, teachers, staff, and county. They need to be successful, and their success will be our success. At the same time, service on a local Board of Education differs from any other elected position, perhaps with the exception of elected judges, because it carries a quasi-judicial function that requires a different type of service, and oftentimes one that cannot be shared or even celebrated publicly. Even more unique is our hybrid state, in that we have remaining appointed members with great institutional knowledge who can offer advice and counsel to the elected members so that they are positioned to lead this board in the years to come. While there will be and should be differences on policies and issues, knowledge share is useful, and I have valued offering advice when asked, much the same way I appreciated receiving advice when I first joined the board in 1994 and again in 2016. I appreciate my colleagues who have approached me and asked me to serve in this transitional capacity, and while my initial reaction came with some hesitation, I've come to appreciate the request to step up. I also understand that this does not come at the easiest of moments either, and I respect my colleagues who have approached me with their concerns about both the process and timing of this leadership change. To that end, I agree. But I do believe we've reached a crossroads and need to choose a path forward that comes with less controversy and more collegiality among this board while we stage a successful transition. Not only are our counterparts across the state commenting on our board's current status, our students are as well. Before accepting this nomination, it is only right that I acknowledge the hard work, commitment, and dedication of our current president. I've been honored to be at Mrs. Hummer's side over the last year and a half and have seen firsthand the amount of time she spends serving our school system, as well as her service on MABE, Maryland Association of Boards of Education. Even when we are on opposite sides of an issue, she always provides me with wise advice, and I hope that continues. Mrs. Hummer has raised the bar not just for the board presidency, but also for board service, not just here in Anne Arundel County, but across the state, and we owe her a debt of gratitude. I want to do what is best for this board so that we can refocus our energy away from the continual and sometimes contentious procedural debates and toward a renewed focus on educational policy, academic achievement, and student success. After all, that is why I ran for appointment and even ran for election. I love this school system, and I'm a proud product of it, as is my wife. And I love this board so much that I chose to return to it 2 decades after leaving it as a student member. But equal to that is my respect for the board. Nowhere else can we have a direct impact on students and their future opportunities than on a local Board of Education, and I take our responsibility seriously. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Ellis.
Thank you. I have a statement to make about the nomination of Mr. Gilliland. First of all, I would like to recognize and thank Mrs. Hummer for her service in the office of president. Her commitment as a board member and as president of this board, contributing countless hours and hard work to serve our school system, is commendable, and I sincerely appreciate her dedication. Ms. Hummer is extremely knowledgeable of our school system and continues to be a valuable resource for all members of this board, old and new. There are now 5 new members of this board. 4 of us were put here by the voters, and we were chosen by the voters based on a vision to bring some positive changes to our school system. For that reason, I do believe we need a change in the leadership, a change that will open the door for a new vision. I support Terry Gilliland for the office of president. I know Mr. Gilliland was not elected by the voters, but I firmly believe that Mr. Gilliland shares much of that same vision and that he is supportive of this board moving forward toward being a greater voice for our students. With Terry Gilliland as president, we have the benefit of an experienced board member serving in the position, as those of us who were elected have time to establish ourselves and become better acclimated as we begin our 6-year term. I am made confident by his enthusiasm for this transition to an elected board, as Mr. Gilliland has been particularly welcoming and supportive of his election opponent, Ms. Schalheim, as well as the rest of the new members. I look forward to all of us working together to move our schools forward and serving our students.
Are there any other nominations or comments? Okay. I will just say that it has been an honor to serve, and I will continue serving exactly as I have been, no matter what position I'm in. I will always be a voice for students and speak out. So at this time, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Antoine.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Mr. Live.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Mrs. Hummer.
Aye.
9-0. Motion passes.
Okay. All right, we will now move to nominations for vice president. Mr. Leib.
Thank you. I nominate Michelle Corkadell as Vice President of the Board of Education.
Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I nominate Ms. Josie Urea for the office of Vice President, and I have a statement. It has come to my attention that many people have become aware that some board members have been considering Ms. Urea for this position, and some are concerned about the idea of a student member, any student member, serving in this role. To be honest, when the idea was first mentioned to me, I reflected greatly on this decision, and the answer became clear to me. Ms. Urea is not an effective member for a student member. She is, in her own right, a highly effective member of this board, period. Let's all remember that Ms. Urea already has full voting rights as a member of this board, something this county has prided itself on for decades, something for which we should all be proud. She is truly a voice for our students. Nothing she does as vice president has more weight or importance than the ability she already has as a member to vote on matters involving a $1.2 billion budget and 83,000 students. Ms. Urea also effectively sits as chair of our legislative committee. Ms. Urea is more than capable of carrying out the duties of vice president, and if, for a brief period of time, she needs to serve as president due to unforeseen circumstances, I believe she will do that effectively as well. Any president of this board should consult with fellow board members on any important matters, and I'm confident we will all work together in any challenging circumstances, and Ms. Urea will represent us well. Yes, this choice would leave a vacancy in the office of vice president in July of this year, but I believe this will give these 5 new members some time to acclimate, as we came in during an extremely hectic time with the budget, legislative session, and a redistricting to deal with. I'm confident that in July we will have a smooth transition with an elected board of this board serving on with an elected member of this board serving in board leadership. Thank you.
Ms. Urea.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. So I prepared some remarks, and I want to reflect on my past 7 months of serving as a board member. Throughout this whole experience, I've been truly humbled by the responsibility, but emboldened by the trust and confidence that you all have in me, and by extension, the value that you all place on student voice. I want to thank each and every one of you up here, past and present. The leadership, dedication, and passion to students I have seen is truly inspiring. I have been an advocate in education since middle school, on that podium right there, but what you see from that perspective is much different from behind the scenes. I truly want to thank all of you, and especially Dr. Alato. Every meeting we have, I admire you more and more as I see how you and your staff are truly dedicated to all means all. Now, I understand that change is never easy and that the unknown is scary, but I hope that no matter what happens, as we move forward as a board in the school system, we are unified and stay true to the value of our strategic plan. My nomination is all about and all for the best interest of the students in this county. These past 7 months on this board, I have most importantly offered that unique inside student perspective, but also much more. I have advocated for equitable practices inside and out of the classroom, been a staunch supporter of creating healthy and welcoming environments in the classroom for all students, including supporting the Global Community Citizenship class, created my own small advisory council to interact with students around the county and cultivate relationships, and chaired the policy committee. Before serving on this board, I was the first student commissioner on the School Board Appointment Commission, where I voted to appoint 2 previous board members. No one has questioned my motives or my dedication to this position and county thus far, and I hope to continue these next months in my position by advocating on closing the achievement gap, creating positive and a more individualized learning system by eliminating class rank, and starting to push towards building servants by looking at how we accomplish our community service hours, and cultivating welcoming, inclusive communities with students. I want to be a forward thinker for our county because all means all. Anne Arundel County has been at the forefront of many educational initiatives and looked to as an example by many counties. I hope that we all support this change to show how we value students stepping up to the plate of responsibility when asked to do so, because although I have the word student in front of my position, I am an equal board member in voice, vote, and value. I hope to be judged by the integrity of my thoughts and actions, not my youth. This county pushes students to be the leaders of the next generation, so of course I am honored and willing to step up to this plate in the best interest of my community. I was elected by my peers because I am passion, dedication, and vision, and with it, hope to support the transition in this board from appointed to elected and unify ourselves together to focus on the needs of our county and students and teachers. In closing, I would like to once again express my sincere gratitude for this unique and distinct opportunity to continue serving my community. No matter what, we are all in this together. Thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
I want to yield this time to Michelle if she had anything to say, because mine is a question about how to vote when we have 2 nominations.
Ms. Corkadell.
I do not have a prepared speech because, honestly, I was not expecting to be nominated as consideration. And so bear with me for a second here. Speaking of impromptu, your mother would not be proud of me, Terry, at this moment. But I guess what I just want to say, reflecting on hearing it now, the nomination, that as I said, I was not aware of it, and my intent was not to run a race, or I don't believe anyone was prepared to go into a race battle in this moment in time. I do want to make myself available to serve in a leadership capacity at the will and discretion of my fellow members. So I do not want to discredit or discount my nomination. I consider it an incredibly high honor. Thank you so very much, sir. But what I don't want to do is diminish from what our intent is here today either. So I don't know if it would be considered taking a pass on the nomination of myself, but I will just say that I do believe that in fact, I know that my years of experience, I have quite a breadth of experience, would well serve this board, and I would do it so incredibly dutifully. But I also recognize that my fellow members had made a decision prior to this nomination arising. So I'm not really sure myself, Ms. Antoine, how the vote works. If it were to be round by round and we wanted to vet through one nomination at a time, and if it were to arise a necessity of another, I think that would be something I would be more comfortable with, because I don't believe that it is fair to either myself or Ms. Urea to have to suddenly come up with, okay, here's my dossier of why one is going to be more effective than the other. I think we bring each unique things to the table, and regardless of how I feel about Ms. Urea or a student serving in that capacity or any other member, what I don't want to do is put our members in an awkward position, including myself. So I don't really know what to do here except for to say that if the fellow members, I make myself available, but I do not take myself as stepping up for the nomination to run against Ms. Urea. And so with that not being made clear in the prior meeting, I think that may be something that still needs to be decided, because a roll call vote does not distinguish whether or not it happens all at the same time or individually. I'd prefer the latter to the former of all at the same time, I think out of respect to Ms. Urea and our other members, but I'll leave it on that note.
So are you declining the nomination, or?
It would depend on how the vote is structured, and we were not made clear on that. As a group, I don't think we agreed to how that is to operate, and I believe that was our perhaps dangling participle from the last meeting. I would like input from all the members.
I believe under Robert's rules, it is a roll call vote, and all nominations are taken, and then the vote would be, and each person would vote individually for whichever nominee they would want to have. It's not done individually, it's done, and then if there's not a majority, then there would be another round of votes, but it would be by vote of each individual member. I mean, each member would vote for whichever nominee they would want in one time. Okay. So, Ms. Antoine.
So that was the reason for the clarity. It was my understanding that we voted to do the roll call out loud vote based on one nomination for the positions, for the individual positions, but this does create another type of circumstance, and if we're talking about moving forward with a cohesive kind of mindset, I think we should. I'm motioning that we introduce another type of vote.
I second.
I'm not, Mr. Burns, I'm not certain we can do that. That it was decided at the last meeting. We set the method before. We set the method at the last meeting beforehand of how the vote would take place, and the method has to be set before the elections begin. So I believe that we are bound by what we did there.
Good morning, Ms. Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board, Darren Burns, board counsel. Recall at the last meeting we did have some discussion, some back and forth, and I was here at the dais talking about the need to fix the method. The decision, the will of the board was to proceed without having had a vote on fixing the method. That's where you are today. Nothing has changed since last meeting. Someone just pointed out the fact that first go around you only had one nomination, so you were able to proceed with a vote, and there was not the complication of you not having a method. At this point in time, you know, perhaps the best advice to you is perhaps that you can try to agree on a method. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that at this stage because you haven't yet fixed a method.
We did fix the method at the last meeting.
For voting, not for not. You you voted. You agreed to do roll call, but you did not agree on your method for nominations. And Robert's rules, without belaboring the point, Robert's rules has many options. You know, and I think that if there is more than one nomination, one approach can be to proceed nomination by nomination in the order in which they were nominated. A vote on a nominee, a vote on a nominee. According to Robert's rules, on that sort of voice vote, whether you call it a roll call or voice vote, doesn't matter. If the first person nominated obtains the necessary number of votes, that's the end of the process. If they didn't, you would proceed to the next person nominated. And that's one option. But again, you didn't fix the method yet, and I believe maybe it was Ms. Corkadell who just said that she was interested in you all trying to reach a consensus on the method. And maybe that's where you are. But you won't find a direct answer based on your last meeting on what you have to do in Robert's rules. You have some options.
Mr. Granin.
Okay, so Mr. Burns, if you would stay there for a second, it sounds like what you were saying is actually consistent with what Ms. Corkadell said, that if Ms. Urea was nominated first and we proceed with a vote on that, should her nomination receive a majority of the votes of the board, which would be 5, then the matter would be closed and we wouldn't be setting up a race. I just want to say, as you know, I have this moment that I hold Ms. Corkadell in the highest regard and have for I guess 9 years now. That regard is only higher today based on your, I think, very thoughtful comments to try to not set up a competitive dynamic here today, that we're trying to move away from that. I would very much like to see you move into a leadership position in the future. I'm going to be voting for Ms. Ureta, not only because of her personal commitment and demonstration of integrity that I've seen in serving with her, but I do think it sends a right message for us to send to not just all the students in the county, but the entire county, that when we say our student member is a full voting member, they're a full voting member, and we might very well have a student elected to serve as president one day. And I hope, I'm not wishing you any misfortune, Mr. Gilliland, but if you happen to miss a meeting in the next few months and Ms. Ureta gets to chair one, I'd like to see that too. So that's the way that I'm going to vote. I would also note that perhaps with her new responsibility as vice president, should she be elected, if she were to step down, for example, as chair of the policy council, that would open up another leadership opportunity for Ms. Corkadell to perhaps consider.
Respond, Mr. Grant, on the one point. You're right in pointing out that one option for the voting process is consistent with what Ms. Corkadell said. But again, I remind you that while you agreed to your one half of your process, your voting was not fixed. And so there could be, you could agree by majority right now for this round of election to do it by whatever number of nominations come in, that becomes the number of nominees, and you vote based one time based on those nominees.
My one clarification of what you said, Mr. Burns, is that I think the board did affirmatively decide at the last meeting, that you're saying it did decide this part, that it's going to be open. So we're not doing anything secret.
Nope, guys, without question. In fact, I think that followed on the heels of whether or not you were going to have a discussion somewhere else about fixing the method. You're absolutely right.
Okay. Ms. Schulheim.
Well, I move that we do as Ms. Corkadell mentioned, and do one round and say the name and be done, right? I move to do that.
Point of order.
Wait, point of order,
please.
Mr. Burns.
Ms. Shaw, I'm glad you said that. I was going to remind you that your pending motion that was seconded had no detail in it. In other words, it said, I move that we have another vote on a method,
Right,
but you didn't.
so I'm
So
suggesting the
can you
method.
withdraw if you would withdraw your previous motion, then that would leave the.
Sure. Great. Absolutely.
Ms.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
It was my mistake.
And so I will withdraw the motion that was on the table.
Okay. Ms. Corkadell.
Yeah, so I put forth a motion to move forward with a process that takes the nominations with a roll call vote in the order received of the nominations, one at a time, and should the first nomination fail by vote of lack of majority, then we move on to the next until we have a resolution. And if a further nomination is required after the second round, recognizing what we have already done, that we reopen for new nomination.
Second.
Discussion.
It's discussed. Ms. Ureta.
I just want to say before we vote that I understand that a couple members brought up like awkwardness or the future. I just know that Ms. Corkadell and I have a very great relationship, and I know that no matter what happens, like I said, this is for the best interest of the students, community, etc., and that part of being up here and in the board position is putting aside your differences for the best. So no matter what happens, I know it'll be fine.
Okay. Ms. Conley, would you call the roll for, this is for the motion of how we're voting?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
So before we move to the vote, I want to share, I have the utmost respect for Ms. Urea. I think she's been an excellent student board member. She's a wonderful voice for students. I have concerns of electing someone to a position, then we know that they cannot fulfill the entire term. The whole purpose of changing the policy was to make elections December to December, and this will create an election in July, and then again in December. So we will have had 3 elections in a very short amount of time. As Mr. Gilliland said, there's been talk in the public about that our board is not running well, and I don't think that disruption bodes well for this. I think we would be better served if we had someone that could serve the entire time. Traditionally, the vice president has been someone that's being trained, not always, but prepared and learning the position to be president. And with all the attention that's given to the importance of that we now have an elected board, I think to not put an elected member in one of the leadership positions is going counter to that, to have an opportunity. So again, it's nothing whatsoever about Ms. Urea's leadership abilities or her jobs, but I just think procedurally and what's best for this board long term as we look at leadership, I have concerns about that an elected person is not being put in a position and that we would again have elections again in just a few months' time. Ms. Shulham.
I just wanted to say that Ms. Urea is elected by the students, and that is an important part of what we're doing up here, and that she's proved herself as a vocal leader and an advocate, and she's truly exceptional, and a lot of us consider her an equal because she is. Our students are the focus of our work on the board, and Ms. Urea's voice and leadership is crucial, especially when it comes to finding solutions to chronic bullying and racism in our schools. An Anne Arundel County delegate recently told me that we cannot cultivate the next generation of leaders if we don't encourage them to lead, and I wholeheartedly agree. So with that, I think we should just vote, please. Thank you.
I just want to share publicly that I appreciate both of your leaderships. I was able to study when you were appointed and when you were elected. Your background speaks highly of itself. But I got to hand it to Josie. She stepped up. She saw a need, and that's leadership. I have appreciated the way you've handled yourself as a young blossoming adult that you are. And most importantly, you have shown everyone publicly, privately, and otherwise that you can manage a $1.2 billion industry and see change and see the positives that can be, the positive outcomes that can be part of that. So with that, you certainly have my support.
Mr. Granon.
I call the vote on Ms. Urea's nomination for Vice President.
Mr. Live has not spoken yet, and then we'll call the vote. Mr. Live.
I commend Ms. Urea and Ms. Corkerdale for stepping forward to step into this role. I believe both could do a good job. However, as I look at this, I don't look at this as individual people. I look at this as the members of the Board of Education generically. There's members of boards of education, student member of the Board of Education. And in my mind, going back in the years I've been associated with this school system, I can confidently say that I believe when we wrote our code that put the student member of the board on the Anne Arundel County Board of Education, it was never envisioned that the student member would become a presiding officer of a $1.2 billion business entity that's responsible for the lives and the welfare of over 9,000 employees. This in no way takes away from individuals, but it has to do with the generic position, the student member of the board. And I just cannot, support a student member of a board being in a leadership role in that capacity. I just don't think that was ever envisioned, and I believe it sets a precedent in the future that we could come to regret. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll? This is for the nomination of Ms. Urea as Vice President. What? And so that will be, this is for Ms. Urea, and it would be either a yay or a nay. No. Oh, Ms. Corkadell was, oh, I'm sorry.
I actually, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I got to tell you, my decision not to rescind my nomination was based on the assumption that I thought Ms. Urea was the first one voting.
So, are you withdrawing your nomination?
It was not my nomination, so I cannot withdraw.
Well, you cannot accept it. You can decline the nomination.
You know, this really.
You can decline it for just this round.
I
and
will
then accept it after.
I will decline this round. I will defer to Ms. Urea's nomination.
Mr. Lott.
I will take this Corkadell off the hot seat and withdraw my nomination.
Okay. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll? This is for the nomination of Ms. Urea for vice president. Yay or nay?
Ms. Antoine.
Yay.
Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Mr. Lott.
Abstain.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Abstain.
Ms. Urea.
Yay.
Mr. Gillen.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Six in the positive, one in the negative, 2 abstentions.
Okay.
Motion passes.
Ms. Urea has been elected as vice president, so we will now take a brief recess to change some of our seats around.
reconvene. We will begin next with public comment, or continue next with public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. A tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking. Handouts should be given to the board assistant. And today for public comment, we have one card. Kristen Caminetti.
My name's there. Yours is for an item on the agenda, so you'll speak during that time. I'd like to comment on the election. That time is already over with. You have to have your card in prior to the start. Go ahead. Can you start her?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Caminetti, and I just wanted to comment on a couple things. One, I too was at the Chesapeake Cluster meeting and was overwhelmed by the integrity of the staff and the presence there. So that truly was Anne Arundel County Public Schools at their best, and I just want to thank everybody because a vast majority of you were there. So thank you very much. I'm a little bit struck by the contrast between what was that community meeting and what we all know precipitated these board elections today. They went down today very cordially, but I think we all can acknowledge that there was a lot of animosity and contention that preceded them. And so I would just like to say thank you, first of all, to Ms. Hummer. Yes, have gotten to know her personally over the past year simply because of her role as president of the school board, and she has done an exemplary job. And at no time when anyone was arguing for the need for a change in leadership did anyone ever have anything negative to say about the job she did. She demonstrated that she is knowledgeable, that she is dedicated and committed to the students of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. So while I appreciate the cordiality with which you did the vote today, I just want to say that we are aware of the charade of a bit that went on behind the scenes, and that I hope in the future that you all will do better in terms of the collegiality that Mr. Gilliland spoke of. With that said, congratulations to Mr. Gilliland. Congratulations to Ms. Uria. As you know, I think you are an amazing voice for this board, and I'm thrilled to see you in a position of leadership. I'm not going to be able to stay for item number 6.5, which is what I also came to speak about, and because it is a 2-hour early dismissal day, I got to go get my kids. But I just want to say that I absolutely 100% support making the global citizenship course a requirement for all students. We need a varied voice in those classes. We need there to be opportunity for diversity of opinions represented, and for our children to learn how to have those cordial conversations. And I think that it's just another example of Anne Arundel County Public Schools being a leader in this area, and I am excited for that possibility and strongly encourage all of you to support making it a graduation requirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your statement.
I would love for you to speak. That's why my light was on. So, yeah.
I'm Cynthia Robichaud. I live in Anne Arundel County. I'm here in support of the Global Citizen program. I think the graduation requirement, that would be a really good idea.
That is an item that's on the agenda, and we'll be speaking.
I realize that, but it is a 2-hour early dismissal. I have to pick my child up, and I feel that I should be allowed to be heard on this issue. It is not my fault that this meeting
You have an opportunity
occurs
to
on
do
the
written
day.
response if you would like.
Ma'am, if I allow it for you, I'm going to have to allow it for everybody.
Okay.
And
That would be fine.
Well, that's not the way we're going to do that. So
Right.
I
How
appreciate
many
it.
more people are here to speak on this?
We have a number of cards on that agenda item.
Well, this is an important topic, and I think that it shouldn't have been scheduled on a day when we have to go to school to pick up our kids early. There should have been time then for us to make this comment.
Ma'am, that's the way the agenda's been set, and I apologize, but that is an item on the agenda, and if I make that exception once, I'm going to have to make it for everyone. You're more than welcome to speak on any general topic that you would like, but that's a specific agenda item.
Mr. President, if I could make a motion, it's perhaps another solution. I move to take item 6.05 out of order and move it to right now.
Second.
So that can be addressed.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, then she would sit down until we go through
Yeah.
ours. And then
So we have to do some procedural things with that first, and then we'll call. There's been a motion, there's been a second. You're not moving to take an item out of order. But we can make that change, right? We can make that change.
I made a motion, it's been seconded, we don't need to ask anybody, let's go.
Okay. Are there comments among the board members at this time?
Well, I just think it's a little unfair that one person can stand at the podium and talk about an agenda item and another person was told not to, so just for the record.
Ms. Ellis?
Do we have other agenda items that have comment cards?
Yes. Ms. Anchway?
I think that we should definitely follow procedure. I understand and apologize that, you know, with the time constraints that are going on, but I think there are other ways to share the testimony if you want to do that, but I think we need to move forward with procedure at this time. Also, let's consider that there are other public comments that may want to be made at this time as well.
Thank you. Ms. Urea?
Unfortunately, we have already established the agenda order, and I would hopefully see us move forward and realize that we have opportunity, if you're unable to be here, to provide written testimony and to email your testimony to us.
Mr. Grannon, your light is still on if you're commenting.
No, just the same motion I made.
Okay, we have a motion that's on the table. It's been seconded. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antoine?
Nay. Nay.
Ms. Shulheim?
So is this against procedure to vote?
No, the vote is to, on Mr. Grannon's motion to suspend the rules in essence and change the agenda order.
To vote for suspension of rules of multiple rules.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nay. Yeah.
As a point of information, that is an incorrect
Mr. Lod?
That's an incorrect characterization.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye, and this is being
Ms.
incorrectly
Corkadell?
characterized. Agenda items can be changed by a majority vote at any time.
I now better understand the motion, but I still would like, out of respect for all the others, and there are other agenda items prior to 6.05 that have people waiting in testimony, so I would like to remain respectful to the point of order of the agenda, personally. Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Urea?
Sorry. Nay.
And Mr. Gilliland?
No.
8-1, motion fails.
Okay, at this time, we will continue with item 4.01, which is part of the departmental report, safety and security report. Ms. Jackson.
Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Urea, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing to you this morning a school security update per your request. Mr. Batten provided an extensive overview last month, so this update will be brief. On January the 28th, we held our second Security Council meeting initiated under the direction of our superintendent last year. This council meets twice yearly. The purpose of the meeting is to work together with our stakeholders to address school security efforts on behalf of our school and communities. Stakeholders represent, but are not limited to, Fort Meade and Naval Station Annapolis, Anne Arundel County and Annapolis Police, Maryland State Police, principals, parents, including the PTA and CAC, several Anne Arundel County Public Schools representatives, including the Board of Education. And thank you so much, Mr. Gillen, for attending. Department of Health, the students, Anne Arundel County Emergency Operations, Department of Anne Arundel County Crisis Response, Anne Arundel County Government, Anne Arundel County Fire Department. So as you can imagine, every stakeholder is not able to attend every meeting, but we do ask for representation from the departments. The main topic this month was security drills. Principal Katie Fjorherd of Southern High School, Principal Jason Williams of Northeast High School, Principal Beth Shaken of Brooklyn Park Middle, and Principal Christy Snyder of Glendale Elementary gave an overview of security drills and lessons learned at each level. As per this board's recommendation in December, the council members were charged with soliciting recommendations from the groups they represent as we develop ways to help keep families informed of security drills. We will continue to work and hope to have a proposal going into next school year. Thank you.
Good morning, President Gilliland, Vice President Urea, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Chris Truffer, and I am the Regional Assistant Superintendent of the Arundel and South River clusters. I am here this morning speaking as the co-chair of the Middle School Bullying Prevention Work Group and would like to provide you with a brief overview of our work to date. The group was organized during the last school year and was charged with looking at how our middle schools can more proactively work to prevent bullying and behaviors perceived to be bullying. A core focus of our work has been addressing the varied and complex developmental needs of young adolescent learners and understanding the impact that issues occurring in society, such as social media, which was referenced earlier today, in general are having on our middle schools and its students. Our work group is comprised of school-based administrators, school counselors, school psychologists, and school-based social workers, as well as numerous central office staff representing various offices of the school district. We have integrated specific input from middle school principals and school teams to best inform our approaches and next steps. To date, we have developed recommendations which have included all middle school teams conducting specific beginning and mid-year reviews of our AACPS bullying policies and associated reporting procedures. In addition, we are expecting that each middle school will implement a minimum of one anti-bullying and kindness campaign per year. It should be noted that the October 24th Unity Day, which was enthusiastically adopted by AACPS, was spearheaded by the Middle School Bullying Prevention Work Group. We are working to develop and deliver additional training for teachers and staff that focuses on building capacity of our teachers and interdisciplinary team leaders to better understand the unique needs of young adolescents, how to engage in bullying prevention best practices more effectively in the classroom and within the school setting, working to strengthen our already robust advisory program, and utilizing existing structures such as town hall meetings and community building circles to maximize the sense of team within our middle schools. Finally, we are seeking ways to more effectively capture and harness the power of student voice. Again, this was mentioned very specifically during today's meeting. And we are working to develop a systemic communication plan to our parents and communities about our bullying prevention efforts. In conclusion, our goal is to ensure that all of our middle school students are experiencing connectedness within a positive, supportive, and caring team climate, and that our students are equipped with the tools necessary to establish positive and productive relationships with their peers and adults. We also wish for all of our students to understand how to access help if needed regarding any issues that might arise pertaining to bullying and behaviors that our students are perceiving as bullying. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to share the results of our work to date with you this morning. I would be glad to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Thank you. And Mr. Truffer's here now. And you know, I was looking at lights and cards, so I apologize to the board. Again, my hope of moving through the agenda a little bit more quickly, I neglected to ask if there was comments for board members and the public. So if okay, we'll take questions if there's any board comments or questions at this point on item 4.02, and then I'll go back and ask if there are questions on 4.01. So at this time, 4.02, Ms. Urea.
Thank you, Mr. Truffer, for all the amazing work that you do. I know that you're constantly in schools. I was just wondering if you could please elaborate more on what you mean by trying to incorporate that parent and student voice in response to these bullying prevention programs.
We actually have Stacy Pellegrin, who is the head of our CRAST. You're very well familiar with Ms. Pellegrin, and she's been a great voice at the table of our work group, and we're really working on ways. It was mentioned, I think, earlier about PSAs, so we're really looking at how we can integrate student voice into our work, seeing it through the eyes of what students are experiencing, specifically at grades 6 through 8. As a matter of fact, we had some discussion at our recent meeting this week about maybe getting 9th graders and later elementary school students and middle school students together to talk about what their vision is for what they see as a middle school experience that minimizes bullying and helps kids to develop a toolbox as to how they can manage their own behavior and the behavior of others as they interact with each other in the middle school setting. So we're working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board questions or comments at this point on 4.02? Any public comment? We have one card as well if there's anyone else, but Jillian Omodio, if I'm reading this correctly.
My name is Jillian Amadeo. I speak not as an enemy or aggressor, but rather an ally and a friend. I've lived in Anne Arundel County my entire life. I grew up in your school system and know quite well the long-lasting effects of bullying, for I lived it throughout the entire duration of my school-aged years. Bullying is the reason it took me nearly 28 years to know my own worth and value, and it's the reason I don't want this trend to continue. This year I began doing something I never thought I'd do and started homeschooling my second grader. I withdrew her from 2 public schools in our county within the same school year due to unresolved bullying issues. She came home with bruises, scratches, and stab marks from pencils, but the physical representations of bullying are nothing compared to the damage I saw being done to her soul. She was continuously berated by a teacher and was then threatened with gun violence by another student. I could go on, but her story is not unique. We all have one like it. I was not allowed to know how these situations were being handled, but I do know nothing changed. In fact, it continued to get worse. School is not meant to be an anxiety-inducing place of fear. A child cannot learn if they do not feel safe and secure. People need to be held accountable, and policies need to be in place that actually protect victims from being victimized over and over again. Current policies protect the aggressors more than the victims. Current policies do not work to address the underlying issues. The words spoken to our children become their inner voice, and I refuse to let my child's inner voice become that of a bully. As a mom, it's not my job to simply protect my child, but my job to protect all children, and I will not stop until all children feel safe and loved. Children are not born cruel. There's something hurting deep inside their souls and that's causing them to harm others. All of our children deserve help, intervention, and meaningful guidance. I admire the programs being implemented in the high schools to help instill acceptance, although it's a sad reality that basic humanities must now be taught. However, these types of programs must begin far sooner than high school. We must reach these impressionable minds sooner. Our children are quite literally dying at the hands of this monster called bullying. Our children's self-esteem is crumbling under the unbearable burden of hatred that greets them in the hallways of the places where they are supposed to be most welcome. I refuse to allow the lives of our children to be put at continuous risk by allowing them to endure behaviors day after day that should never be occurring in the first place. Science, math, language arts, health, phys ed, these are all valuable areas of academic instruction, but nothing's more important than concerning ourselves with the mental, physical, and emotional well-being of our children. We must work together to empower and educate our children in the fine art of being kind and compassionate human beings. We must empower and educate our children to not stand silent in the face of violence, hatred, and injustice. If our children cannot learn to be kind and compassionate or love and respect each other, there is no hope for our future. When we report bullying, we are told that things are handled, but oftentimes those assurances fall flat. There's power in conversation, and parents need to be included in this dialogue. When the chain of communication is broken or falsified, it's the end result that suffers. My appeal to you today is to please help us help you make our schools the thriving place of love and learning that are meant to be. Include us, but don't discard us. Please let us work together to educate and inspire our children to be the people they are born to be. Thank you.
Would you do me a favor? Thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely.
Would you do me a favor and meet with Dr. Lucarelli so we can learn more from you?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate your
thank
time.
you.
And I do appreciate all your work. Again, I know you guys do the best you can, and I truly appreciate all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one light. Ms. Antoine?
I just wanted to commend Ms. Amadeo for her bravery in coming up to share what she shared with us, and her emphasis on she wants to be a bridge to solutions. I encourage other parents to help us, as Dr. Alato shared earlier, help us community, help us parents be the bridge to a lot of the solutions that, for our students. Thank you.
Are there any other board questions or comments on the bullying prevention report? Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, again, if okay, I'm jumping the gun here and trying to be fast. Back to 4.01 at this point, Ms. Jackson had presented, but I neglected to ask for board questions, so Ms. Antoine.
Me again. My question was, we have our SROs and we have our SRO procedures, and I have always, since I've been here, shared how much I appreciate those procedures and how they move forward. But we do still have some incidents, and even most recently, where it gets kind of muddled between the jurisdiction, I guess, when the SROs kind of let go and the full county police take over. I kind of wanted to understand what that difference is. For example, if we have a public event, often we engage other people outside of the SRO community to support that, other police officers. So could you help us understand that difference, please?
And ma'am, thank you so much. That would be under the purview of the police department, so that's not under the school system purview.
So if there are activities on the school grounds, the SROs are not involved?
The SROs, but remember they are employees of the police department and not the school system.
Oh, so then so that makes me more confused. So because as students, parents, or otherwise, we build these relationships with those SROs, and so when there are activities or things going on my example are maybe games or things after school, and then others are engaged in procedures that we're not accustomed to. I think that creates a means of confusion for the parents and the students. So I kind of wanted to understand where that line comes in. And what I'm understanding from you is they put on another hat when in those capacities, where they are no longer considered SROs, but in another capacity of the police force.
And they continue to be members, and I know Dr. Arlotto wants to speak, but they continue to be partners with our school system. And so we constantly review after games, after other large events, we continue to review procedures and, make tweaks to procedures as we deem necessary based on that partnership.
So if I could try and elaborate, and you and I have not been able to have a conversation about this question directly, so I'm going to try and read your mind a little bit in listening to you speak. I think the best way to describe the difference on a day-to-day basis in what the SRO and the school system is doing in a school on a day-to-day basis has got to do with illegality. So we deal with student discipline, administrators, teachers, and the like, but when something rises to the level of an illegality, that's when an SRO has jurisdiction. Otherwise, it is the administrator and the teacher that have jurisdiction inside a school. If it raises to the level of an illegality, that's when the police have jurisdiction. That's to start. The second part of your question has to do, Ms. Antoine, if I understand it correctly, us engaging the police department and others when we've got after-school activities like a basketball game, a football game, and we are engaging them. Many of them are SROs working beyond their normal duty day, and they could be SROs from other schools, not just the SRO of that school, to help us with safety and security and crowd control at a particular event, and that's how they're engaged.
So, and that was my question. Are all of them that we see, even in those events, they are SROs, they just may not be part of that school system?
Not in every case. So many times the police department will put out a call, and forgive me, I am not, I can't speak for the police department. So many times they'll pull out a call for overtime. There is a game between two schools, and any of those officers, we need X number of officers. They make that decision, and they put out a call within their ranks to see who is available. And many times the SROs from other schools step up and say, sure, SRO from School X and School Y are going to play each other, and they'll be there. They might not be available on a given Friday night, let's say, for a basketball game. And so other patrol officers that are not SROs could be engaged that way.
Great. And so my concern then will come back to the fact that there is a dedicated procedure that Lieutenant Baden has put into play for his SROs, and then when others are engaged, they may not understand or know those procedures the way the others have been trained to do so. So I see it as an area of concern, knowing that security is paramount. We want to be sure that those that may not be necessarily SROs, but are in support of that security, are also on board with those procedures. Otherwise, it becomes something that it shouldn't become, and it takes away from all the hard work that you guys actually put into play.
And just to be clear, to clarify, Mr. Batten is the Director of School Security. He does not direct the work of the school resource officers. So to be very clear that there's a delineation between the two.
Right. So understand that. Okay. It was my understanding from these briefings, as well as the full briefing that was given before, that there was dedicated training for the SROs, and that they were carefully selected, right. and that they were carefully selected based on their engagement and their willingness and their dedication to not only students but the community at large. And so when we have big events go on that include people outside of that small community, and procedures are taken, they may be misunderstood because other things have been introduced to change that understanding. So my question on the table was, and it's been answered, are all those police officers that may be at these events, are all of them SROs as we understand it? So thank you.
Thank you. Any further board questions or comments? Any public comment on safety and security? Seeing none, we'll move to item 4.03, Diversity and Inclusion Report.
Hello. I am Maisha Gillens, the Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I will be providing an update on diversity and inclusion. On January 30th, we held a community meeting titled All Means All, Communities Cultivating Acceptance and Inclusion at Chesapeake Bay Middle School. The evening began with information regarding bias-motivated incidents that occurred over the past year and a half. Attendees then learned about community resources such as Coming to the Table and Anne Arundel County Parent Coalition. A video of 4 Chesapeake High School students was shown to bring awareness of their school experience. Attendees had an opportunity to provide a written response to their reaction of what had been presented. AACPS staff facilitated smaller discussions about actions that can be taken by the community to cultivate acceptance and inclusion. There were over 150 attendees that included elected officials, social justice advocacy groups, school board members, and Pasadena residents. Thank you so very much for those of you who attended. According to the National Center for Safe and Supporting Learning Environments, family-school community partnerships are a shared responsibility and reciprocal process whereby schools and other community agencies and organizations engage families in meaningful and culturally appropriate ways, and families take initiative to actively supporting their children's development and learning. Schools and community organizations also make efforts to listen to parents, support them, and ensure that they have the tools to be active partners in their children's school experience. It was our intent to do just that, ensure that community was an active partner in collaborative conversations, and we intend to continue meeting with our community partners. Today is the third of 4 early dismissal days designed to promote diversity and inclusion through systemic professional development. I will provide an overview of the professional development modules at next month's board meeting. Thank you.
Ms. Urea.
Hi, Dr. Gillens. Thank you so much. I know we worked together before and gone to schools, and everything you do is amazing. So as I said before, we got great feedback from the community meeting, but one thing that I personally think was missing was the students. I know that the parents came and the community came, and there were some students, but we continue to hear that we want those conversations to be mitigated and controlled inside of schools. And I know Ms. Caminiti and I have spoken before, and she talked about work she's done, and there's other people that have come and talked to me about work they've done with students inside the classroom. But I continue to hear from students that they want those same conversations inside the schools, because the biggest thing that we are going to get is if students are able to see exactly what we showed parents and community members. So I'm not trying to undermine the work that you're doing at all. I'm just saying, in my opinion, that I think that the next step would be trying to have those conversations inside of schools with students.
So I can speak to that, and I'm going to call on Dr. Alston if I misspeak, because he's the regional for the area. So Kathy Rockefeller, who does restorative practices for our district.
Rockefeller, you said?
Rockefeller, correct. So she has conducted what we call community circles to get student voice, to do exactly what you said. And we have some feedback based on what students have said. So if I've misspoken, Dr. Alston?
Do you know where she's done that and with what students?
At Chesapeake High School. The number of students, I'm not sure.
There are about 15 that's reflected for that.
Okay.
There's also going to be another where all students are provided the opportunity.
Okay. What do you mean by that? Like, how are they? Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Oh,
sorry.
Good morning, Dr. Alston, Regional Assistant Superintendent for the North County and Chesapeake Feeder System. So our second plan is that we're going to provide something similar to like a sign-up genius, provide students who are interested an opportunity to sign up to meet with Ms. Rockefeller to do a community circle, so they can be asked similar questions and provide their input and their feedback, their ideas and their suggestions.
Okay, and this is just at Chesapeake High School?
Those are the two that I represent, so I can only speak from my two.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, I just want to put out there that as a mother of a middle schooler, I can tell you that these kind of conversations are happening in her school all the time, in their advisory groups and the discussions that they're having, and in other classes. She comes home and has, so this is happening out in our classrooms and being shared. They've tackled many of those hard topics in the class, and unasked, she comes home to tell me about them and shares with them. So I think that there's a lot of good things that are already conversations that are already happening out in the classroom.
And our structure, I would suspect, would be either through advisory, because we spoke last year, Mrs. Jackson and I, about the curriculum and what advisory offers, and part of the conversation is acceptance and inclusion.
Mrs. Shawhine.
I just want to tell you again how wonderful that other night was, and it was such a great event, and how hopeful I am that this will happen again, and not just within the Chesapeake cluster, but to be expanded to all the clusters, and then and also have similar, hopefully mandatory versions of that beyond a 15-person circle with the students. Yeah, I really found the other night great, so I just wanted to say again how fabulous that was. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
As I already stated, I too thought last week's community meeting was wonderful. I would like to ask that in perhaps next month's report, we could just hear what work has followed from that, because I know that that was just the beginning, it won't be effective without the work that came out of that. So I just love to hear where we are.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ms. Antwine.
Dr. Gillens, I sincerely commend you. I have seen everything that you continuously do, and I want to emphasize to us here on the board as well as to the public that this work is not an overnight easy kind of situation. It is very delicate. It's something that can go one way any day, as we have seen since the community meeting. Some things have developed, and it affects our students. We must be aggressive in how we approach this fragile need and put out policy from us, as well as regulate under Dr. Arlotto, that this is diversity and inclusion is not only important, but the things that poison those opportunities cannot be tolerated. So I want to thank you for the flexibility that it takes, and you are doing an amazing job in that leadership role. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public, or is there any public comment on the diversity and inclusion report? Seeing none, we'll now move to item 4.04, which is the transportation report.
Good afternoon. For the record, Alex Shaknova, Chief Operating Officer, here to present item 4.04, a brief overview of an element regarding transportation. As I had mentioned once before, public school buses here within the state of Maryland are required by state law in those counties west of the Chesapeake Bay of being replaced by the end of their 12th year of service. At present, Anne Arundel County Public Schools owns 68 local government tagged, publicly owned and operated buses. Of those 68 tagged buses, about 55 of them are assigned each and every day to full route duty in support of our special education affiliated students on a daily basis, again servicing both Anne Arundel County public school facilities as well as some select non-public affiliated sites. Of the 68, another 3 are assigned full-time. They're both assigned and outfitted as training buses over at CAT North, which is our facility where we do both driver training and bus aid training. The remaining 10 buses are utilized on a daily basis in a fluid manner. They're utilized as spares for the 55 route buses that we have. Those buses do on occasion have to be out for either repair, preventive maintenance activity, on-site or off-premises inspections. Additionally, some of those buses are used on a daily basis to support the training of new drivers who must undergo MVA CDL licensing examinations at the state MVA office, or to accrue their required in-service road miles and road hours. In the current fiscal year, 5 of our buses are expiring and will need to be replaced via CIP funding. That will also be true in the year ahead. We collaborate effectively with the county government so that they can adjust their capital budget program accordingly, because the amount of buses to have to get replaced each and every year is not flatline. In fact, those are monitored quite closely so that we can properly align our budgets with those cyclical replacements. As I mentioned, we have a low buy year like the one we're currently in and the one we'll be facing in the year ahead, 5. But in fiscal year 2023, we'll have 14 buses that have to get replaced, almost triple the amount that we have to in the current budget year. Buses at present cost about $134,000 a piece and are expected by that 2023 year to cost on the order of about $151,000 a year. So again, that choreography with the county regarding their capital debt expenditure programs and their spending affordability is critical and ongoing each and every fiscal year. With that, I conclude the report for today.
Great, thank you. Are there any board questions or comments at this time? Seeing no lights, we have one card. Lisa Van Buskirk.
Good afternoon, Board of Education. Lisa Van Buskirk, Edgewater, Maryland. I'm here to follow up with my testimony from January regarding bus arrival times as it relates to the transportation update. I sent this chart to most of you last night, but for the public as well. Based on some updated information from my public information request I received from Mr. Mosier, I can now say that the earliest scheduled arrival time for a high school bus is 6:48 for the Broadneck School. There are other arrival times. Of the first bus to arrive is 6:55 for Annapolis, Arundel 6:54, Broadneck 6:48 as I mentioned, Chesapeake 6:55, Glen Burnie 6:56 for Meade, 6:51 for North County, 6:57 for Northeast, 6:55 for Old Mill, Severna Park is 6:52, South River 6:50, and 6:54. For school that starts at 7:30. You also see on the chart that I've added in when I called the high schools to find out what time the doors unlocked. And that varies anywhere from 7 to 7:15, depending on the school and their various policies. So there are some buses that are arriving 20 minutes before the doors can be unlocked, and that's 10, 20, 15 minutes before school starts. So I think that is another area that we could take a look at is why are buses arriving 40 minutes before the bell? When the transportation specialists say 10 to 20 minutes is about optimal. I know not everybody can arrive at the last time, and you got to account for a little bit of flexibility with traffic and weather. But 40 minutes before the bell seems a little high. So I think that's some progress that can be made within the existing structures of our transportation. Because there was a parent in the audience last month who heard the testimony. Her daughter's bus is scheduled to arrive at 7:05. She called transportation department. Boom, they were able to delay it 10 minutes from a 6:30 pickup to a 6:40 pickup, from a 7:05 arrival to 7:15. So if they can do that for one bus, then I think it's a valid question of why can't we look at that for more buses? The second thing I wanted to bring up is in 2014, the Office of Legislative Audits did their annual, or not annual, every 6-year audit of the transportation system, as well as a bunch of other things. And Anne Arundel County in that audit was one of 17 jurisdictions that the OLA audited that did not have that did not meet the recommendations regarding their transportation systems as far as routing and use of software and whatnot. So every 6 years, 2014 plus 6 equals 2020. So how is Anne Arundel County moving forward with the recommendation that AACPS did not have formal targets and goals for revising bus routes or use automated routing software to improve route efficiency? Now, I know we've bought the software, but how are we using that to set formal targets and goals and revise our bus routes? So I look forward to updates from the Transportation Department of how they're addressing the OLA report soon. Thank you.
Ms. Shahine.
In the next transportation update, I would like to hear how we're using the software to improve routing, and I would also like to know if there's any if there's going to be any movement to tighten the chart that was given to us by Ms. Van Buskirk, because honestly, I mean, all this is before Civil Dawn, and they're getting to school, in my view, too early, and so I would like to hear those things addressed in the next transportation report. Thank you.
Any further public comment on the transportation report? Seeing none, we will now move to item 5.01. We only have one consent item, so no need to bundle. So elevator maintenance, repair, and modernization. Are there any board questions or comments? Before the vote, is there a superintendent's recommendation? Dr. Arlotto? No. We don't vote?
Ready? Oh, okay. I recommend that the Board of Education approve the contract number 19-158, elevator maintenance, repair, modernization to Cone Incorporated in the amount of $3,325,000.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Antoine.
So I just had one question without being able to see the contract. I didn't know at this price, does this mean that they do routine maintenance? Will they be on call? Are they replacing whole elevators? How, is there someone that could give us a little bit more detail on what the service entails, please?
For the record again, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer. The answer to your question is all of the above. So the state of Maryland no longer inspects elevators as a budget cutting maneuver. They essentially dismantled their internal operations, and now that has to all be outsourced. We also are required not just to do the required inspections, but there's required preventive maintenance cycles on those elevators. And it's not just elevators, but it's ADA lifts that we use to access stages and other elevated elements. So it's lifts, both passenger, cargo, and ADA types. So there are also repairs. Things do break down unexpectedly, both during the normal school day and outside of the school day. So they are on call 24/7 should the need arise to come in and do emergency repair. That can be anything from a stuck elevator to something that requires a more extensive repair. And then finally, we do have both planned and unplanned failures in our capital comprehensive maintenance plan. Those high-cost assets are assessed and in a plan for replacement on a predictive cycle should they last their engineered lifespan. So there's that element, but sometimes there are premature failures, and those are assessed, and if it's near due for replacement and the cost of repairing it comes close to replacement price, we may elect to replace it. So it's a comprehensive program that anticipates, as you can see, the base contract is through November 30th of 2024,
Right.
with renewal options beyond that. So for 13.5 million square feet to undertake that much work over that duration of time, it's not really out of the ordinary. That elevator repairs is a very expensive endeavor. You have to have licensed mechanics. It's a much more costlier element of the building to service and maintain properly.
Right, and that's what I wanted to understand, so thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further board questions? Seeing no lights, any public comment? Seeing none, we have a motion that's been made and seconded. Mrs. Connolly, please call the roll.
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim? Aye. Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grennan?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to item 6.01, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend to the board the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and/or appointed.
Man.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Any
So I
board
gotta get
questions?
used to this, too. All right.
Any board questions or comments? Seeing none, Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim? Aye. Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grennan?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you. Item 6.02, personnel. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. I recommend to the board approval of the actions listed on. I recommend actions listed on the attached sheets.
Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Any board questions or comments? Seeing no lights, Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live? Aye. Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grennan?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mrs. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you.
No, it's an action item. It's not information item, it's an action item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item is item 6.03, Monarch Academy Public Charter School renewal. There is a staff presentation.
Superintendent recommendation.
Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend a charter renewal for a term of 5 years for Monarch Academy Public Charter School, Glen Burnie campus.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
President Gilliland, Vice President Urea, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Pat Crane, Senior Manager of Alternative Programs. At this time, I'd like to provide the opportunity for my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Jakovics. I'm Principal of Monarch Academy in Glen Burnie.
Good afternoon. Dwayne Arvidas, Chief of Strategy and Innovation for the Children's Guild.
Good afternoon. Sally Egan, Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services.
Good afternoon. Anthony Alston, Regional Assistant Superintendent for Monarch Academy.
In the state of Maryland, a charter school's contract, or charter as we call it, is between the local school district's Board of Education, also known as the charter authorizer, and the charter school's governing board. Monarch Academy's current 5-year charter agreement is in its 5th and final year. The final contract year is what is known as the renewal year. During the renewal year, a charter school is put through a rigorous renewal process, which includes an in-depth review of the following areas: instruction and student services, business and management services, school climate, governance and management, parent and community involvement, and operational compliance. In addition to a review of the following areas, the AACPS charter renewal process includes a rigorous charter school application, as well as a 2-day site review, which includes an instructional and compliance review, as well as multiple stakeholder interviews. And finally, a financial audit was performed at the school by an outside auditing firm. It's important to understand, though, that although the charter renewal process officially began for Monarch Academy in July, AACPS has been monitoring the progress of Monarch Academy each year by way of ongoing AACPS staff oversight, annual site reviews, and compliance monitoring. Each year, an annual charter school report is submitted to this board outlining the findings of each charter school's annual review. Each of you has been provided with Monarch Academy's charter renewal report. Looks like this. And in that report is evidence to support Dr. Arlotto's recommendation to renew Monarch Academy for another 5-year term. This report includes Section A, the Cumulative Performance Report. This section provides a summary of each of the last 5 site visits, as well as an overall summary of the school's performance over the past 5 years. Section B on page 7 includes an assessment of each of the 6 areas to determine whether or not these areas met the standard, approached the standard, or did not meet the standard of review. And finally, on page 41, Section C, the Performance Benchmark Report represents a visual scorecard of how well Monarch Academy performed according to the performance standards outlined in Section B. We believe these reports accurately and transparently reflect the progress that Monarch has made over the past 5 years, as well as areas that are in need of attention and continued monitoring. Just as we would for all of our Anne Arundel County public schools, we have set forth a set of commendations and recommendations that Monarch Academy should use to guide the school's continuous improvement over the next 5 years. If Monarch's charter is renewed, the next steps will be to work together with the school's governing board to negotiate another 5-year charter agreement. Once that contract has been completed, we will once again come before you requesting your approval of that contract. Thank you, and we are available for questions if you have any.
Great. Thank you very much. If I may, just a moment of personal privilege. There's one individual who's not at the table, but I know her fingerprints are on this, and I just want to acknowledge Kathy Lane for being here today, so thank you. We have a couple of board questions. First, Ms. Schalheim.
Hi, thank you for providing us with this report, and maybe this is more of a procedural thing, but I would have loved to have had this more in advance of just six days to really digest it and be able to become more familiar with it. So going forward, I would only recommend that we have a little bit more lead time, or maybe in advance of the printing, maybe like an electronic copy can be put online, and we can hey, this is coming down the pipe in a month or two, and like just let you know it's here. But other than that, I was really pleased by what I read, and it seems like a wonderful place I've not visited, though maybe that's in the works too someday. But yeah, I was happy to receive this and happy to review it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lai.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum. I'd like to congratulate Monarch Academy for a job well done. I can recall when Monarch Academy was initiated. It was a whole new concept, a whole new approach. You had your own strategy of how to approach the education of our students. And as Dr. Parham used to say when I first came to the school system, public schools need all the help we can get. We need the private schools and the charter schools as well are playing a key role in helping us to educate the students of Anne Arundel County. I just want to congratulate you on a really great job. Bravo, Zulu.
Mrs. Hummer.
So I have a very close connection with Monarch because my oldest son attended there for 4 years. He was the first 5th grade class that went through, and we had a wonderful experience. And I think Monarch has set the standard for how well that the charter and contract schools that we have are a part of our school system. They're not separate, that we're all part of AACPS and that we have that partnership together. And it firmly illustrates my view that charter and contract schools are added to school systems to complement what we already offer. And Monarch Glen Burnie perfectly illustrates that with the expeditionary learning, that we don't have that curriculum anywhere else. So it's something unique that is an added complement to our school system. And I think that we have partnered well over the years, and I'm going to quote your CEO, Dr. Ross, that in a report that he just sent out, and I thought this was a perfect synopsis of our relationship with Monarch and the Children's Guild. Our experience with Anne Arundel County has taught us that we are not in competition with anybody, but that life-changing things happen for boys and girls when we join hands with people, groups, and organizations committed to a common goal. And I believe we all share the common goal, and y'all are doing great things at Monarch, and we're very proud. I'm very proud that you're part of our school system, and thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you, and I'll just even echo what Mrs. Hummer just said. I think the partnership with Children's Guild has been amazing, so thank you for all that you do as well. At this time, I see no more lights. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we've got a motion that's been made and seconded. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
8-0. Motion passes.
Great.
1 absent.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now move to item 6.04, which is the 2019-2020 school year calendar, religious observances for students. Ms. Schallheim.
First, I'd like to say thank you to my fellow board members for taking this up and understanding how passionate I am on the subject of inclusion. And to include everyone does not mean that any of us are anti anything else. And so I really I'm grateful that we have this data that I believe Mr. Mosier put together, and yeah, I want to hear what your point of view on it. So thank you.
Well, I'm not sure I have a point of view on it, but for the record, Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer, joined by Teresa Tudor, Senior Manager for School and Family Partnerships. What was emailed to you last night, and what we and some of our colleagues collectively put together was this document. I think you have hard copies of it now. Just a couple of things about it. We asked clergy and staff at places of worship to help us with this so that we weren't relying on our own interpretations. What you have here is not an all-inclusive list by any stretch of the imagination, but it reflects days on which the school system is not mandated to close. And so that's what we provided to you there.
Great.
Yes.
Mrs. Schallheim.
Yeah, and I just had one other observation. So I appreciate, again, the work you did to put this together. And I also noticed that there are a bunch of places of worship listed for a few of these, and only one citation for some of the others when there are multiple. I just want to eliminate for the crowd, especially with regard to things I know personally, that there are different flavors of observance in some of these different religions, and so there's Kol Shalom, and there's others, there's Chabad, and those could have been references to, just like you have multiple references for some of the others.
Yes, we reached out to multiple folks for each one of these
good.
faiths.
Thank you.
And so this reflects what we got back. We made return phone calls and that kind of stuff. But
Thank you
by the
for
time we had to
clarifying.
provide this to you last night.
Right, and so, being able to look at this in advance, and thank you again for putting it out in advance. I would like to move, as I did last time, to include Diwali, and I believe both Eids are already on the list. Is that true?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So then based on this information I have in front of me, I want to add Diwali to that list of religious observances on our school calendar and be exempt from the testing that we wrote in and updated last time. So that's what I moved to do.
It's been a motion.
Just
Is there a
so I can
second?
clarify, not exempt.
Right.
Not
Sorry,
exempt from
not
the
exempt,
assessments.
but
We would not assess on those days.
not assess on those days. Yes,
wanna clarify.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So,
Clarify the motion.
yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have that
To add
motion.
to the list, yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. And I'm trying to remember the order of the lights here. Mrs. Ellis.
First of all, thank you so much for gathering this information. I did not feel informed or educated enough to be able to make decisions, and so this helps me personally, and I'm sure many other board members. Thank you. I'm always interested in the behind the scenes and how we got here. Can you let me know what kind of reaction or reception you got when you reached out to these various entities?
Yeah, very good. I mean, they were
positive?
happy to be
Wonderful.
consulted and included in the conversation.
Okay, great.
And many of them, the comments were, they appreciated the idea. They didn't feel that we needed to close, but they did appreciate that we would put it under a religious observance.
Okay, great. I'm glad this was done. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Antoine.
That was going to be my my question. Did they respond to how they would prefer this be observed on our calendar? Did any of them specifically say how they think on the calendar itself this should be observed? Should we close the schools? And you shared some of that.
Some of it's on there, right?
Right. But we didn't ask the closing question because the discussion at your last meeting was around testing and examinations. It
Right.
wasn't about altering the calendar to close. So we did
Right.
not ask the closing question.
So in the testing and the examinations for you, Dr. Alato, how does that affect how we're moving forward in instruction if there's no testing on certain days, if those days are observance?
In teaching and learning will continue. We will make the necessary adjustments, though, as I have shared with this board publicly in the past, defining assessment, formative, summative, it shows up on a student's report card, it counts against them, it does not. Those are questions that we're going to have to sort of wrestle with to define what that assessment is. But teaching and learning will continue, and we're glad to move forward.
So I have one more question then. So we got a list of different observances beyond Diwali. I wanted to understand if a student, even though we're not voting on those other things, will they be allowed administrative leave, or is that just a standard absence if that occurs? Now that we have this information, and they choose to observe, and within their religions, these on those days, they would be testing and otherwise on days that we're not voting on. How is that absence treated if they choose to be absent?
I'm not sure that I understand the question, but if the parent excuses them for religious observance, then they are excused from anything and everything that occurred that day, and they have the ability to make it up. That's already standard within the school system.
And it doesn't count against them for their perfect attendance either.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gillen, may I make one other point before you proceed to the vote? So Diwali is a 5-day observance. So I would just suggest that before you vote, you may want to clarify what your vote is.
Whether it's the third day or the fifth,
Right.
people, some celebrate the third day, some celebrate the fifth. So you need to decide which day we won't test on.
Did you get a sense of, based on our local community makeup, which day they would prefer?
I think our guess would be the third. Our
The third
informed
is
guess
what
would be
most
the
people
third.
said.
But
I think
we can certainly go back and ask that question. We did not ask for recommendations very intentionally.
Got
we
it.
asked a certain set of questions of everybody.
So then, yeah, I want to move to add a singular day of Diwali under the religious observances for students list to be confirmed, or with the assistance of the local community to determine what specific day of the 5-day festival that is.
And if this passes, we can report back to you on that.
And so that's just sort of a modification.
Modification to my previous motion that has been seconded. Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Corkadal.
Yes, I just want to, I wasn't clear at our last meeting, and so I just apologize here. I'll be brief. When I saw the proposed, what Diwali would look like, I guess, on day 1, and we're looking at day 3 or 5 out of the 5 days. But if the observance of any of these, not just Diwali, were to occur it's not just about testing, is my understanding. That if we put this on the calendar, it means that if it fell on a Friday, that would be for traditionally used for homecoming, football, basketball, whatever those evening events are the religious observances that are listed mean that the entire school system shuts down for all those activities. So like October, if I use Diwali and I use the day 1 and it lands on that Friday in October is a very common homecoming weekend. So I don't want to, what I don't want anyone to interpret this as I'm diminishing the religious observation over the sports, but I do want to make sure that I have an understanding and that we collectively as a public have an understanding of how those impacts shall impact not just testing, but also, because I think at some point these sporting teams go with the state. And so, for playoffs and stuff, I just want to make sure that
it would follow all of the other stipulations that are currently on the printed calendar that was previously approved by the board, and that was updated, that the testing part of it was updated,
Diwali isn't a specific calendar that starts, like certain holidays start at sundown. So those are the holidays that we can't have evening events. Diwali doesn't state that it starts at sundown. Okay. Some families are doing it during the morning. They have fireworks at one of the days, usually it's after sundown, but the actual celebrations many times go on during the day.
Okay, so there would be, in theory, though, if we went beyond our conversation today to explore these other dates, that would be a factor if they start at sundown that we would want to consider.
We would need to be very specific. So that schools would understand that.
Because your athletic and school-sponsored activity language right now says shall not take place after sundown on the day before religious observance, because that was that was crafted without Diwali on here. So we would need to
modify. We would have to recraft that.
Okay, so if there were any additional changes on that, we would need to go in and change the policy language before presenting.
You need to change the policy language. You just need to
just
define
the wording.
The calendar.
Just the wording.
Just the wording in the calendar.
Okay.
Great. Mr. Grannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got 3 questions and 1 comment. My first question is, I want to make sure I understood your report. Did I understand correctly that you were saying that the community members or leaders that you spoke to with regard to Diwali said that they appreciated the consideration, but that they were not seeking a calendar change, basically? Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
They weren't seeking a closing of schools.
Right, but my question is they weren't seeking a calendar change either.
Yeah, they didn't come to me anyway. I mean, I spoke to the general manager of the temple, the Hindu temple. We just had a conversation about information we would like to have, and he was delighted to provide it.
Okay, that's the first of my three questions, and then I have a comment. So my second question is, did they give you any sense at all of the numbers of students that this would impact?
No.
And then my third question before my comment is, did they provide you any information, anecdotal or otherwise, how celebration of Diwali in the past had been negatively impacted by us not having it listed as a religious observance day?
No, you have the entirety of the information that I was given in your packet.
Okay, on the basis of the answers to those three questions, and I say this with total respect for the community that celebrates this. As I've mentioned, my own law firm has a Diwali party every year that's very well attended and that clients come to. It's my understanding, based on this information and the knowledge that I brought before this, this is not the type of holiday that the others are in our religious observance calendar. On that basis, I'm going to vote against this.
Okay, Mrs. Hummer. Excuse me.
Yes, it's to piggyback on what Mr. Grannon said. I don't think that we've heard adversely that it's affected anybody. We do have currently in our regulations and in state law that religious observance days are excused absences, and any student could. So we don't. But by us not putting it as a religious observance day on our calendar does not in any way preclude a child from taking the day off to observe their holiday as they would see fit.
A child or a staff member.
Or a staff member. So we currently have that there is excused in there for anyone that needs to celebrate that day. We don't survey our students or our families for what religion they belong to, so we don't have a sense of what the numbers would be, but we have not seen over the years any public outcry or desire that it be a complete observance of a religious observance day.
We've never had any request at all.
And this is, as Mr. Grannon said, in no way is this to diminish any holiday that we have out there, but we also know that we are moving toward a more and more pluralistic society with more and more holidays, and I have concerns that we would be opening the door now that if every religion comes forward with religious observance days, and that really could have an educational impact on our schools if we are making more and more days that we cannot hold testing or do things like that when there's not when we already have policies in place that in no way preclude a child from observing their religion in any way. So I agree with Mr. Grannon that I think it's important that we put out to our students and to our public that they have the right, and we encourage them to practice their religion, and they would have that excused absences. But I'm hesitant to open the door to adding more and more when we haven't really seen a drive toward that.
Mrs. Schallheim.
I think it's important to be proactive. I don't think we necessarily need people to approach us to be proactive. I don't think this is opening the door. I'm asking for another day in the name of inclusion, knowing that every year our student body is becoming more and more diverse, and no child of one faith is lesser than a child of another faith. And it bothers me that we even have to have a list, because we're already, placing ourselves as judging others based on religion. But it has become necessary because over and over and over again, tests continue to occur and sort of places a child in a lesser than position. And so, I stand firm on this. I will always fight for inclusion and acceptance of all of our students. Obviously, I am not Hindu, but I know that this is a very holy day for them, and if it makes any small portion of our staff or our student body happy that we have been proactive for once, I think that's a win in my book. I don't see the floodgates opening and others coming forth. And so, I urge my fellow board members to not just think of, their own situations, but try to put themselves in the shoes of a religious minority who attends our schools and how they might be very excited and very happy that we're choosing to be tolerant and accepting and inclusive.
Mrs. Ellis.
I fully understand the logic and appreciate the spirit of Mr. Grannon's questions. I would just caution that just because we haven't heard any kind of outcry, this could be a community who they're so used to not being recognized in this way that it never occurred to them that they would have a voice in this way. So a lack of hearing from one group of citizens does not mean that there's not an issue there. I would be curious I would like to find out the results of if there is a consensus on is there a particular day. So from what I'm hearing, third day, fifth day, I still don't feel like we can make a decision on this without knowing if there is a consensus in the community on that issue.
Mrs. Shaheen.
I think we can make a consensus pending their recommendation on which day to choose. I think we can vote to have a singular day put on there and go back to the community and ask which day would be a preference.
Sorry, I would like to, we haven't heard if they can come to a consensus on that. So I'm just looking to hear what the community says.
I see. You guys are making me work today. Ms. Urea.
So can we just clarify the motion? Because there's been so much crosstalk. I'm confused what the motion is now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, but I believe my motion was to add a singular day of Diwali pending conversation with the community on which day they would prefer and leave that discussion to them to decide, but to add a singular day of Diwali starting with the 2019-2020 printed calendar and going forward from there in the name of inclusion and acceptance of all of our children. Remember, we're trying to say all means all. This is part of that. So that was my motion, and it was seconded.
And if I could clarify terms community, I think our plan would be to go back to the religious leaders that we've reached out to up to this point, as opposed to someone hearing community and it's a survey of the community. We're going to reach back out.
Yes, sir.
To get clarification
to the person, to the source. Correct. On this page.
I just want to clarify.
And so, just for further just for further
before it gets voted on. Thank you.
Just for further clarification, we reached out to 3 temples, so I would reach out to the same 3.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there are no further lights at this point. Is there any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antoine?
Nay.
Ms. Shaheen?
Aye, always aye.
Mr. Lott?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Five in the positive, 4 in the negative. 5-4, motion passes.
The floor is yours.
Based on, I don't have the calendar in front of me in the language, but my recollection was, and my footnotes were to take to this, that if the motion were to be passed, if I could ask staff to please review the calendar language one more time And if it is not in conformity, if I could get a consensus of my fellow members that we make any minor adjustments to that based on the sundown, sunup, because I believe the reason of my confusion was based on its designation in a category of sundown, and that is why, not because of the actual observance itself. So if we could just make sure that's tight, and if not, and it requires policy, you know, we'll move forward or whatever.
We will look to clarify that.
Thank you very much, sir. And then.
Miss, you're done? Okay. We'll now move to our third reading calendar. We have items, I'm sorry, did I?
Oh, okay.
Third reading calendar, we have item 6.05, graduation requirements, policy IIC. We are on third reading, so Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of policy IIC, subject to final correction for style and format.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, we have a couple of lights. Mrs. Corkadell.
Yes. I would like to propose that we move forward with this motion with an amendment, a minor amendment, and and I will try to be as detailed as possible. I've contemplated this a lot, and I kind of feel like I want to have my cake and eat it too in this matter. So please bear with me, fellow members. This is here. I would like to amend our motion to place a revision to the regulation that shall include under Section 3, subsection 9, a commencement date of school year 20 to 21 and shall be offered as an elective until the designated commencement school year. And that I just want to bring up why I'm saying this. I appreciate and laud the staff and the teachers and all the students who went through, who are willing to be the test case to prove this. And I think they definitely demonstrated that. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. But the translation of making it appeal to the individual cultures of each school and recognizing that all of our days of of our teacher enhanced education of themselves to learn the curriculum, to understand it, to test it out, I think we would be remiss if we went too hasty into the requirement itself. And so that is the reason I am suggesting to allow for each individual high school to be able to identify, but I want to make sure that we do this right. I think it's because this is so important that we need to make sure that we get it right, because if we do not, the consequences, I think, are obvious and were shared of us by many. So I want to make sure this is successful and as successful as possible. And I quite honestly don't want to rush the implementation. And I know that there are already feedback that we're going to make some tweaks to it. Well, I don't want it to be a live, living, I mean, obviously always you want to make modifications as you move along. But prior to implementation, I'd like to see what additional things would need to be made and the benchmark assessments of those electives in each respective school, because one of a future of 12 is, to me, a great step in the right direction. But I just think implementation, most parents, I think, a lot more parents would be embracing this a lot stronger than, and I think we can alleviate some of the fears. This class is designed to remove fear, and we don't want to just replace it from one group to the other. And I think that extra time could be afford the opportunity for you guys to do the additional reach out, to make sure it's meeting the needs, and to make sure that we have the appropriate staff and support staff should it be required in place. And so I'm offering this amendment as a way for us to kind of tighten better define the deployment. And I also think that our feedback coming in from multiples instead of in one location. we recognized clearly that each school has a different culture, and that that there's going to be a deviation, I don't mean that in a negative way, that terminology, to accommodate the unique culture. Southern High School's culture looks different than Glen Burnie's culture looks, than Severna Park's does, than South River High School. We all healthily, we embrace that diversity and difference. And so I just would like to see that same one-year opportunity at each of the schools, not just one of them, because the growing and the adjustments that Arundel had to make, allowing it to be an elective, I would like to afford to those other schools.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Yes, I was just going to ask. So just for the record.
I can reread the motion because I spoke after the motion. The motion is to make a regulatory a revision in the regulatory language that this policy that we are going to adopt, the implementation shall definitely include in its regulatory section a commencement date of this requirement for school year 2021, and shall be offered as an elective until the designated commencement school year as stated.
And that's been seconded already, Dr. Arlotto. Did you?
I just want to clarify that the language you are referring to is in regulation.
That is
right.
That is correct.
It's not under the purview of the board. Regulation is under the purview of the superintendent.
I am recommending that our policy be amended to require that as a regulation, that the commencement day be initiated on that day.
Okay, a couple of lights, actually all lights now. Mrs. Hummer.
It's a procedural thing. I believe because this is in regulatory language, which is not under the purview of the board, we would actually have to make a motion to amend the policy to move any regulatory language to the policy and then have it voted on. If I'm correct in that, Ms. Ortiz, if that would be correct, we would have to actually make a motion that regulatory language be moved to the policy and amend the policy and then vote to amend the policy itself. Is that correct?
For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel, that's correct, because the regulation is the purview of the superintendent. You would have to amend or propose a motion to place that language in the policy.
Okay. If it pleases the President, I will amend my motion to amend the policy, and I will be specific for you. With that given, that under D, that there be created an item 2, in addition to the superintendent is authorized to develop regulation to implement this policy, and shall include language of commencement date, which shall occur for the purposes of the global community citizenship as stated in his regulation section 9. I don't know if that would be referenced similarly or not, but that this graduation requirement implementation occur in 2021. Did that make, is that adequate? Or would you like
Second.
me to?
So is it 2021-2022 school year?
No,
or 2020-2021 school year?
20/21.
2020-2021.
Yeah, and I second.
Okay. So that way they can prepare for the elective. The elective would take place next school year, which is 1920, and then full implementation would be in the 2021, and that would allow our high schools once again to be able to elevate it and to make sure it's nice and tight. So when people come in as a requirement, they've got we're getting the best out of seizing the best opportunities out of this.
And if I may, so in effect, that policy amendment would sunset after that year, and then everything would be in the regulation moving forward.
That is correct, because it is minor and defined, is my understanding, and would not be relevant to or would limit the superintendent to any of how how his regulation looks, with the exception of I want to have the commencement of the requirement to occur after it's had a chance for I think a better, more informed implementation.
Okay, we've got a number of lights still here, so if I may, Mr. Grannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to make a comment before I see if Ms. Corkadell is amenable to a friendly amendment. And the reason for my request for the friendly amendment is I'm not convinced that at this time that this should be a graduation requirement. So would you be willing to modify your motion to insert basically the clause not before the 20 to 21 school year, such that the board could at that time make a decision as to whether it should be an actual requirement, and then we would have another year under our belt where other schools could have it as an elective?
I am willing to amend to change the one word as per Mr. Grannon's suggestion. And if the president would allow the minor adjustment to the motion that has been seconded.
I think it's within the same spirit, so I
Thank
think
you,
it's...
sir.
Okay. Mrs. Ellis.
This course, I fully embrace the value of this course. My heart wants to embrace this policy and this regulation today, but we have had enough feedback and enough concerns raised that I have a fear that if we were to rush this, and it feels rushed, it's currently in the handbook for next year that this is a graduation requirement. So that, to me, has created a transparency issue. There's a lack of trust that the public actually has a say here when this has already been rolled out as stringently as it has without us even voting on it. And for that and a number of reasons, again, we're getting emails, lots of them, with lots of concerns. And so I love the way this course has grown at Arundel High School. And to just restate what Ms. Corkadell said, I want to give the other high schools that same opportunity to grow this course sort of organically the way Arundel did in their setting, because I think it creates a more positive opportunity for implementing this graduation requirement. And my greatest fear is if we do this wrong, we're going to actually step backwards in what we're trying to accomplish. We want everyone to embrace this. We want this to be a positive experience. And so I feel a responsibility to our students to get this right, and that's why I'm supporting Ms. Corkadell.
Mrs. Shahine.
I want to echo some of what's already been said. I think that when implemented properly, this course will be a tremendous success. I applaud you all for all the hard work so far and for the work that you'll continue to do. I have one little small question. While it is, if Mrs. Corkadell's motion is successful, will this course be implemented as an elective in all the schools for the full year prior to us then returning to have a further discussion?
We don't know.
Well, I was asking.
So my original.
The electives will be at the
Well,
schools?
no, if that's her vision for this.
Okay, so my original motion, recognizing, of course, the little tweak of the move back to the policy to the other, When I did that, I did remove the shall be an elective because I reckon I'm of faith that that is the intent of him, and I do not want to further encumbrance the superintendent in making his regulations.
Got it.
So I would suggest to the superintendent that if our objective is to implement it in every school, then it would obviously come up as an elective to it. And given that you are already prepared for implementation at the schools, that would be logical and what I would hope would aspire.
And I agree.
But if the superintendent were to testify that he had concerns that by it not being included would preclude him from moving forward with that, or he has a change of how he wants to implement that, then I believe that I would be inclined to put forth a second motion that would require it, because I do believe that this needs to be an elective and take place immediately. My motion is more about the logistics, technicality, and insurance of success. Too many times we've gone down these roads over the decades with best intents, and a lot of great ideas surface, and in haste, we lose out on the opportunity of it ever realizing its true success, and I don't want that to happen to this.
So I'm glad that you said all that, and I agree, because that would help if Mrs. Corkadell's motion were to be successful. That would help in getting those things dialed down in advance of it potentially becoming a graduation requirement. And we got a lot of feedback, all sides. I didn't do a statistical analysis of this feedback, but I would guess that people are half 50-50, or we should do this right now, that's not wait, and 50-50, the other half had concerns about the rollout, et cetera. And some folks sent us some recommendations that with the superintendent's permission, I would love to pass on through appropriate channels, moving forward to maybe aid in making sure everything is dialed down and ready to go. And again, I don't want to lose the momentum, though. I think that at this time I want to keep that up, and hopefully in the spirit of the motion we'll keep rolling forward, because I do believe that it will be fabulous and have great success. Thank you.
Ms. Anchway.
I don't know how to address this anymore. One, I am concerned that our board is putting out there that our staff has hastily put together a curriculum for this. This, from my understanding, has been going on for the last 2 to 3 years. Building curriculum, period, takes a lot of investigation, a lot of, and this is coming from me, who did it, as a board member on other boards, not in the position of staff. I want to make it very clear that this is not a hasty decision. They did not bring this before us based on haste, but they are bringing it before us, is my understanding, because of the emergencies that are occurring in our school systems, the misunderstandings, and I'm trying to be so politically correct in this, but guys, check the news. We're in it. And we're in it because of things that are not being introduced to our students up front and early. This course, if you would like a pilot, and you wanted to mimic what Arundel did, it was a requirement for those 9th graders. If I'm saying it correctly, that those 9th graders were required at Arundel to take this course. So let's make it a requirement and a pilot if that's what you want to do, but let's not make it a choice, because this is something that is a need, not just a desire. It is a need, it is out there, and the students have testified to us, before us and outside of us, how they want this course. And I believe having their say matters in this case. I appreciate the expertise that introduced other things based on what they understood we had not done, but that doesn't mean it was not done. I fully support this particular course for hundreds of reasons, and I want to let you know, President Gilliland, I pressed my button for something else, but hearing this, I need you guys to understand this is, if we do not pioneer in change will, the things that are poisoning our system right now will only get worse. And I encourage that we make this aggressive move as a move of change at our levels.
Do you want to stay lit for something else, or you'll come back? Okay. I sat in this seat for a year and a half. I never saw every light lit up. So this is.
There was something else on, and I don't know when it can be introduced, but I do have something else to add beyond her motion.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Urea and then Mr. Leib.
So I have a couple points. I first want to echo exactly what Ms. Antoine said, and I've met numerous times with Dr. McMahon and seen the research and the time and traveled with plenty of staff and seen what this class does and how much work and research has actually been put into what goes into this class. This came in light at first at Arundel as a reaction to something that happened at Arundel, and now Dr. Olato and his staff have taken this as a reaction of what we've been asked to do as a school system. The bigotry and the hatred in our county right now, targeted towards mainly the Black community and the Hispanic community, is awful. And Jewish community every community is awful. And this is a direct reaction, and our first step in the right solution or the direction towards helping have these mitigated conversations inside the classroom. And I mean, this is an honest question. I just want to know how pushing this back 1 year will not just push back that nervousness from the community again, and also pushing it back that 1 year, making it an elective. The purpose of making this a graduation requirement is to make those students that need to have these conversations, that need to interact with those students, have it. Because the students that need to take this are not going to take this. And every time there's a new graduation requirement, there's always pushback from the community. Like when we made the engineering requirement a couple years ago, there was plenty of, well, why do I need to be an engineer? As our community and the global students have turned towards more technology based, and there's always going to be pushback. So as a student, I've seen its effects.
I would like to answer your question,
of course.
And that is that, so Arundel, as you pointed out, had the benefit of working with the staff diligently to tailor it for their needs, and that it took longer than 6 months to tailor that to address their needs. Now, there was a lot more going on with that. I want the other schools to have that benefit, as well as our teachers to have that benefit of that. I mean, this just didn't magically materialize overnight for them either. And this is really just about making sure that the other schools have the same chance of the integration time that Arundel did, because it was a couple years in the making. And if we are customizing it, like everybody has said, to meet the individual cultural needs of those schools, I think that extra year will benefit everyone, because our parents at the other schools are just finding out about this. Arundel's parents were informed about this prior to its occurrence, had a chance to embrace it, participate in it. And my fear is we now I have you guys implementing in 12, not just 1. And it is not about the lack of due diligence or that they have hastily put something together. But I believe if we do not allow the parent community, the business advisory communities, and the actual individual schools that we are now imposing this on, to have a chance to equally embrace it, I think that would be short-sighted. So for the rest of the schools, that starts in the fall. The kids will be putting together their schedules like pretty much now. And there really hasn't been, I think, opportunity for our PTOs, for our community, and our parents to really, know enough about to know what to do with advising their own children on it. I want to provide that opportunity because I want them to embrace it and get as excited as I am about it. And I just don't think that I want to afford the same opportunities that Arundel has to the rest of the schools. It is that simple. It's not a diss on them. It's not hey, slow it down to where it doesn't materialize. This is a chance for us to really make the most of it, I think. So I do disagree that it was a diss on staff over haste. This is allowing these other schools a chance to acclimate and to make it truly theirs. I would think that each high school would want to do that, and to allow their teachers a chance to make that materialize. And it doesn't stop anything that's already occurring, just to be clear.
I understand exactly what you're saying. Yeah, I hope the board realizes that we've heard so much from the communities that have been affected, the NAACP, all these communities, and realizes that we need to take action now rather than putting it off and waiting. Thank you.
Mr. Leib.
Thank you, President Gilliam. I identify with Ms. Antwine and Ms. Uria for a couple different reasons. I believe it's needed, and it's needed now. Decisions are never 100%. There's no 100% guarantee that everyone's going to like everything you do, and there's no guarantee that everyone's going to like everything this board does. To make an elective and say it needs to be effective immediately, those two things don't really support each other. Elective means you don't have to take it, so then it's not effective immediately. To say we don't want to stall the momentum, it will definitely stall the momentum. No ifs, ands, or buts. The momentum will be stalled. I also cannot agree with curtailing or not saying curtailing, but stepping over our bounds into the area of regulation. That is the superintendent's prerogative. We have hired him to execute our policy. If we don't like what his regulations are, it doesn't mean we make the policy so put him in a straitjacket where he can't do his job. This is just be the start of that. You just can't continue doing that, I think. I believe this is a course that has been needed for longer than we all know, than we all like to admit. All of us have our own implicit biases that we've lived with throughout our lives. And there's some things we don't see that others do. And this course is going to bring that to the forefront. And we need to move forward, as Ms. Antwine said, bravely and boldly. Yes, there are going to be those that disagree, but the greater good is to go now. I will not vote for Ms. Corcadel's motion, and I will vote to implement this requirement immediately.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Leib. We've got a couple more lights, and a couple board members have hit here a few times. So I'm going to finish these if it's okay with the board, and then we can take the public comment because I know some people have been waiting for a while. Mrs. Corcadel, you're still lit, but was that for? Okay, your light. I'm sorry. You know what I mean. Mrs. Hummer.
I'm in agreement with my colleagues to say we cannot delay on this. We've been hearing there's been significant issues going on in our schools and our communities for a long time, perhaps forever. But things have been coming out in the public more recently, and we've been hearing loud and clear from all of our community groups, from our parents, from everyone, that they want us to do more. They want to come alongside us and help us to do more. They want to go deeper with our students. This class was approved almost over 2 years ago. It has now been in there. Yes, there are concerns. I've read every email that's come to me. I've passed on every concern to Dr. Arlotto for his team to address, and I believe that many of those are already being addressed. No class is ever perfect. We get complaints on every class that comes out there. As someone who's had 5 children and hundreds of teachers in classes thus far in my children's career, there's never been a single class or curriculum that has had universal acceptance and benefits to, for whether it be tech ed or English or criminal justice. And so we know that this is a hard topic. We're going to have bumps in the road. We're going to have people whose feelings are hurt when they're asked to challenge things. We're going to have mistakes are going to be made. And I believe that we will make the course even better by working through those as we go and learning as we come along. I can't I can't go along with delaying this any further. I think that it is necessary now. We need to be bold. We need to show that how seriously we take this and that we're moving forward and that we'll work together. I want to stress, I think some of the comments I've received have been from people who are saying, racism is something I should be teaching my child at home, or it's not prevalent here. And I think it's getting lost somewhat that this class is not about racism. The objective for this class says building community and awareness of differences for acceptance and inclusion. So that goes far beyond race and religion, special needs, socioeconomic. That is us coming together as a people. And another comment that I received from a parent that I thought was wonderful: surely there is no single academic requirement that could be deemed more important than treating each other with respect and dignity. And I believe we can't delay on that, and that we need to make a commitment to stand firm with the community support, that everyone stands firm, that we will see this through even when if we hit bumps in the road, but that we need to move forward with this. And we need to be a model for our students that this is a value and a priority that we hold dear as a school system and as a community.
Okay, we'll just go down the line and then public comment. So, Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. First, I want to answer to the comment that this is in some way a criticism of our staff, and the accusation that this is all being done in haste. This is brought before the board for a reason. We have a say on this, and it is up to this board to decide what is best in our policies. And so this is in no way a criticism of our staff. I started out my comment that my heart wants to vote for this because I do embrace what we're doing and where we're headed. But it has already been acknowledged that this course is being customized for each school and multiple different programs. And so that piece of it has created a lot of concerns among a lot of parents and community members, and I understand that concern. And I have to take in all the information, and I have to go back and reiterate that the transparency of this process is crucial. And so we do have to look at what all of those comments and concerns are and incorporate that into our decision. So this is not out of any disrespect to our staff, and I can't commend you all high enough for how far we have come with this, and I want to keep moving forward. As far as the comment was made about what students say, I have heard concerns from some students. So we can't unilaterally say that the students want this, and I want the students to want this. So that's why I'm trying to be responsible in the way we implement this. I personally have been given a window to see another perspective I have heard from students who have taken this course, and there's not just one opinion out there. I also find it interesting that I'm hearing a lot more concerns in writing about this course than we are in public testimony. In other words, I would say a majority of our public testimony has been in support of this graduation requirement, but that's not what I'm seeing in writing. So for that reason, I've had people write to me and say, please don't share my testimony, my comments, because there's a fear that not embracing this graduation requirement somehow means that someone is not recognizing the issue that we're trying to solve, or that someone is in favor of hate, and that's not the case. There's legitimate concerns, and they have been expressed to us, and so we have a responsibility to act based on what we know. So going back to moving a piece of this from regulation to policy, the purpose of that is to allow us, those of us who have concerns, to go in favor of this policy. And that's what I want to do.
I just want you all to know, and for people watching at home and people in the audience to know, this is one of those things that I've been struggling with every minute of every day since this was first presented to us. If I was sitting in the audience, I would probably be muttering under my breath, "Oh my gosh, why aren't you all just voting yes and moving on?" And I have to tell you, as I sit here talking to you, I still don't know which way I am because I'm so torn. So, but then you hear some of the concerns, and then you know, and some of them are, or all of them are valid and need to be heard. I just have one question about how staff will be trained who are selected to teach this. So, you know, this is on my list of hopeful recommendations for you all, or just advice, I guess. Are staff going to be trained regularly and annually on stuff like implicit bias and facilitation of discussions and institutionalized racism, religious and cultural pluralism, and trauma-informed education? Now, I don't know what the last one is, to be clear, but
so,
are they?
for the record, Maureen McMahon, Deputy Superintendent, Academic Strategic Initiatives. So, to answer your question, Ms. Schalheim, under the leadership of Ms. Delar, in coordination with Dr. Gillens, we have a plan to take these first number of staff and really onboard them throughout the spring, beginning in March, and then a deep immersion in the summer.
Okay.
That could be anywhere from 24 to 48 teachers, depending on how many teachers at each school that are selected to teach. And then there is an iterative process when we launch any new curriculum to have eyes on that process. And so we will have eyes on the process, and there will be throughout the next school year and going forward times when they get, for lack of a better term, an extra boost, right, along the way, a professional development experience throughout the time, and they'll be brought together to do so. So as we do with any course, but most specifically with this course, due to the nature of the course, the plan is thorough and it is well thought out, and it includes not only the new faculty members, but leaders in those schools and community members.
And then I also want just some assurances from you all that if items like culture or religion come up in this course, that everyone will have an equal and fair space at that table. I think you know what I'm getting at. It relates to my prior comments. It's very important that I hear it from you all and that you all mean it and that it happens, because I don't want one student or one group of students to feel lesser than another. This isn't pie, we're all equal, you know, so.
Absolutely,
Okay.
It's being talked about and being planned for, that we address all means all with students, with faculty, and that we address all these issues not only in the professional development of the teachers, but we make sure, having our eyes on everything, that the equity is in the classroom as well.
Right, and that goes, you know, in various times of the year when things are heightened and sensitive.
Yes.
Et cetera. Okay, thank you.
Great one. Ms. Antoine, Ms. Urea, and then we'll go to public comment.
So are we still on the motion that
Yes,
Michelle
the
made?
amendment.
So I'll hold mine until after we settle that, please.
amendment, and that's failed, we still need to vote on the actual policy.
Right.
Yeah. I'm ready to vote on the amendment.
But we still have public comment.
There's still public comment.
So I just want to end with thank you very much to all the staff for your hard work on this. And I as Ms. Hummer said, I think it's getting lost that the main point of this class is inner reflection and learning how to communicate with people around you. And so I just want to read a couple of the driving values of the strategic plan. And it states, as we continue to strive in Anne Arundel County Public Schools to elevate all students and eliminate all gaps. And as a result of this gap in cultural acceptance in our community, we have come up with this course. And it literally represents our values of all means all. Diversity is invited, nurtured, and celebrated in our community. Everyone in AACPS families fosters student growth. Ready, Set, Launch, all students are prepared for college, career, and community, and interacting with students that are different than themselves. And I can read on, but it literally represents our strategic plan and what AACPS stands for. So I really urge all my fellow board members to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay. If we may have additional questions, but at this point, we've got, I believe, 10 cards, and then we may have some more people speak on this. So,
Excuse me, Mr. President, this is, the motion is on an amendment. They've signed up for the actual vote on the policy itself.
so then if
Correct?
some may want to
Are
speak.
we separating them?
Well, I can make an open invitation then if anybody wants to speak on the amendment.
I would like them to be separate because
okay.
as I've said from the beginning, I'm not
Understood.
opposed to this. I just would prefer it with this amendment.
Okay, understood. So then what we will do, I mean, I certainly have cards for people who signed up to speak on the main motion that we have. But at this point, there is an amendment. We're asking for public comment on Mrs. Corkadell's amendment.
Could you state your amendment again, Ms. Corgadell?
Yes, let me see if I can get this. That an amendment to add to the proposed policy under Section D to create a item number 2 that that shall commence that the graduation requirement shall commence at or after the school year 20/21. I believe that was the amendment.
I think it was not before.
Not before. I'm sorry, not before. Thank you so much.
Okay. Reverend Tillett, please.
Good afternoon. If you all had needed to pass the hat and take a collection to pay your heat bill so they would turn the heat up, all you had to do was let us know because it's cold in here. I've seen people back there shivering. I got my coat on. I'm just saying. Stephen Tillett, NAACP, and also pastor at Asbury Broadneck United Methodist Church. If your house is on fire, you don't want for the fire department to tell you that they need to take more time to study the issue before they come to put the fire out. Our house is on fire. It's not your fault. It's not AACPS's fault. These children come to school with things that they learned at home. And so right now you need to be concerned with trying to reach as many students as you can while they're still sitting in your classrooms. And to delay it another nanosecond is to do harm. Further, I don't think that a lot of our curriculum is tailored to a particular school. We're going to teach algebra this way at South River and this way at Broadneck and this way at Annapolis. You teach algebra. And so you will have a rubric for whatever this course is going to look like. And then you will be flexible and change it as you experience it and the students experience it as you go along. But I would ask you not to support the amendment because we cannot afford delay. And then I will be back a little later to speak to the larger issue.
I'm Kristen Caminiti. I'm a mom of 4 kids, 2 of whom are already in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And I'm up here now representing not only myself, but my husband who changed around his schedule so that I could stay here to speak to this, and my parents who are watching my other kids so that they could stay here, so that I could stay here to speak to this. So I represent 4 people who understand the importance of this. And I know this is about the amendment, but the amendment, delaying it, is really sending a message that this isn't important now, and it is. I'm here because I support global citizenship being a graduation requirement. I understand that many have expressed hesitancy. To those that feel only students who have demonstrated a propensity for intolerance should have to take it, to them I make clear that the entire point of this class is to bring students of different backgrounds, experiences, and views together to have productive discussions. We need a balance of kids with varied perspectives to engage in conversations in these classes in order for them to be meaningful. They won't happen if only students with referrals must take it. As for the thought that our already kind, compassionate kids will be giving up a class that they need for their careers or futures, I would argue that there is no class that any student needs more than this one for their careers or for their futures. Kind, compassionate people will always encounter those who think differently from them. Part of what this class does is teach kids how to have those difficult conversations with people with whom they disagree. We all need education on that. I certainly know I can do better. I wish I had had this class in high school, and I'm thrilled that my 4 children hopefully will. There are concerns about implementation, fears that what worked at Arundel won't work well elsewhere, fears that we're moving too quickly. But I am confident that under Dr. Arlotto's leadership, this will be done well. He is committed, and he will make sure it happens. Every school needs a champion for this course to make it effective, and I am confident that the administration will find these people in each school, and then those champions will tweak the course to meet the unique needs of their school. There will no doubt be kinks to work out along the way, but I am proud of our school system for moving forward with this, and I look forward to seeing how it will expand to elementary and middle schools in the future. This is a great start, and I strongly encourage you to reject this amendment and to move forward with making this a graduation requirement immediately. Thank you.
Dr. Mary Dodoni speaking on behalf of the NAACP. I start with a quote. Over 50 years old. For years now I've heard the word wait. It rings in the ear of every Negro with piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. We must come to see that justice too long delayed is justice denied. Friends, I will speak again. I believe in what you've done. Where's our panel? I believe in what's been done. I believe in you. I believe in our community. I'm still waiting for the Equal Rights Amendment. Don't make our children, our community wait any longer. We need this now. If this was done a year ago, there might be one more white girl still in school at Broadneck today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Brown. I'm a local attorney and a citizen of Maryland and a resident of Anne Arundel County. I didn't expect to speak today until I heard the amendment, but now maybe I'm motivated and I'll speak again. In any event, I certainly oppose the amendment. And why is that? Because I look to our board for leadership. I look to our board for boldness. I look to our board for guiding and challenging and illuminating our students. And why is that important to me as a, well, I am a mother, but my kids are grown, because you provide a beacon for our community, for our state, for our nation, in my view. And when I saw that panel come here about the global leadership, my mind exploded. I was so proud of our county. And I don't think this board should be crippled by form over substance. Our kids need this program yesterday, weeks ago, years ago. And I fear that by making it an elective, you are creating one pilot and then another pilot and then another pilot and then another pilot. And this board is going to sit here and listen to panels of counselors and educational leaders from every high school in our county. When I think I look to you for leadership, and we know that this course provides relationship building, and we know that there is nothing more important for our students going through high school, graduating from high school, going perhaps to higher education or other kinds of of involvements in their lives. It is all about relationships. This course is critical. It must be a required course, and it must be a required course now. I think the due diligence that has been done by this panel, when I listened to them, whatever it was, several weeks ago, was astonishing. And it gave me great pride. So I am asking this board to be a leader, to guide our students, to be a beacon of hope for our community, our schools, and know that you have done the due diligence. This is not hasty. This is not shooting from the hip. This is what our county needs. We need it right now. Thank you.
My name is Thornell Jones. I'm 81. I have completed the coursework for the PhD in solid state physics. I spent 32 years building, testing, in research and development of integrated circuits, plasma display panels, and computing, selling, marketing the whole computing systems, and helping to develop advanced decision support systems for executives, and consulting on scientific computing. The reason I say all that is to let you know that it was very difficult for me to do that because they didn't have programs like this. And as a result of that, even though the company I worked for had such wonderful policies, the people implementing those policies didn't implement them fairly because they didn't have courses like this. So they didn't recognize that paying me less money was affecting my family, and that it affected, over the years, the amount of money I made, and so my retirement's a lot less than theirs. Every day you wait to teach these students about the value of every person is a day wasted in the lives of many people. Please don't waste their lives. I'll talk more about the course. Thank you.
My name's Jennifer Dinmore, and I'm in favor of the amendment. As an Arundel parent, this class isn't sunshine and roses. We're in a reactionary mode to the problems that arise from this class. Right now, we can't have subs teach it because of the problems that arise from people who are taking that class. This is something I'm not comfortable with. This class isn't ready for prime time. We are discussing situations that I can't bring up to you because students are so upset with this class. I can't bring their individual concerns to you because they fear repercussions of saying, I don't like this. It's not sunshine. It's not roses. It's not happiness. And it's not changing things. I'll be back to talk more about the class, but I'm in favor of this amendment to start taking time to figure out how to get it right. I have a middle schooler and a high schooler in the Arundel cluster. I heard nothing about this class as it was made a requirement. It was shown up on our class selection list as a course. It wasn't shown to parents as a, here's what we're going to give you, here's what we're going to teach about. We want to know what you're doing. We could quietly say, hey, I'm not quite comfortable with it, and I'm not going to have my kid take that because I don't understand it and you haven't engaged me. I feel like that process is now being expanded to the whole county without talking, without involving us, without figuring out how to do this safely for all students. Thank you. Please vote in favor of the amendment.
Hello. My name is Don Patterson. I'm a retired Anne Arundel County teacher. I also still volunteer 1 day a week at Annapolis Middle School. I'm going to urge the board to not accept your amendment and everything. And I guess there's always going to be tension around the course because it's about the culture that we're all raised in. We're raised in basically a white culture, white supremacist culture, domination and everything by a white mindset oftentimes. But I think the key thing is it talked about customizing the class to different schools. And as much as it was in the paper today, a broad-neck student who sends racist Snapchat and things, there's going to be individual kinds of things happen at schools, and that obviously, in my mind, should be part of the conversation, the course, and everything. So there's, I don't think there's a common thread of information in a way of looking at things, in a way of looking at differences and learning to accept differences that I think should be standard for all the high schools. Why would it be different in one school than another? To me, the customization is looking at your school and how does it fit and how does it relate to those particular things. Okay, is it, and the other part I think that is crucial for this class that makes it so important to make it mandatory is the idea that students have to unpack what's going on in there. And I believe, school board member Julie Hummer talked about the need to have an opportunity for kids to unpack what's going on, to have a chance to talk about it, and share their feelings with it, and where they are in it, listen to other people's opinions in that. And to me, that's crucial. You want to set it up to do that so people have a chance to explore things that maybe you and I haven't explored until adulthood. And looking at this, even the things you mentioned, unconscious bias and things. Okay, how many people knew that when they were in high school and talking about that? A lot of people, adults, myself, really what's behind all that didn't really become clear until I was 40, 50 years old or more. And so this is an ideal time where kids need to start thinking about these things. And I guess the key part for me is have some way to unpack that in an educational kind of setting where you're not making judgments. You're helping them develop tools for assessing things that are happening. And so I've been impressed with the superintendent and everything and the emphasis and being out front with everything on this. And I think that's the leadership that I would certainly love to see continue and all. And it's important. I can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rodvian. Thank you.
I'm Lisa Rodvian, and I'll be very brief since I think a lot of the things I wanted to say have already been touched on more eloquently than I could say. But I'll just say this, that being a leader, by definition, means to go in a direction that no one has gone before. It requires courage. It requires giving up the safety of the shore and believing that you can reach the other side even when you may not be able to see it. So I ask you to be brave and to push forward. And you have a large community standing behind you, cheering you on, asking you for this leadership, because I think, as many have already testified, we need it now, and we need it now, and it can't wait. Thank you.
I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cynthia Abney Carter. I came through the public school here in Anne Arundel County when it was segregated. The greatest subject that they had, or the push that they had, was trying to get sex education in our school back in the 50s. Then followed that was how we are going to integrate the schools. A lot of things were said that we didn't know about, and a lot of things were done because we weren't privileged to the information as we are now through social media and all that's going on. But I encourage you, every one of you, to look at where we are. We haven't moved very far. And I can look at over 50 years, over 60 years. We haven't gotten far. We are still trying to do what's right. And I do believe that you who are standing here today are going to do just that. Do what's right. Have this program come into the school and also offer it to the teachers. You know, we are throwing the kids out there with the education and the information that they need, but who's going to support it? Because obviously it's not coming out of the community itself. I've been an advocate, I've served, and I tried to represent some parents who needed some encouragement to stand against the system, because that's what they were doing, to help their child just one or two at a time. But we got to look at the whole picture. The word comes through, just do what's right. And we love you and appreciate all that you're going to do for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Any further questions, or I'm sorry, any further public comment from the audience on the amendment? Any further board comments before we vote on the amendment? Mrs. Corkadell.
I want to thank everybody who just testified, because it's actually, if I could, please, I just think this is too important not to blow through, but if I could ask the staff to come back out. I had one or two follow-up questions as to my impression of this and its deployment of it. I'm not sure which one is going to be best able to address this, but the kids are going to be making their schedules coming up very quickly. And we're at the stage where we've identified the teachers that we want to teach the course in the other schools yet, or no?
That's currently happening in each individual school.
Okay. So when the guidance counselors sit down with the 8th graders and the parents, this is for 8th grade, this is more parent involved than your sophomore, junior, and senior year. The kids pretty much they sign up for their schedule, and to a lesser degree, but still similarly. But the 8th graders do have a little bit more parent interaction there. And so when the parents and the students start asking questions about what that looks like, who's teaching the class, because this is what I'm getting at, that we're literally just flipping this over. And I want to make sure that the parents are comfortable with this, and the parents have all had a say to this, and the community has had a say and a chance to embrace this. And so do we have all that information available for them? We're going to know who's going to be teaching it, what it's going to look like. They can see the rubrics. They know exactly what they're signing their kids up for and why it's a requirement.
So as we do with any new course, we have an overview for the course. We have all the kernels, the core pieces, and unlike most courses where we would pilot for a semester or two, this one will have 4 semesters of piloting. We will have iterated 4 times in this case. Now, with respect to teachers, the principals have had professional development on how to best choose teachers. Certainly looking for volunteers. This is not something where, going out and targeting people that might not want to teach this class. This is not that. Looking for volunteers and then really having in-depth conversations with them and giving them the overview of the course and giving them the Arundel, what Arundel has done. And then Ms. Davenport, the principal at Arundel, has spent time with each one of the principals and their leadership teams to say, let me tell you what you're looking for here. Let me tell you what you need in this teacher. And so then they have the opportunity to go to Arundel. Many of them have already been from every one of the other schools. Their team has been to Arundel with Ms. Talar and Ms. Davenport there, really looking at what does this look like? What does it feel like? Talking to the students and the teachers. So I would say we're in the best shape we've ever been for saying, are we ready to staff this appropriately? Yes. And the PD? Yes. And the immersive PD? Yes. Now, if an 8th grade parent would say right now, who's going to teach it at Annapolis High, you won't get an answer right this moment. No, not the name of the teacher. What we can tell you is exactly the type of teacher who's going to be doing it and the professional developmental experience.
And so the methodology of notifying the parents, because as much as we would like to think that, well, gee, we gave 3 readers to it, we always have our emails available to us, we have a daytime session, we have an evening session, people can speak in general, people can speak with specificity. I just know as being a busy parent, when you're in those years and in those middle school years, you're hard pressed to read everything that you're getting to begin with. So could you please go over with me exactly how you intend to notify the parents? I mean, we have our normal standard systems, but I think one that is going to have an objective of achieving such a high level of accomplishment that we're making sure that they will have that chance. So when do they start enrolling in their courses for ninth grade?
So as the middle school schedule, you saw actually one of the award winners this morning works hand in hand with from IDD, works hand in hand with the principals at the middle school to actually say, do we have all our paperwork aligned? Are we ready to go? Are we ready to offer scheduling opportunities to our 8th graders? So that happens starting now, right, in the next month. And visits happen between counselors at the high school and counselors in the elementary school. Principals articulate. And so all of that is happening as it always does currently. For this course, along with our other courses, many of them encore courses or any new course we would put on the books, this course is described in the course of study, and the counselors are made aware. But then moreover in this course, the actual materials are online. They're, you can click on the front of our website right now in the rotating shields at the top. It says Global Community Citizenship Course, learn more. You click there and you can see these materials as a parent. You can see them right now. You can see the testimony of the students from Arundel. You can see what all of you have seen over the course of many months. You'll be able to see that if you'd like to see that as a parent. Then each school can answer questions of 8th grade parents, or those 8th grade parents can be put in touch with Ms. Stellar. And so they have a way to ask questions if they wish to before signing up. But 8th grade parents are never promised that Mrs. Smith or Mr. Jones is going to be teaching any course when they arrive at their high school. They're never promised that because we can't promise them that.
And then lastly, have we worked through all of the, so we've got magnet programs, and they have prepared themselves. They will be notified of their lottery coming. Has that occurred? Have we done
by the end of the month.
By the end of the month, as I figured. I knew this was the magic month for it, for all that to occur. Is every school's accommodations prepared to handle this course if every single 9th grader had to take it?
Yes. And that's happening right now, and it's ready. I mean, in the sense of we know exactly what we're going to do in the STEM program, the PBA program, the IB program, the BEMA program. We know exactly what we're doing, and that's happening like it's happening with all the other schools.
Okay, thank you.
If I could add, also on the website posted, not only do we have the outline of the course, but you've also posted some FAQs, right? So as we've received questions from parents that others might want to see, there is the question and the response from staff, and that will continue. We'll continue to change that as we continue to get questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, one more follow-up question to that then. Because these are small chunks of time, I don't think that ultimately I want to make sure our community and parents have embraced this, and so as it's trickling in, it's not trickling into the positive to our emails, and the volume has increased exponentially with the publication of our agenda, of it going to its final action item for it, and of course the press on it as well, because I don't think anyone is saying, I mean, yes, there's people saying no to it, and I'm not one of them, actually. I love that. I love what's going on there. But I just, honestly, on behalf of the schools that I represent, I know that it's a hesitation, and it's a naturally occurring one. And yes, leaders should sometimes rise up and say no. But I would also be remiss if I did not include all of my constituents' concerns in that equation, not just the ones who were able to attend today or otherwise.
And so I'm not going to be removing my motion based on these questions. But I will reiterate that I will be voting for this and for its implementation with or without its amendment. I just think this is a better, I think that management means managing and managing responsibly and overseeing that. And this is my answer to making sure that it's responsibly implemented for the schools. Because there are schools that have not had in recent years some of the occurrences. And those parents, I think, have a right to get a little more comfortable with that. I don't think it makes it go away and wait turns into never. I just respectfully disagree with that. I honestly do think that, deployment and responsible deployment is about timing. And I would be perfectly comfortable amending it to a half year instead of, a full year. But that would be, I would leave that up to my members to do. I'm going to leave my motion as stands. Because I'm confident that all said and done, this is going to be one of many tools that we're going to need to address this problem, and a very, very important and critical one at that. So I think that's it, Mr. Gilliland. My apologies.
Okay, Mrs. Schallheim, then Mr. Grannon.
I just had one more question, and I'm off the fence now, so that's a happy. But when you work towards fall, are you going to be including some of the groups that participated, or groups like the ones that participated in the conversation about acceptance, or the ACLU or the NAACP, or just to work in collaboration, just to be sure that voices are heard and bias is mitigated and all that good stuff?
It's a good question. We're going to open the doors in late spring, at the time that we're starting the professional development with the teachers. Open the doors to partners for conversations initially, and then for partnerships.
Wonderful. And how will you be broadcasting that or opening the doors?
Mm-hmm. Via the website, and then via the various messaging that under the leadership of Mr. Moser.
Fantastic. Good news. Thank you.
Great. And if I may, just one follow-up to Mrs. Schallheim's question. The parent from Arundel who spoke about not knowing some of this as it was unfolding, will there be an open invitation to parents to engage at that time as well?
Absolutely, so that the parents have open lines of communication with us.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Grannon.
Call the vote on Ms. Corpel's motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're out of lights. I think if we just go right to it. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
For Mr. Corpel. Ms. Antwine.
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim.
Nay.
Mr. Lyde.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell. Aye. Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Ms. Urea.
Nay.
Ooh, sorry. Mr. Gilliland.
No.
3-6. Motion fails.
Miss Ellis.
Our next action will be to vote on the policy as stands, correct? So a couple questions. Would this be the only locally mandated graduation requirement? All the others are state. Do we? No. Do we have other locally mandated?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm only familiar with the state, so I'm sorry if I wasn't thorough on my preparation.
So we have certain state requirements that all school systems are required to have as graduation requirements, and then the state authorizes school systems to implement additional graduation requirements. So they vary across the state.
No, I just mean in Anne Arundel County, how many of our graduation requirements are simply an Anne Arundel County requirement?
So we have 26 credits that are required for graduation. The current Maryland is 21. So we have that ability to go above and beyond what the state requirements are.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, I'm talking about specific courses.
So
Is there,
there are no specific courses. The state requires 3 credits in math. We require 4. But it's not a specific math class. It's dictated by this child's pathway. But no, this would be the only specific class.
Okay, so this will be the first specific class that every student has to take as a graduation requirement specific to Anne Arundel.
All the others fall into categories of tech ed, physical education, art, music, PE, and so on.
Right. So I wanted to clarify that for myself, but that makes it very understandable, the apprehension that a lot of parents have, because we don't even have a requirement. It's the first time we're imposing a required course in Anne Arundel County, and I can understand the apprehension and that there could be fear of more, us just adding requirements. It's not something we should enter into lightly, but I embrace this course. I would ask, supposing that this policy passes, that we be updated regularly after each phase. So teacher selection and training, I'd love to hear an update on that process and how it went. And certainly this time next year, after we've had the first semester of this course, I'm anxious to hear. And I particularly want to stress, I think it's crucial that we have anonymous feedback from students and parents. Thank you.
Ms. Urea.
I like your idea of student and teacher feedback, Ms. Ellis. We also have to remember as a board that although we ask for updates, that Dr. Olato and his staff will regularly monitor the class and regularly will listen to every single email that we forward him regarding pros and cons or critique or fear of the class, because that's their job, and they of course will continue to make it better in every way we can, as we do with every other class and things that we hear. So just in light, I motion to vote on the policy.
Second.
It's already been motioned.
Yeah, that's on the table.
Oh, got it. All right. Yours was amended. Okay.
Yep. So we're on the floor. Yeah. I've got 2 more lights, and then we'll move to public comment. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. So my concern on this policy actually goes to page 1, section C, where we deleted our basically I believe what we're doing right now, and I wanted to better understand from you all what was the purpose behind the deletion. And again, this is the third read, so my apologies for missing that. I just want to understand. It seems like it's taking an opportunity away from the board, and I want clarification on that, please.
So thank you for the question, Ms. Antwine. So that should never have been in the policy because the graduation requirements do fall under superintendent purview. And so many years way before even I came on board, policies and regulations were drafted in a certain format, and a lot of the procedural and processes were also included in the policies, and there weren't so many regulations. But in the last few years, even before I came on board in my position, there was a new sort of national standard in which in the way that policies and procedures were to be drafted, and the policy making a statement, a position of the board, and the regulation and the actual procedures would go under the regulation. So this was under sort of that previous formatting, but that falls under the superintendent's purview, so it should not have been in the policy to begin with.
Okay, so then my follow-on is what we're doing today allows the flexibility for us to introduce another credit or another requirement for graduation because we're voting on that. So do we change that to say the superintendent shall establish the number of required, or I just don't want us not to be able to do this again?
It's in the red.
So the position under C there says that she'll be administered in accordance with state law and regulation, and so in accordance with state law and regulation, that's the authority of delineates the authority of the board versus the superintendent, so that's sort of referenced there.
So then number one
Covers.
covers that.
Yes.
Okay, good to go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great.
Right, Ian?
Mrs. Corkadal, and then we'll move to public comment. Oh, okay, great. All right.
We want to hear public comment first.
Okay.
There's clearly a majority of the board in favor of this now. You can't do away with public comment.
All right, guys. All right. Jennifer, some of these individuals I know have left.
Personal request. None of we're getting our roof done at the church. None of the trustees can be there, and I didn't imagine when I got here at 10:30 I would still be here after 2.
You're on here, so please, we'll let you go first, and then.
All right, thank you. Anne Arundel County is a fairly large county in one of the smallest states in the United States of America. The United States of America comprises approximately 4% of the world's population. The world is growing ever more diverse every day, becoming smaller every day as a result of technology and people moving around their mobility. And I think it will be an asset to our students to be able to broaden their horizons beyond this relatively large county in this small state in this one country out of the entire globe. Right now, these young people and some of their parents apparently can only see what's in front of them. And they think that this is the whole world. It's not. And when these children leave, when they graduate high school, unless they stay in Pasadena all of their lives or stay in Glen Burnie all of their lives, if they move around, if they join the military, if they go to college, they're going to be stepping into a much more diverse world that will require a set of skills that many of them, nor their parents, have right now. What this system is trying to do, and I applaud you for that and thank you all for your great effort in making that happen, is to expand their fund of knowledge, their exposure to other cultures, and help them understand there are more cultures on this planet besides ours. And I know when people from the United States hear, well, we're only 4% of the planet. Yeah, but we're the most important 4%. Says who? There are 96% of other people on the planet besides us. And newsflash for my white cousins, y'all do know we're all related. We can talk about that at another time. The people of the global majority, 90% of the 7+ billion people on the planet are people of color, mostly brown or beige, some yellow. And so we need to help equip our children of what it means to live in a diverse world that might not be the world that grandma or great-grandma or mom or dad were comfortable in, and that you need to develop some skills so that when you go to the military, you will know not to come out of your face with some of the stuff that was on the tweet yesterday, for instance, because you're either going to get punched in the mouth or you're going to be peeling potatoes for the rest of your life or get put out. And we want to equip our children to be successful. This course does that. The work that's been done so far and some of the events we've been having with community and families like at Chesapeake Middle School do it, and I encourage the adoption and immediate implementation of this change in our system. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board. My name is Latika Hicks. I'm a Crofton resident, and my children attend Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I'm here to ask that you vote in favor of the Global Citizenship course, I'll refer to it as GCC, as a graduation requirement for all incoming 9th graders. I support this requirement because I believe that our school system has an obligation to wholly educate our students. According to the Maryland State Police 2017 Hate Bias Report, hate crimes are on the rise. There was a 35% increase in hate crimes over those reported in 2016, and it continues. Most occurred in Baltimore, Montgomery, and Anne Arundel counties. Unfortunately, many of us are all too familiar with the occurrence of such incidents in our school system. One of the latest includes the Instagram post from a student at Broadneck High School who used a racial epithet over the loss of a basketball game. The GCC curriculum was created and the course offered at Anne Arundel High School for 3 semesters. As a curriculum developer myself, I appreciate Ms. Antwine's comments as well as Mr. Lieb's acknowledgement that curriculum development takes time, research, and careful consideration. As a parent, I also appreciate hearing from the staff while they're describing their preparation for this course. It is ready and it should be offered now. Currently, our high school students are required to take English, social studies, mathematics, science, physical education, and fine arts. These core courses were determined to be essential for academic and cultural development. They were identified as the foundational knowledge and skills needed for college and career readiness and a productive adult life. It is my submission that the GCC course aimed at, quote, exploring the values and diversity of our local, national, and global communities, end quote, is equally important to our students' development as the already established core courses. Empathy, compassion, acceptance, and the opportunity to discover that we are more alike than we are different helps to foster a bond with the people and institutions that help us satisfy our needs. Research shows that these are the things that create caring, inclusive, and participatory communities. Research also shows that students in schools with a strong sense of community are more likely to be academically motivated. Determining whether this course should be a graduation requirement is a classic case of having everything to gain if we move forward and so much to lose if we don't. I feel confident in the abilities of this board, Dr. Olado's leadership, and the community will provide the appropriate training and support for the teachers facilitating this instruction, as well as the continuous review and revision of the content to ensure that it is being facilitated as intended. Therefore, I encourage you, like they said earlier, to be brave, be leaders, and do what we know is necessary to benefit our children, our students, our community, and please vote in favor of this, making this course mandatory for graduation. Thank you.
Thornell Jones, I appreciate the opportunity to continue to speak about this course. I want to tell you, however, that when I moved to Maryland, specifically to Annapolis, I realized that I was moving to an apartheid city. You may not think of it that way, but if you drive around Annapolis and the county, you have to understand that something was wrong in the way this happened. And why was it wrong? Because people didn't really understand, or they did understand, and specifically did this. I'm going to hope that a lot of people did things they didn't understand. So it's very important for us to move forward with this course. I actually went to visit this course, and I thought the materials were good, the student interaction was good, the commitment of the staff was good. I spoke extensively with the principal and the teachers who taught the course. And are there problems with the course? There's a problem with everything in life. I mean, I worked for years just solving problems day by day by day because there's problems in everything. Our job is to use failure for improvement. Failures happen. Failure is the way to growth. Okay. All schools need this course. All teachers should be able to teach this course, but 80% of the teachers are white. They've gone through a white college, and guess what? Our job is not only to teach these students, but to tell the colleges, really, your job, tell the colleges, we want this kind of student, graduate. They need training in unconscious bias and white fragility. Move on. All schools need this course, and teachers need training. They need training on this curriculum before they teach it. But they also need, before they do the training on the curriculum, they need in-depth training on their personal unconscious bias. Not just the theory of unconscious bias, but on their personal unconscious bias and their white fragility. Now, I've been helping white people for a couple of years now in working through their unconscious bias and white fragility by teaching Robin DiAngelo's book, the textbook, What Does It Mean to Be White? Developing White Racial Literacy, and her follow-on book, White Fragility. These books are very important in terms of learning to understand ourselves and our relationships to one another. I just want to let you know I am available for helping the school system teach these courses, and not only to the teachers, but also to the school board. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Mr. Snowden, I know you haven't spoken yet, if you would. Thank you.
Actually, if it's okay, can I just do? First, let me thank Dr. Alato and the board for this opportunity, and also the staff. And let me put in perspective, if I can, what you're about to do. It's probably the most historic vote you're going to be taking. I guess I have some longevity, and I can say without contradiction, there have been 13 superintendents that have served this county. Some have been interim, some have been permanent. I've known 11 of the 13 superintendents, with the 13th one being Dr. Alato. Today's vote, which I'm hoping will be unanimous, will be a vote to take this county in a direction that has not gone before. It's a historic vote. It's a vote that will set a precedent. Anne Arundel County will become a leader should they vote affirmatively to require this course of diversity. And I believe that it will be emulated by others around the nation who are attempting to address this very serious problem. There is a saying that I think is appropriate here. It says, a dressed-up lie is more palatable than a naked truth. And the fact of the matter is that it's time for some naked truth. We've had too many instances of racist incidents, too many instances of where SWAT stickers have been put on buildings. We've had too many instances where we've had tension. The most recent being, of course, the Broad Neck situation. At some point, we must say enough is enough. This vote is an indication that the board have heard loud and clear the community's requests that something be done differently. Someone said it best earlier, and I believe it was Mr. Live, when he said, we've got to act now. Postponing this vote, and I'm glad that the board did vote down the amendment, would have been akin to the language the Supreme Court used when it said, with all deliberate speed, we should desegregate schools. And we know what that meant. Some 50 years later, it didn't happen. I'm really convinced that if the board should vote to take this historic vote, it will make a huge difference. And I want to just conclude my remarks by thanking each of you personally. I've sat here 4 hours, and it's been a long time. And you forgot to make a tough decision. But I'm confident that the majority of you will make the right decision. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden. Councilwoman Rabia.
Good afternoon, President Gilliland and Vice President Urea and Dr. Arlotto and members of the board. I'm Lisa Rodbian, and I actually just wanted to start by giving a shout out to Thornell Jones here and encourage anyone who can take one of his trainings or training from Robin DiAngelo to do so. I thought I was like fully woke, and I went to one of Robin DiAngelo's training and discovered that there were blind spots that I was missing, and I also developed an acceptance that I will probably continue to find more blind spots in my own way of seeing the world because I live in white skin, and there are things that I will see in a certain way because that's the way I am perceived by the world I move in. Back to the global citizenship course, I urge you to approve it. That has been piloted at Arundel High School. Last evening's revelation of a horribly offensive, cruel, and racist Snapchat highlights the ongoing need to address racism in our community. It is important to remember that for every hurtful tweet, graffiti, noose, or swastika that is uncovered, there are likely many more that will never be revealed. I hope one complaint that every teacher has likely heard, and probably every student has grieved, is when will I ever use this information in real life? It is hard to envision a class that could be more practical immediately for young people than the class that you have created here. I hope that we work to fill our students' education with real-world context. Conversations between students with a wise facilitator in a safe space can be an excellent way to deepen the context in which we all live. So let's broaden our students' context. Let's make sure that students who will be navigating an increasingly complex and increasingly diverse world can do so with confidence and without fear. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Again, I'm Dr. Mary Dodoni, an officer of the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP, here at the order of our president, Ms. Jacqueline Alsop, and also a member of the Anne Arundel County NAACP Education Committee under the leadership of Ms. Latika Hicks. The NAACP is often called the oldest, boldest civil rights organization in the country. Our purview is much more than just the African American descendants. It is the civil rights of all persons. Ms. Alsop reminds me constantly that we serve persons of color, and all of us have a color. We serve all persons. Friends, our time is now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are choking on racial, ethnic, religious divisiveness and not benefiting from the diversity. I want to stay close to my notes because this is so important to me. Just as Anne Arundel County Public Schools is the largest portion of our county budget, we are experiencing in the schools the most visible manifestations of this toxin. It has fallen to us, to you and us, whether we want it or not, the responsibility to address this now. Like it or not, we're here. And the NAACP stands ready to support you immediately. Thank you. Looking forward to hearing from you in late spring. A little earlier is welcome, too. I have benefited from the courses that Thornell Jones has brought to us. I've benefited from the programs with Robin DiAngelo and others that he has brought to us. There have been invitations extended to the entire board, to the administration, to the school system. So far, it has not resulted in persons attending. Those invitations continue. I've walked this path. I've learned. I know my stupid mistakes, and I know I will make more. I have learned that I cannot let my fear of mistakes stand in the way of my standing in front of you and saying, we walk this path together. We stand with you. We're ready to support you. That's the bottom line. We're not taking this step alone. We're not going to stand here and blame you. We're here to work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm Carol Brown, and I'm here to respond to your agenda item. I would like to say congratulations to the president and the new vice president of the board. And I feel so privileged to be a witness today. This is democracy. This is hearing from the people. And I feel like quiet, deliberate, historic explosions are happening in this room for Anne Arundel County, for our state, and for our nation. First of all, I got my camera ready because I wanted to take a picture of Ms. Urea, who's a vice president. I mean, she's a student and she's vice president. And she's in charge of, I don't know, 1.2 billion, thousands of employees, 83,000 students. Wow, you know, I mean, this is incredible. And then we have this course, which literally could change the course of the history of our county. And it's so fitting that we have this of the students, by the students, and for the students, with Ms. Urea sitting there as Vice President Board of Anne Arundel County. And I am just privileged to witness this. Obviously, I support this course. It is critical for our nation because kids who take this course will be free to realize their excellence, unburdened by the shackles, if you will, of ignorance, perhaps, of inexperience, and the lack of exposure to everything we have to gain in our community by different people, different religions, different points of view, different ages. And you have this opportunity to give this to our kids, to our parents, to our community. I ask you to support this course. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Dinmore and Mr. Patterson, if either of you wanted to add anything to your prior statements, please. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Dinmore, computer engineer, retired military officer, and a Arundel parent. AHA CPS had this printed in schools in January. GCC is listed as a requirement. Your names are all listed on the front cover of that book. This shows there was never any intention by ACPS to involve parents in this decision or listen to our concerns or answer our questions. High school information nights have already occurred at various schools with this as a graduation requirement and mandatory, not that it's up for a vote or that parents have a role in this process. Is this vote merely a rubber stamp, and who cares if anyone disagrees? Dr. Arlotto stated this class will be tailored at each school. That's the exact reason why it's an elective and not a requirement. Our math, science, English, history, foreign language, and other required classes offered countywide have a county standard, pacing guide, grading, and curriculum. All students take the same quarterly and semester exams countywide. A required class is something we offer all students in exactly the same manner to ensure equity in our schools. All other graduation requirements can be met with more than one option. Why isn't AP Sociology or a similar class an option for this requirement, like the variety of computer science classes available to meet tech ed requirements? Dr. McMahon stated that magnet programs wouldn't change their classes, but fit this content in somewhere. How is that equitable? If all means all, then all take the same class and lose an elective. You can't keep saying all means all, except for magnet programs, and we'll do something different with this class at each school. It isn't a standard. It stated there's no impact to teaching staff needs. How can this be true? We're continuously told schools are understaffed and class sizes are too large. What's the impact? Reducing electives or increasing class size to staff this class from within? Where's the funding for a 3-day summer training? There is a cost. It's just be hidden so it sells better. Wait and you'll see a need for added teachers because resources have been shifted and the students at Arundel have already been paying that hidden cost for a year and a half. You're currently changing in the middle school program. Rising 6th graders can complete more high school graduation requirements than current middle school students. Why not use this time to have this as an elective, to gather data across the county and refine a standard class and get community engagement? Reevaluate when those students have had more chance to earn high school credits or reach high school. Start a discussion now. Involve parents and communities to develop a county-wide standard. It won't impact students since they take 8.5 elective credits. We're never struggling to fill our high school schedules. It's always a matter of what can't be taken since we have so few class periods available. This takes away a class option. For students taking daily courses where there's already an extremely limited amount of time for electives, another one's gone. Choice is gone. This class isn't one size fits all. Allow options through various classes if this is made a requirement. Please don't just rubber stamp without thinking about the legal liability you place on the school system if you make this a mandatory class. This issue matters, and when more parents determine this class isn't what they were led to believe, you may find more voters unhappy with how this has been implemented. Find compromise. Please leave political PR campaigns out of the academic requirements. Vote against this class as it exists today. Develop a true community-involved class and vote later.
Thank you, Ms. Dinmore. Any further public comment before we move to final board comments? Seeing none, Ms. Antwine.
I just want to share my appreciation for everyone involved, full circle. If nowhere else, we have demonstrated today that we are a system that works together for the good of our students. I also didn't quite understand the document that the person last testifying held up, and I was wondering if we could see that. I can certainly give it back. I just didn't know what document that was. But thank you guys for taking taking the steps towards change and positive change.
Ms. Ellis?
No, you're good.
Thank you. Coming full circle now, I have said from the beginning that I embrace what we're doing, what we're trying to do with this course. But I do believe that there's, and so I guess to expand that, I will not be one to stand in the way of what we're doing with this course. This particular issue is one of the reasons I'm sitting here today. That being said, personally, I feel there's a big lesson learned here. What was just brought before us is one of the things that has troubled me most. It feels like there's been a lack of transparency in this process, and I don't think it was intended, because I understand the timeline that we're on. Kids are picking their classes for next fall, so I understand why it has moved at the pace that it has. But again, here we're voting on something that feels to many in the public was a foregone conclusion. So I'm very concerned by that piece of it, the lack of transparency that was created in the way that we did this. So while I have to support this course for the reasons I stated, I can't see ever again supporting a policy that directly impacts our students again without ensuring greater transparency. So I ask that all involved in this process that got us to where we are now, that we never do it this way again, that it doesn't, no one feels railroaded by this. Thank you.
Ms. Shawhine, Mrs. Shawhine, sorry.
Yeah, I want to say that although I am going to vote yes. I'm glad I'm off the fence. I was also troubled by the course handbook and the printing of a course before we voted on it. That to me is a transparency problem and an assumption that this was going to sail through, and that bothers me a lot. So. Not to take away from the discussion about the merits and the benefits of the course. I hope that if we are having to vote on another course in the future, it is not printed anywhere that is a requirement before this board accepts or rejects that. And thank you.
May I? Thank you. So I will, of course, take absolutely full responsibility for the good and the bad. I appreciate the fact that some of the board members have recognized the timeline, that we are getting ready to have students walk through the choice process. I made the decision, and I made the decision alone, that we were going to move forward this year. For those of you that are new, this is not a new conversation. This course has been talked about by previous boards. And I made a decision last year to not implement for the current year, to give us a second year of data and a second good year look at this course. Because there was discussion, again, to those of my colleagues here on the board that are new, this is not a new conversation. And I chose to do yet another year of pilot, where we typically pilot for a year, and you heard Dr. McMahon reference that we have current 3 semesters and soon 4 semesters of piloting the course. And so I made the decision to move forward for this year and had it written into the course catalog, because it's not going to be a choice, right? And I know that you're getting ready to vote on the policy, but I was comfortable doing that because this is in regulatory language, and I have the authority to do that with regard to this graduation requirement. So that's the reason I was comfortable moving forward. So I wasn't trying to pull the wool over this board's eyes or anybody else's. In fact, what I asked my staff to do was to take this to the policy committee so it would bring it to the light. And this policy did not have to go forward at this time, or that change. That's something that could have been done. And so I asked that it go to the policy committee, so the policy committee could review it, they could debate it, and it would come at least 3 times before this board through readings, and prior to that, we did a presentation so this could be out in the public. All of that is part of the public record. It was not something that was done to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. Now, can I get better at what I do? Absolutely, and that's why I'll end with where I began. I will always learn, and I will always look to get better. And if I can include more people in that conversation, I like some of the things that I've heard today and taken notes where we can improve. But let's make it very, very clear. This was done up front and in the light. And this board was part of that process, and I asked staff to do that so the board would be part of that process. And the public would go through that policy change as they would any other policy. Thank you.
One final comment, Ms. Ellis.
I just want to be clear that, and I think I stated it that way, but I want to be clear that it's received that it was not in any way an accusation from me that anyone had the intention of pulling the wool over anyone's eyes or anything like that. I acknowledge that I understand the timeline we're on, but I also understand the optics and how it felt to the public. So I appreciate the acknowledgement that we can all learn. And so that's all I wanted to point out. For me, this was a lesson learned, and I hope that we can all learn from it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further lights, so policy IIC graduation requirements is on third reading for final passage. Mrs. Connolly, please call the roll.
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim.
Aye.
Mr. Live.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Grounding is absent. Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Uriah.
Aye.
And Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
8-0, motion passes. One absence.
Thank you, Mrs. Connolly. We now move to item 6.06, gang and gang-like activities, policy JCCB. Mr. Ortiz. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm getting there. Superintendent's recommendation, Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of policy JCCB, subject to final correction for style and format.
Is there a motion?
I so move.
Second. Excellent. Any board questions or comments at this point? Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Gilliland. I did notice, and it is in the regulation, Dr. Alotto, so this is for your consideration. I have not seen in the procedures of this the parent and how the parent would be notified. So if we could look at that and consider putting procedures on how the parent should be notified. It talks about when I can go over there to it, but it talks about when these activities are identified, there is immediate action, which includes notifying the principal and then on to the police. And I'm thinking right in there somewhere, there should be some notification to the parent as well.
If I may, on page 5 of the regulation, item D indicates that the principal or the principal's designee shall notify the student's parents, guardians, and the victim's parents, guardians. Page 5 of 8.
So I stand corrected. However, I still see where they're, in reading this, I just feel like the parents should be the in-between before moving to the police when these things are identified in that procedure. Again, it's part of the regulation, but we want to place the emphasis on the parent being part of this system. And I reading it, I apologize that I missed that particular statement, but I do recommend that it be brought back up front to section A if possible.
And so just also as a reminder, the regulation and the policy are drafted in accordance with state law requirements, and the state model policy as well, and so that's why it's drafted in that manner. And I think maybe Mr. Batten can speak more informed than I can as far as process and dealing with law enforcement. But there may be instances that are of a certain nature in which law enforcement needs to be notified immediately, and contacting the parents would not be appropriate at that time, to contact them first.
Right, and that's what I'm picked up.
Yeah.
I don't know those circumstances. I know as a parent, I would want to be kind of in the loop on something, or if something should happen. But if this is the way the law mandates that, of course, I just want to emphasize the parents should be part of this procedure.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
So we've had several policies come before us that seem to be a formality. We've been told the changes are just to make us in line with state law, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, if it's coming before us for our approval, how much room do we have? I've had a number of concerns brought to me about the gang-like activity language, and I understand the concern being that a teacher's perspective or internal biases can cause them to label something gang-like that, you know, may not have that underlying issue or intention with the student. So what could be simply a discipline problem is now gang-like. So I understand the concern. I'm asking, I need a little help here.
Sure.
How much room do we have? Why is it before us to vote on if we don't have any room to change the language?
That's a great question. So yes, so this is, we'll get to items of legislation in a little bit, but this is oftentimes why our school system and other school systems and MABE and PZAM oppose legislation, because they're so prescriptive and they don't give boards any wiggle room or any discretion in identifying what we feel is best for our school system, right? Because all 24 jurisdictions are very unique and have different needs and interests and requirements. And so that's why oftentimes, you know, when we have these state legislated mandates, you'll find opposition, recommended opposition, because it's not the state's purview to dictate those things to the boards of education. However, those bills oftentimes do pass anyway, and so therefore we are still required to implement policies and regulations, and sometimes the new laws are broader and allow us some discretion. Many times they're not, and this is one of those instances in which there was a law passed that was very prescriptive, and then there was also a state model policy from MSDE that was very prescriptive. And so while, yes, you know, we have to be in accordance with that state law and regulations, so I understand sort of that frustration. You know, we do have a process in place here in our school system, which requires, you know, the change in the policy to go before the policy committee and have a 3-reading process. And I think even though the board may not have a say in the substance of the policy because the law is so specific, or state regulations are so specific, at least the public is being notified of what's happening and what we're doing. And so we encounter that quite a bit.
So not making any suggestions here, but again, I'm not sure I understand why we're voting if we have no say. So what would happen if we just chose, we don't like this, we're either not going to vote on it or vote it down? Just help me out. I'm trying to understand what we're voting for.
Right, our policy and regulatory language are not being in line with Maryland law. That's the place you'd be in. So we go through the process, right? So we go through the process of updating policy, and they'll come before you over your time on the board, and things change over time, and so sometimes it's just language changes, sometimes it's implementation changes, and sometimes it's changes in the law and direction that we've gotten either from the feds, the state or the local. And so this is one of those times where it's much more prescriptive than other times where you've got more leeway in the policy that you are drafting.
And so, supposing we chose not to do that, walk us at what would happen then?
So part of my responsibilities as your superintendent is to enforce policy. And so you'd be putting me in a tough place to enforce policy that doesn't fall in line with law. That would be a problem. For instance,
No,
am
this
I
is
correct
helpful.
on that? That would give me pause.
Office of School Security, that would be a significant problem. And anyone that would suffer an adverse harm as a result of any change that you made that was not in line with policy and law would have a very clear avenue for redress through the courts against the entire board and potentially individually for anyone who endorsed going outside of legislation and policy. So the avenue for any amendment or redaction would be the legislative process in this venue. In my opinion, I'm not licensed to practice law, but I have enforced it, and I believe that that would be the outcome to this board if an adverse harm came to someone who was affected by you going outside of policy and regulation.
No, that's helpful. Like I said, this applies to all kinds of policies that have been before us. So I felt the questions needed to be asked so we could all understand. Thank you.
And they're not all like that. We've had, I think the ones that we were bringing up, they're a little bit easier because, you know, it's state law and regulation, and so I kind of have my marching orders there. But it will not be the case necessarily with all policies that come before you.
Okay, thank you. We have Mrs. Hummer and then Mrs. Corkadell.
Just so we often on policies we will reference other policy and regulation that go with it. And then the question was raised about contacting the parents. We do have a policy that outlines with student discipline when when parents are contacted and how that is good. Could we reference that policy onto here just to add it, just to add that reference so that people could look up and see that, you know, as with any misbehavior or discipline at a school, and including other things that maybe involve law enforcement, that we do have outlined in policy, you know, when parents are contacted and things like that.
Yeah, and how we've done that is in the related entries section. So
right,
that
that's what I
folks
mean.
know.
Is if we could just would just include those pertinent policies on the related entries, so that people could cross-reference as to how that would go about. Thank you.
Mrs. Corkadell.
Yes, I just had a quick question, sir. As a former officer, I mean, I think where some of the residents were having a concern with is not clearly understanding the definition of gang and gang-like activities as defined by state and feds throughout. So my understanding, though, because personally I am comfortable with it, because I've seen our officers in action as it relates to these matters that, you know, as simple as a sign going up and some graffiti, there's a whole Homeland Security protocol to determine is it actually of the characteristic and what they go through. And is it not true that the same type of due diligence would be conducted? In other words, a teacher wouldn't just have the right to say, oh, I think you're now a member of a gang and I'm shipping you out of here for suspension. It wouldn't be any one teacher calling it, even if the teacher misunderstood what they've seen or they've heard. There's so many layers before we get to the other. And criminal activity is clear criminal activity, and I don't think a phone call for an arrest would be made because of flashing of color. They would follow the disciplinary procedure. Am I on the same page, or am I a little off?
It's complicated, but generally, yes.
Okay.
There's a very prescriptive investigative procedural avenue administratively and as well as criminally, and those are two separate but related issues. Anyone who sees something in this day and age in a lot of venues, it doesn't just apply to gangs, but is obligated to say something, and that's with this policy, with this regulation, with this law. You can have a suspicion of something that appears to you to be gang related. It may or it may not turn out to be, but you are compelled to report that suspicion and to have it investigated, and those investigators are at the very forefront, cutting edge with law enforcement throughout the state, local, and nation to be able to vet what they're seeing and what they're actually looking at. And in many times, destruction of property, for example, tagging is a crime. However, a lot of times it is graffiti that is tagging, not necessarily related to a criminal enterprise marking their territory. Some of these things are negated, they might be reported as suspected gang activity, and they're negated right at that point. They may be they may be a problem in another way. But from the investigative standpoint, I won't speak for Ms. Swift, I'd let her speak for herself, but I can tell you the gang issue as far as an application is very rare because of the extreme vetting and the extreme, the narrow funnel that everything passes through. 99.9% of all things pass through the criminal element, and you simply emphasize the crime and do you have enough to support a conviction. Rarely in adult, outside of school language, are criminal prosecutions brought for gang activity because of the extremely narrow legal window that one has to pass through to get that conviction. So again, it's you know, some of the things from a temporal timeline standpoint for parents and involvements, no policy or no regulation should ever be so prescriptive as to regulate exactly everything for every time, because there are some things that emerge very quickly and there are some things that transpire, and the severity of some of the things that we're talking about, again, some things are very minor, some things can be extreme. So again, I would always caution against prescribing a temporal timeline of exactly certain steps have to be made in a certain order every time, because again, that puts us in a very narrow position that is not necessarily advantageous to student health and to staff health and safety. But as far as the investigative timeline and how that works, I'll defer to Ms. Swift.
Yes. Good afternoon, Alice Swift, Director of Safe and Orderly Schools. The Student Code of Conduct does support exactly what you shared. We have levels 1 through 5 on it. If it is determined over time through the investigation process based on what the initial colleague may have thought they saw, heard, or believed, then it's up to the school-based administration on the side for violations of the code and discipline that could be applicable, or interventions that we need to put in place as a school system to, you know, make those children better. But the criminal aspect, they run together. But we want to vet it out and make sure, you know, see what the intent of the student was, if it was a misrepresentation or misinterpretation. The state allows a superintendent that flexibility. We just don't say they're in gangs. We look at, was the action unsafe? Did they disrupt the school environment? Is their behavior chronic and extreme over time? What comes out of that conversation, again, is based on what is concluded based on the school-based investigations.
So it sounds like this is, in essence, if I'm looking at logic and how discipline works, that this is basically a subset of that, and a necessary one, to not just comply with state, but to allow the opportunity for law enforcement to take action to ensure that we keep them out of our schools. And I totally get the difference between the tag, the GBTs guys, and, you know, when they get the tagging groups versus the serious ones, and have been involved in several cases outside of the school similar to that. So
if I could also add that other layer of that bullying, intimidation, and harassment as well, that may come into play. And so that's a big issue for all schools and systems. And so we want to make sure that we vet that out as well. And that runs along with this policy and regulation.
And I believe the state's trying to address being too specific in some of their cleanup legislation this particular session, if it were to go through. So I applaud you guys for developing these are very challenging things to develop because of concerns that people express. I just personally know that perception is not going to typically be the case. And if an employee is not acting appropriately, they're not acting appropriately. That has nothing to do with an implementation of a policy. That would actually trigger a whole host of other policies that would have to ensue. But thank you so very much for taking that time, because it is hard to understand those definitions. And yes. I just want to make sure what I already thought was my understanding is truly what it is.
Thank you. I see no other board questions or comments. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none. Policy JCCB, gang and gang-like activities, is on third reading for final passage. Mrs. Connolly, could you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Lyde? Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Mrs. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gelman?
Aye.
8-0, 1 absence. Motion passes.
Thank you. We have now item 6.07, student suspension and expulsion. It's on third reading. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of policy JD, subject to final correction for style and format.
I move to approve the recommendation.
Second. Okay, any board questions or comments? I love it. Seeing none. Any public comment? All right, we're on third reading for final passage. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Ladd?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Did she say aye? Yes. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gelman?
Aye.
8-0, 1 absence. Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll now move to item 6.08, financial fraud, waste, and abuse. This is on first reading. Ms. Ortiz.
So the Chief Operating Office is bringing policy DK, financial fraud, waste, and abuse, before you for first reading. This policy was last updated on May 7th, 2014. The policy has been updated to clarify language and ensure consistency in terminology. The regulation was updated to address reporting requirements and the reporting of outcomes and cleanup language. The proposed revisions will be posted on our website for a 30-day public comment period, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
We've got a couple of lights. Ms. Antwine.
So I wanted to understand, my layman's understanding of fraud is that financial is inclusive. So I wanted to understand why the term financial was put in here as a proceeding rather than saying maybe fraud, waste, abuse. What caused that change?
So,
Sure.
Alex,
For the record,
answer
Alex
that.
Chagno. So we actually have a fraud, waste, and abuse hotline, and that was a hotline that's mandated by the prior Board of Education. So we established. It's up and running. It's available either by phone or by electronic reporting via the internet off of the system's website. And so this language, we wanted to make the language of this document consistent with the directive that we had previously received from the board to create that hotline mechanism, again, either telephonically or via electronic communique. So it was an alignment and consistency element.
Okay, so if someone does something fraudulent that's maybe for personal gain and no financial gain involved, how is that addressed in this policy?
So all matters, we have a employee case management, which is a multidisciplinary team that reviews any matter that's brought to management's attention. It sort of goes above and beyond the daily purview of one of our building level administrators or one of our central office administrators. The Office of Investigations is made aware of that. They then collaborate with any other appropriate entity. So it could be your internal auditor. It could be the Division of Financial Operations. It could involve policing matters. So if we believe that a crime has occurred in addition to a violation of one of our ethical standards or one of our policy or regs, we will elicit the help of law enforcement, and we have routinely. We've worked with the FBI, we've worked with the Department of Treasury, we've worked with the local police, state police, et cetera. So it's very, it's uniquely aligned between the allegation, what we're uncovering through the process, and then who else we have to conjoin as subject matter experts into the investigation or resolution of it.
And if I may add, this is a big issue at the General Assembly with elected officials around the state, particularly as it relates to financial fraud, waste, and abuse, and they're oftentimes during the session, introducing legislation, and so we're always very happy to talk about what we've already done proactively here in our school system.
Okay, I've seen it as fraud, waste, and abuse, and I've always understood that the financial portion of that was inclusive. So I don't want to be, I didn't know if it was being purposely identified here as such, and wanted a better understanding, so thank you.
Mrs. Shawheim.
I just had one quick comment. We got an email, I think we all got an email with some recommendations from our auditor, and I just wanted to make sure, were those included?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, so thank you for mentioning that. So at the policy committee, there was mention of some language to ensure that there was communication with the reporting office by the Office of Investigations to kind of close out an investigation. And so in conferring with board counsel, as was asked, we were able to develop the language that you'll see there on page 2, item 3, that addresses that issue of ensuring that there's communication from the Office of Investigations as to the outcomes of an investigation with the reporting office. So, yes, because that refers back to item in the procedures on page 1, C2, with regards to disclosing and reporting it. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, this will be on the website for 30-day public comment period. Thank you. We'll now move to other action items. We have item 6.09, items of legislation. I know there is one bill that's up for board vote. We'll do that first and then entertain any questions that the board may have elsewhere in the packet. Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, so we have House Bill 240 and Senate Bill 232, hate crimes, threats, and penalties. And as I mentioned at the previous board meeting, we typically do not weigh in on criminal penalty legislation. However, we had taken a position to support another similar bill, House Bill 4, that dealt with hate crimes. And so this was in alignment with the board's position on HB 4. And so, staff has recommended that we bring this before the board as well for support, which is consistent with your support for the other legislation and also just consistent with what we're doing here as a school system to address these issues.
Okay, we're lighting up here. Mrs. Corkadell.
Yes, just real quick. I applaud the efforts to try to continue. I've had conversations with current, past state's attorneys, and that is very frustrating when they are presented with clear evidence and not able to do anything significant there. But no, they're there when there truly is. And so I just have one quick question of clarification. The creating it as a misdemeanor, and you may not know the answer to this right away, so it's not going to change my vote of this, but I would like to know if it does create a new opportunity for people who have persistent, if it were to occur. The district court has a process by which you can ask for intervention based on an imminent threat, and it's very clear and concise in its criteria. It would be good to know if, because this is now a misdemeanor where it was not previously, that is the prime condition for that to exist. It would be cool to know if that would give additional relief to victims if this bill addresses that or not. That's all. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I'm not aware of the relationship of this bill with those efforts. This is getting at threats to commit hate crimes, whereas right now that's not making a threat to commit a hate crime is not a criminal act, and so it's addressing that particular issue of threats. So I'm not sure if it would impact
I asked
what
because
the state's attorney is doing.
Yeah, no, I had a family incident occur many years ago, and there was a barrier because of its category, and its category would have been very similar to this. So I was curious to see if we're moving in the right direction in that capacity. to further help the victims of these threats. Thank you.
Mr. Lai.
Ms. Ortiz, how does this bill comport with Delegate Chang's?
So Delegate Chang's bill specifically identifies certain acts as criminal acts, and he identifies erecting of nooses and swastikas on property would be now a criminal act. Those things are not currently identified in law, and so, you know, there's been cases before the courts in which they were unable to apply the current law because it's not specific, and so he's looking to kind of close that loophole. And then this this proposed legislation would kind of be supplemental to Delegate Chang's bill in that it would address threats to commit such crimes. So if Delegate Chang's bill were to pass and this legislation were to pass, there would be no conflict. It would just kind of further support the efforts to combat hate crimes in the state.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Shahheim.
I just wanted to put on the record that I understand our legislative program, and obviously as a member of this body, I'm supportive of that. However, personally, I would personally be all in favor of banning styrofoam in any of its forms, and would welcome an amendment to this bill that would allow for funding to help support that effort in our schools should that pass. So I just wanted to state that.
So at present, we're talking about HB 240 and SB 232, which
Oh,
is...
do we go through?
That's next.
Right.
Oh, we take them in order. Oh,
So
sorry.
we'll need to vote on this one
It's
first.
like all in.
Because this needs board vote before we
Yeah,
move
we
on
only
to
have-
questions from the others, but we need to...
You're good? Oh, okay. So now we have a request to take a position of support for House Bill 240 and the cross-file Senate Bill 232. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. No further conversation. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Shahheim?
Aye.
Mr. Lod?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corcoran? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
8-0, 1 absence, motion passes.
Okay, now we'll move to, thank you. We'll now move to the other bills that are listed. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. I attended the May legislative meeting a few days ago, and there was a House Bill 133. I don't see that in this packet.
Yeah, so thank you for mentioning that. So, and I should have said this up front. So we get lots of legislation that gets assigned to staff, and so because I have to get this packet to the board, in my perfect world, I'd get it to you this morning so that I can get every single bill up until today, you know, to get before you, but that's, you know, we can't do that. And so because I have to get the board packet to the board by Friday afternoon, there will be bills that you will not get, even though Mabe, you know, was working on this as of Sunday night, so they had the advantage of being able to present certain legislation that, even though now I've looked at and staff has looked at, was not ready by the time the board packet needed to arrive to the board. And so with that in mind, there will be instances where, you know, perhaps you're hearing about legislation and it may not be in the packet, but it will be in the next packet. And, you know, Monday was the introduction deadline for the Senate, so I had 132 pages of Senate bills to review. So there will be lots of bills at the next board meeting for sure, and that one will be included. And, you know, I give staff a 3-day turnaround time to be able to respond, and sometimes we have multiple people assigned to review legislation to ensure that we're getting the best information before you. And so that will happen. And then another thing I wanted to mention is sometimes you have cross files, and the cross files are that there's the House version and there's the Senate version. And so the House version may have been introduced, and the Senate version comes later. So when I first, you might see the House version, and the Senate version had not been introduced at that time. And I don't bring the cross file before you because you've already seen the legislation, so as not to further elongate this document. If we've already taken a position on the legislation and you've already seen it drafted, I would not bring the cross files before you.
Okay, so on that particular bill, that's not in our packet. That's something we'll discuss next time.
It'll be in the packet.
Okay, and that's not something that will be voted on in the House before?
I'm not certain when the bill hearing is.
Okay.
Things move very quickly, so I try to get as much in front of you so that I can get our positions to the General Assembly in time for bill hearings. Unfortunately, because we only meet twice a month, that's not always the case. But even so, I always kind of have everything ready to go. And so after the board meetings, if I have to shoot out emails to the committees, I do that. If it's before a bill hearing, I'll go ahead and drop off the written testimony. So luckily we have electronics and emails, so I'm able to get that information as soon as possible. But there are times that things move quickly and votes may occur before I can get a position before the legislature.
Okay, I just want to be sure that it's not presented that our board has a position on that bill without us having the opportunity to discuss it.
No, I will have it in the next packet.
Okay, and then my other question is styrofoam. I've had members of the community reach out to me about the styrofoam bill. So are we using currently styrofoam in our schools?
Yes.
We are.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And so has anyone looked at, considering that this is now a bill, what the financial impact will be?
Yeah, so it's in your document.
If you look on page 4, if you look on page 4, you'll see the breakdown.
I didn't see that, sorry.
And these are numbers not only that we've delivered to the state for their consideration, but to our local government as well. We've had 2 county executives that we've delivered this information to as they're debating their own work.
And this is one of those bills where, the concept itself, right, we're not opposed to, but the issue is that it's an unfunded mandate. And if this were the only unfunded mandate, that would be one thing, but there are several that equate to millions and sometimes billions of dollars. And so the legislative program, indicates that we oppose unfunded mandates. And it is something that Mr. Sheknovich and his staff have looked at to see if it's feasible. And at this point, it's cost prohibitive given the significant fiscal impact. And that's really the reason for the opposition, not so much that we disagree with the intent of the legislation.
Okay. Mrs. Shahine.
I have another couple of questions. HB 87, State Board of Education membership, teachers and parents. Why are we on the fence or no position on this one? Because it seems to me that we would want stakeholders like ourselves represented at the state level to avoid misinterpretation of bills, for example, like what was happened last year with the school calendar, et cetera. So why are we not having a position?
So historically, we've never taken a position on this legislation. It's a reintroduction. It's been introduced years and years and years. I believe MABE typically opposes this legislation, but most of the school systems, we don't weigh in on the state board composition.
And so I thought I saw there was one more. I understand our position once again as part of our legislative program, but I have personal separate feelings on House Bill 140, so I just wanted to state that. I get it, but I just wanted to put it on the record that I personally would be supportive of that. And I think the rest of them were straightforward, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Corkadell.
Just a quick clarification. HB 255, we don't have a position on it, but I am curious. The word encouraging, so this is more like a resolution than it is an actual.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that I'm not missing a thou shalt. I mean, of course, we obviously already do that in a variety of ways, and including
Yeah, so that
It's not very
legislation would
southern.
simply encourage, it would not require school systems to implement an agricultural education program. So encouraging isn't mandating us to do anything, so we don't take a position on that. But typically, if there are curriculum requirements that are mandating curriculum, which really isn't the purview of the legislature, we would oppose that. This is just an encouraging, and so
Is there
we've taken a
money
position.
coming with that encouragement?
No.
Ah, man, see, that
we
would have
can't-
been an
we can't even
exciting
support it
thing.
for
That would have
funding.
really helped our FAA folks. Hey, if I could
Miss-
find more money for my FAA kids, I'll do it.
Right, Mrs. Schallheim.
Sorry, I did have one more thing. Yeah. So, for the record, for anyone listening to this now in the audience or might listen to the tape later, essentially the cross file, although it's a different LR number for Senate Bill 128, that would be House Bill 437, almost identical language. The hearing on that bill is February 14th. Yes, I'm going to testify again in support of local control regarding school calendars. And so if anyone was out there listening and wanted further information on it, well, then you can hit me up via the board page on the AACPS site, and I'll give you the details, just in case anyone up here would also like to join me in that effort, since we do support this. Just throwing it out there. Thank you.
And thank you for mentioning that. So that's the Senate bill of one of the calendar bills that's seeking to return local control to boards of education determining the school calendar. And so that was one in which the House bill came before the board in the exhibit at the last meeting, but the Senate bill had not been introduced by the time the exhibit was submitted to the board. But yes, we would take the same position on that bill, which was to support.
And this one coming up is the House side version. The Senate side
yeah, the Senate
already had their
last
hearing.
week, yes.
Thank goodness it was favorable, and now it's the House side going on the 14th at 1 p.m.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you.
We now move to item 6.10, 2018-2019 board calendar. I'm so sorry. We do public comment? Is there any public comment? I apologize, on the legislation item. Seeing none. Thank you. Sorry. Item 6.10, 2018-2019 board calendar. By way of background, the Board of Education approved its 2018-19 calendar of public meetings, hearings, and workshops at its April 4th, 2018 meeting. On that calendar is a board meeting scheduled for 10 a.m. on May 1st, 2019. County Executive Stuart Pittman is scheduled to deliver his fiscal year 2020 budget address to the County Council that morning. The superintendent and selected staff, along with several board members, traditionally attend the County Executive's budget address. Therefore, this is being brought to us today for consideration of a change to our schedule. Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, I move that we change our board meeting schedule for the month of May, that the May 1st meeting would be an evening meeting and the May 15th meeting would be a day meeting, so that the board and staff can attend the county executive's budget address.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Excuse me, aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
8-0. Motion passes. 1 absent.
And just for clarity, does that get updated on our web? Perfect. Thank you. Excellent. We now move to our review items. Item 7.01 is the Minority and Small Business Office Annual Report. It is a review item. There's no presentation. Are there any board questions? Any public comment? Seeing none.
Wait a minute.
Whoops, I'm sorry. Mrs. Hummer.
I'll just say that as I reviewed it, I really applaud the efforts of our MSBE office for their work in trying to, and reaching out and trying to increase our minority and small business partners. The chart shows significant increases over the past 10 years, and I think that's great. So thank you to that team.
Thank you.
And that is our team.
And Ms. Avery, I'd like to just come forward and so they can see your smiling face and you can introduce yourselves to our new board members. They've not yet met you. And you do an incredible amount of work in an office of one, year in and year out. And I wanted them to meet you. So if you would introduce yourself, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Avery. I am part of a staff of two, the Minority and Small Business Office.
And Dr. Lotta, maybe just to highlight the work of the office under Ms. Esther Avery's leadership, there is an executive summary on page 2 of the exhibit that was attached. And just to highlight 3 of the seminal components here, in FY 2018, Ms. Esther Avery and the Facilities and Purchasing Office worked collaboratively, as you can see, to award approximately $44.5 million, or 31.6% of the total spend, to MBE, prime, and subcontractors. And again, that was for FY 2018. But the more impressive statistic, really, and the one that I think speaks highest in terms of Ms. Esther Avery's leadership and that of the rest, and the commitment of the Facilities and Purchasing Department, really is the next one. And that shows that, you know, over an 11-year time span, the amount of funds that are attributable or being dispersed to MBE certified, state MBE certified primes and subs increased in excess of 53%. So it is something that we work very hard at. On occasion, we are called out at the state level. Dr. Lotta has been present in the past when we've been called out as being one of the exemplar counties in terms of not only doing this well, but achieving the results that we do. So thank you for acknowledging Ms. Avery and her team, Dr. Lotta.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We do have a couple of lights since you're in the hot seat. Ms. Antoine.
So that was, wanted to share with you, Ms. Avery. Before this, I thought that you were the one managing that by yourself. To know that you're a team of, you said 2,
Yes, ma'am.
I think is incredible, especially in a developing county like we are, looking for opportunities for the small businesses and growing that. I want to emphasize publicly that means our economy benefits from your work as well. So thank you very much for all that you do.
And I think that's really captured, Ms. Antoine. If you look at the cover page, right there under the discussion, it says that the MSB program is a demonstration of this school district's commitment to positively impacting our students, and it goes on to say, and the economic growth and development climate within the county. So that comports directly with your comments.
Mrs. Shahine.
I just wanted to applaud your efforts. I read this. I was delighted. Keep up the great work, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any public comment on that item? Seeing none, we'll move on. Item 7.02 is award of contracts. Again, it's a review item. Are there any board questions? Mrs. Shahine.
I just had a question about the procurement process in general, and make sure I'm reading this right. So, do contracts greater than 25,000 to 100,000 inclusive? I know they have to be approved by the supervisor of purchasing. Do they have to go out for any sort of bid or RFP? I see you walking back. Thank you so much. This is definitely a warehouse. So,
for the record, Chief Operating Officer Alex Shaknovich, so the answer to that is yes. So we have different thresholds of which we have to obtain quotes, and then over a certain amount they have to be bid. So the verbiage here regards reporting requirements. So, for example, a $75,000 item does in fact go out for bid, for public bid, et cetera, under the normal process. But the supervisor of purchasing has the authority to execute that contract, and it's reported to you under this fashion as an informational item. If it was $175,000, then the item still would be publicly bid and advertised in normal governmental procurement practices. But that would come before you seeking your authorization. So upon recommendation of the superintendent, you would authorize the purchasing officer to enter into that contract, subject to the rest of the due diligence requirements being fulfilled, and all the other investigatory matters that you normally do before you fully enter into and execute and deliver a contract.
Wonderful. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further board questions? Any public comment? Mrs. Corkadell.
Ms. Schulheim's question, just real quick, Alex. So did I see procurement method as emergency, and I'm still getting a little more familiar with our procurement method too, compared to others. So it's because of the category of emergency that you're able to deploy this, or is that just that's where it lands? I mean, are there different categories that trigger different criteria?
No, it has to be essentially bona fide emergencies. So anything that would impact upon the health, safety, or welfare, create an immediate need. So not having the ability to have hot water in a school is what this was all about. So the existing hot water heater or water heater essentially failed and was inoperative and could not be repaired. We looked at it in-house. We also had outside contractors look at it, and it was essentially dead and had to be replaced. So as you can see, the cost is just over $25,000. That would have been the normal process. We would go out to bid. That's what Ms. Schulheim was indicating, but we didn't have the luxury of going, in this case, waiting for, an 8 or 10 or 12-week procurement cycle to provide hot water to an operating elementary school. So although they did not have to, you can see that in the determination, the purchasing department still did its best to solicit competitive pricing, and we did get 3 quotes. So at $24,000, we would have gotten 3 quotes. North of $25,000, we would have had to publicly bid and advertise it. But again, it's the superintendent and the purchasing officer, by operation of state law under the procurement elements of the education article, have the ability to do emergency procurements, again, should they be needed to preserve the overriding health, safety, and welfare elements of our students and staff.
So the under 25 doesn't need an emergency status because it's already operating similarly.
Right. It would have gone the 3-quote route. In this case, we believe that the price would have been over 25, and in fact, it wound up being over 25 just by a hair, but it did. But again, we just didn't have the luxury of drafting specifications and going through the normal public procurement process. The facilities and purchasing department did the very best, though, to ensure that the public was still protected by at least ensuring that the pricing that we were receiving was in line with commercially available pricing.
Well, you guys always go above and beyond in that capacity, and I never have a question of doubt in that regard. But thank you for clarifying between the threshold and the emergency definition.
Okay, thank you. Any further board questions? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, thank you very much for this. Item 7.03 is board discussion on student transportation. Again, background at its January 9th, 2019 meeting, the Board of Education agreed to place an item on the February 6, 2019 meeting agenda to continue its discussion about the Division of Transportation and more specifically school start and dismissal times. Mrs. Schulheim.
Before I make a motion for us to discuss, I want to present the board with 3 goals for us to work towards under the overarching goal that we don't want children walking to or from the bus in the dark. The first goal is to hire a consultant to assist the transportation department on a temporary basis during this current fiscal year. The reasoning behind hiring a consultant is to identify potential inefficiencies within our current system and to assist with completely dialing down our new software. I am not suggesting that the current system is wholly inefficient or that our staff aren't wonderful or incredibly dedicated to their work. Just based on speaking with them directly before the election in the fall, listening to constituents and reviewing bus pickup and arrival data, I feel it's prudent to consult with an expert to ensure the transportation team can provide the best possible service to our students and so we can make more informed decisions. The second goal is for the transportation team, in conjunction with the consultant, to find a solution for our late starting elementary schools so that none start after 9 a.m. beginning with the 2019-2020 school year. My third and final goal for the transportation team, in conjunction with the consultant, is to produce cost scenarios to eventually adjust all school start times, or at least know what it costs and what the consequences are, both in both visible and unintended, and that the parameters around this third goal can be decided on down the line once the work has begun. So I therefore move that Dr. Alato, in conjunction with the purchasing office, develop a proposal to hire a temporary transportation consultant with the above three goals in mind, and of course deferring to Dr. Alato and his team to research and propose to the board the cost of accomplishing the above goals, you know, via the cost of the consultant, based on what other school districts might have done. Maybe some school districts nearby, like Howard County, may have spent for similar work. And this proposal would be presented to the board for approval during the March 6th meeting and ready to be posted by the purchasing department on March 7th, pending, of course, board approval. So that's what I want to move for.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion. It's been seconded, and we've got a couple of lights. First, Ms. Antoine.
So my question would be about, you talk about a consultant and hiring a consultant based on best practices of other counties. Do we have maybe a liaison or someone in our current system that could meet that request as well without hiring another consultant?
Could you restate your question? I don't think I quite understood it.
So my question is, there's a need for additional input on how we manage transportation, and so her recommendation is that we hire a consultant that can review what's going on and give us some input to that. And that input will come from some of that input will come from the best practices of other counties that are managing the same things. So do we currently have something like that set up in our system where we can just request that particular department or someone make that engagement without us paying for it or duplicating efforts, basically?
So my initial response, Ms. Antoine, is we have a mechanism to talk to the other school systems' transportation departments that already exists. All 24 jurisdictions already talk. So we have relationships built with the transportation directors, assistant superintendents. It's a little different in each county, large, small, but that mechanism already exists. So we can call our colleagues and talk with them and meet with them, and I'm sure they would be, while I can't speak for them, I'm certain our relationship with the other 23 jurisdictions, they'd be glad to share anything and everything that they're doing. So I don't, that mechanism exists. You stated the need for outside, and I'm misquoting you, but you stated the need for outside people to come in and advise us, in short, and that's a perception. I don't share that perception. So I'm not recommending that we go out and hire a consultant to consult with our transportation. I think they're delivering. I think they're delivering an excellent product given the circumstances that we're in. Certainly, if the board wants to move in that direction, we will go in that direction. But it's not a recommendation that I'm making.
Sure. I understand that, and I don't think what's on the table, and you of course can correct it, is any way saying that you all are failing at transportation or not doing a good job. Yeah. However, sometimes a second set of eyes is good. Somebody outside of the picture to give us some advice on that. What my question, my question, I didn't want us to already be doing that and paying for that twice. If you guys are engaging and getting feedback from other systems, I can tell you from the areas that I'm accustomed to right now. For example, the temperatures dropped tremendously in students because of construction or otherwise were left out there for a long period of time. There has to be, in say Minnesota somewhere, for example, how they manage that differently, systems that are accustomed to when that occurs, how we can do this better for the sake of and the health of our students. And again, I don't know if that was your intent in that. I also, coming up on a budget, we have a tremendous amount of needs, and if we're already doing that in our operations and paying for that, I would prefer that we look into ensuring that that is happening before we hire a consultant.
I do want it done in this fiscal year. We consistently have surpluses north of 13 million, sometimes as high as 25, 28 million dollars. This would be a non-recurring expense, and just like we do fourth quarter transfers in the hundreds of thousands of dollars at times, I believe that there's a small amount of money available to accomplish this. And this is not for our amendments next time. This would be what they already have in front of us. Yeah.
Can you help me clarify when you say consultant, consulting on what?
Consulting on making sure that the software we spent a bunch of money on is fully implemented. I assume that the purchasing of that software included some training. I'm not sure that it's being fully utilized to the best it can be. And also just to make sure that our schedules and things like our pickup times and drop-off times are as good as they can be, so that we don't have to tackle these one-offs via testimony and then subsequent calls to transportation. I think the staff are amazing. I got a phone call back at like 8:30 on a weeknight in the fall when I had a question about, this is before I got elected, before I was sworn in. And so I know that they're amazing, truly dedicated, wonderful people. I just believe that we can do with some, professional guidance to make more informed, better decisions in this area. And the use of consulting is not a foreign concept to this school district, as we use them in just about every other department in within the school system.
Right. So I'm trying to. I need to clarify. You're looking at asking us to do something. If
Yes.
the board then agrees with it, your colleagues agree with it. So I heard you say transportation and software. So you're looking for, because it's very different to put on an RFP for somebody that can consult to us regarding the software that we are utilizing,
right,
versus a transportation expert. There could be two very different kinds of consultants.
Right.
So we have to be very clear. I also want to say, and now you've mentioned the chart that was presented about arrival times, right?
Right.
Software, a computer can't pick up the nuances of arrival times, right? People have to do that,
no,
right?
I know.
So there's huge differences in arrival times based on where that school is located. So I don't know if you've ever been to North County. I know this is one that's in red here. Have you been to North County?
Like
in the morning
physically
for drop off?
No,
yes.
I have
okay.
not.
So
no,
I use that
I'm
as
at home
because it's
waiting
very,
for my daughter's
very,
bus
it's very,
after
very
9 o'clock
unique,
in the morning.
and there's one way in and one way out.
Right.
And so while we would love to push the buses back another 10 minutes to get closer to when the doors open, if we push the buses back another 10 minutes, they're going to be a half hour or 40 minutes late, because BNA backs up because there's only one way in and one way out to that school. Annapolis is a little different because Annapolis is a 4-lane road.
Right.
And it's got 2 ways in and 2 ways out. So we can change the route from parent drop-off and student arrival to bus arrival. So every one is unique, and software can't pick up those nuances.
I just believe, and have for a while I was a candidate, before I was a candidate, and now, that some outside guidance might do us well. I don't know what kind of package came with that software and how much training came with that software. So that's would be a piece of it, but then also someone to have a fresh eyes, a look on everything. What if we find inefficiencies that more than pay for the cost of that consultant? Then that would be a huge win.
Don't misunderstand me, Michelle
Yeah.
Heim. I am not saying that I am adverse to getting another set of eyes to help us out.
Yes.
Right? But I need to be very clear. We can't just say, Mr. Superintendent, go out and get a consultant.
Right,
Because I
which
keep
is-
hearing you refer to software, so that means you must have an idea about a software consultant
There's
to
both.
do that work. Oh, so
There
that's
are
two
both.
consultants.
No, that's not two consultants. It's one person, and as I stated before, that we would put it to you to come up with a plan, in coordination with your amazing team, so we can vote on it on March 6th. So yes, that set of eyes would obviously look at the systems already in place and would look for inefficiencies and ways to get even better than we already are. So it's not two consultants, don't misunderstand me, it's one person that can look at the whole shebang and come up with, hopefully a list of recommended items to then
so
pursue or discuss.
My final clarification is, I heard the date March 6th, that's March 6th of 2019.
Yes.
That you want the consultant to have been hired,
No.
done the review,
No.
and
Let me
come
read
to-
again. So in conjunction with your purchasing office, to develop a proposal to hire a consultant with the above three goals I read in mind,
An RFP.
deferring to you and your team to research the cost. I don't know if this is a RFP for 25,000 or under 25,000 or 50, because I don't know what the other places, the Howard County and others have done. I know that you've been on the phone with them recently about this, and that this proposal would be brought to this board on March 6th, 2019, for our discussion around that and approval or rejection, so that we can hit the ground running on March 7th, if we choose to as a body, to put that purchasing process into place. The RFP goes, is posted or it's advertised or whatever that is. So just to be thoroughly clear, thank you so much.
Mrs. Hummer.
I am not opposed at all to bringing in someone to look at transportation, as I've said, into any of our departments to find if we can find efficiencies and we can have that. I'm all for that. I am, however, I don't believe that this should be put out there for March 6th. I think that there's still, what exactly would be in there. I also don't believe that this is not something that is budgeted or funded in our current fiscal year. And even though we have a fund balance, we don't know what that will be to go ahead and spend some of that. We are in the budget process. I would fully support an amendment in the budget process to move toward a consultant for transportation or any other entity, any other area, so that we can do this well. But I think that putting a March 6th deadline and using funds that have not already been budgeted for this at this time would not be the responsible thing to do, but this should be something that would be a plan moving forward.
Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I've expressed to Dr. Orlado, Mr. Saknovich, and some fellow board members, I wholeheartedly support having a bus schedule that we're not going to have our kids standing out in the dark. I really do. I supported that when I worked with the Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and Transportation Division actually reported to me. However, saying that, I also know this is not new ground. This has been covered time and time again. In 2013, we had a school hours study done by the school system, and I believe that was followed up in 2014 to some time with a whole school start times task force to look at the same issue. So there's been a lot of, dirt plowed in regard to this. But we've had a lot of there are 5 new board members who weren't here when we were doing this agricultural activity, let's say. So I would suggest to Ms. Schallheim and my fellow new board members, even though I'm a new old guy, that perhaps it'd be to our benefit to set up a time for Dr. Orlado to have the Transportation Division come in and say, this is how we do business. This is what we do, why we do it, how we do it, what the results are. This is what happened with the school hours study, where we ended up. This is what the school times task force study provided to us. Look at the pros, look at the cons, see where everything falls out. And then we have a much better understanding of what we're looking at, rather than just saying, oh, we need to start everything earlier. I would agree with part of that. But I believe we need to understand what the challenges are that our Transportation Division faces each and every day. And once we understand that, then we can have a better idea of how to move forward, how we think we can attack this in a much more logical manner than just say, go hire someone to help us do X, Y, and Z. We don't really know what X, Y, and Z may be. Perhaps something will come out in that briefing that just turns a light on for someone. But that's my suggestion to my colleagues, that, let's not, rush down the hill on a sled that's already been greased. Let's try and do our due diligence to find out, what we've done, why we've done it, where we are, and where we can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ellis.
I, first of all, fully support the 3 goals that were established or stated by Ms. Schallheim. Yes, we have been down this road before. I was very closely in tune as that process was taking place. There was a lot of promise as far as where we were headed with that, and this board created a task force specifically to address this issue, and then that task force came back with recommendations of what we should do for our students. And somewhere along the way, we failed our students in that process. And so I consider the school hours to be a health issue for our students. And I don't think we'd be having this debate about nutrition, or this discussion, it's not a debate, about nutrition, about exercise, and we should not be having this. We need to not ask, can we meet these goals? We need to figure out how we're going to meet these goals. That being said, there are consultants who provide this service who are experienced with achieving these goals. They're not. We have experts in our transportation system who are experts on running a transportation system for the school system. But in all departments, when you have a specific goal, you can benefit from some outside help. So I would support that.
Well, Ms. Bob already shared half of a lot of the things that I was going to say. I would offer a friendly amendment to the instructions to the superintendent, Ms. Schulheim, that would, I would encourage, number one, a work session. I think the work session adds a layer of transparency and a reminder of what's going on. It's very unfortunate that our staff had what I thought was a very good 101, here's what you need to know about transportation, and made themselves available to answer very generic to very specific questions. It's unfortunate that I was, I think, 104 in attendance over the summer. That's bound to happen. But I think it would get everybody back into the facts of this conversation. I would also suggest that we have an obligation to the budget, and that there be some sort of stipulation here that would either trigger. I mean, if they come back, if staff come back and says that there is no way to hire a legitimate consultant to achieve the legitimate goals, that is less than $100,000 or less than $80,000, and I'm not saying that that would be the case. I think establishing that would probably provide a little more comfort to understand that we are not talking about expenditures that people had in mind for other things necessarily. So if it were to be nominal, more nominally driven as an intro, perhaps, or as an exploratory, that may help it, get us launched on surer grounds and maybe avoid some of the potholes that occurred apparently in the past.
And I'm not suggesting that this is vastly expensive. From my understanding, from talking with community members and the et cetera, that these things can be achieved for less than the $100,000, well less than the $100,000 mark, possibly less than the $25,000 mark, as for introductory, recommendations. So, and I know where we're going to land with the budget because I have it in writing from Alex as part of our budget exercise. So, we're going to land north of $13 million for this fiscal year.
Ms. Antoine.
So very quickly, I do understand Dr. Alato's concern about putting out those RFPs and something this size, and there may not be as well a company or a dedicated consultant that can do all three. Would you be willing to allow it piece by piece, where you address, get consulting for a portion of it, which will bring the cost down tremendously? And so based on that outcome and what that consultant brings in, we can probably eliminate even the need for the other two requirements.
They're all around about the same. The first is to hire a consultant. The second would be to get our late starting elementary schools that were promised to be rectified years ago but never were, to be corrected, because starting elementary school at 9 a.m. or later is too late for an elementary school. And you have some in your district that start at as late as 9:45. I have some in my district 9:35, 9:25, et cetera. And then the third goal would just to be run costing scenarios to maybe eventually, we're not talking about changing all start times today, down the road, to give us some costing about what that may or may not cost.
Right. So in doing this RFP, it's my understanding, though, if you say, well, the first goal is to just hire the consultant, that leaves a lot of room, and a consultant will definitely give us a cost for how he or the company can consult, but that cost may not meet the goals. It also, putting it out there to make it more competitive, we have to specify it. So what I'm recommending is that we come up, in hiring that consultant, we come up with some tiered requirements, if Dr. Alato should share that. I also have the same concern that Ms. Hummer had about the March 6th deadline, especially in terms of competitive and getting what we are looking for in this. We want to be able to give companies time to respond.
Right, yeah, the March 6th deadline was not to hire a person, was just for Dr. Alato to come back with a more detailed proposal that we then put out for bid. Because if I want some of the schools' times corrected fall of 2019, we have to work back from that timeline, and it's not very long. So I'm not saying that someone has to be suited up, ready to rock on March 6th, just for him to come back with, this is what I think, based on what we decide here, we should put out for a bid. So it's just the beginning of a conversation. Thank you.
Mrs. Ellis.
And so just to clarify, we're not committing to the spend right now. We're trying to find out what the spend would be to see, and then we can, correct?
Yeah, asking other school districts that, this road is not untraveled.
Correct.
It's very, very well traveled. In fact, this movement is to align school start times with evidence-based research is picking up steam. Seattle public schools have done it. Whole countries have done it. School systems larger than us have done it. School systems smaller than us have done it. So this road is well paved. And so it's just to asking around, a few phone calls, if you will, could identify better what that cost would be. And then it would be before us to say yay or nay on the 6th. I'm just asking for the first baby step in a whole line of baby steps to get to our goal of not having children waiting in the dark.
And I have four teens. It's hard to watch this process happen, I'm sorry, in baby steps. And I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that later, I'm sure. But anyway, so yes, let's please start the baby steps. Thank you.
Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, so the second step to find a solution for the late starting elementary schools, I'm all for that, but to do that for the 2019 school year, just back of the envelope calculations that we've gotten from our budget questions that we put out there about the cost to add buses for those schools, we're looking at a significant dollar amount, and that would not be in the budget for next year, and unless amendments were put forth and it was funded by the county. So to already say that, make that commitment to do for 2019, fiscally, that is, if we have to go and enter into additional bus contracts, or if we have to buy additional buses, there is not the timeline to do that, even if we started this tomorrow on that element of it for the 2019 school year. It's just fiscally it's not there.
Perhaps not with our current system, hence the consultant. We don't know what inefficiencies what costs we can save by just having a fresh set of eyes on it. So I would caution everyone not to rush to judgment on that. We don't know what we don't know, which is why I'm asking for clarity and a fresh set of eyes.
Sorry, assumptive of me. So I would just make a suggestion, Ms. Scholheim, because of the nature of how your original wording, that perhaps we abbreviate that to simply instruct Superintendent Arlotto and his staff to develop a procurement outline for transportation and provide alongside with it opportunities that they could realize from that process. And then at that point, we can start to have that conversation, if need be, have the work session. I always caution, because we're in budget and all this stuff going on, to keep on adding work sessions, but I really do think that would be a way to address some of these things. I don't think that would, I think that would be something that would not necessarily box us into any type of budgetary constraints, but would allow us to flush it out to know. And I'm all for get the more information, and so that we can, because by July, by mid-June, we're already going to be taking a look at what the following 2020 budget is going to be. So I think having that information this spring will benefit regardless of what the body decides to do to it. But I do think paring back the language, maybe tweaking editing the motion a little bit, could make this simpler, so we could have the rest of these conversations instead of continuing on with it to be addressed with
I agree.
more information.
Yeah,
hand.
I will accept that those friendly amendments.
And then that does not impose a requirement of burden on the staff that is so specific that they can't give us a wholer picture or limit that picture. I think there may create a limitation, and I want to recognize that they're going to do what they can within that time frame, and it may not be, I don't want a situation of failure of intent when we're just trying to collaboratively work together to provide as many resources and tools in the toolkit for all of our people.
So one thing, if I can suggest this, just so and we've got some public comment as well momentarily, so that we do this right procedurally, and then we do this right, at least by way of instruction, so that we're transparent with Dr. Arlotto and team on what the ask may be at this point. I got a little lost between what I'm going to call your friendly amendment, and that's why I want to make sure what Mrs. Scholheim moved and Mrs. Ellis seconded.
I don't think it rise to the level.
There was a
yes,
motion.
we did. Yeah,
there was
It was a
there was a
motion.
motion. Yeah, there was a motion and a second, and then we moved to discussion.
It flew out as the introduction to that, so that's why I'm suggesting.
She said 3 goals, and then she made her motion.
So I think a minor augmentation, if Mr. Olheim were to restate it to make the adjustments, may meet that need.
Yeah, I can do that.
Or otherwise, I am happy to put forth an amendment to hers that it get amended. Now, I don't know that necessarily translates logically back to your motion that we would eventually vote on, because
that's why I don't think that is.
And that's why I think to be a friendly amendment, so to speak, and I'm dusting off my Robert's rules here, but, you know, we've got to stay with the same intent, the same spirit. And that's what I'm worried about. So
My original amendment was to parse down Ms. Schulheim's original language of motion to generalize it with a instruction to provide the procurement information in the interest of possibly hiring a transportation consultant, and what then those needs would be in a format that could move forward should the board decide to do so, as opposed to the stipulations of the objectives, which are great in policy, but I think for the purposes of making a staff request would be excessive. So I'm talking about parsing down her motion to just simply instructing the superintendent to go develop an outline for an RFP.
With the goals I had in mind. Yes.
Can I just
being mindful
But don't
of
you
those
have
goals?
to-
Yeah. Yes, that is
Yes,
correct.
so then
I would
let's
just
do
say,
that.
just to
the
simplify and for clarity, but I would recommend that you withdraw your motion and let's restate it, because it's gotten a little confusing about what it would be. And so, because I don't think I'm alone, that people aren't sure what it is. So if you withdraw and then restate with what these
I'll
changes
just
are, so it's
restate.
clear.
So I'm going to move that we, help me out, this is hard, you know, that we outline, we task Dr. Arlotto and his team to come out with an RFP outline for a potential transportation consultant.
I would say procurement.
Procurement.
Yeah, because RFP has an implication. It is
Procurement
separate.
process, yes, an outline for a procurement of a potential transportation consultant to look at how we can correct the late starting elementary schools, and eventually to run some costing scenarios.
And for the consultant to investigate.
And for the consultant to investigate this. Yes, that is my motion now.
And to clarify then, at this point, there's no fiscal impact.
There's no fiscal impact by having this discussion, by drawing this up, by taking the first very necessary step, because remember that 15-minute slide a couple years back? That was supposed to have been our first step. And we've had no steps since then, and my daughter still goes to school at 9:35 in the morning, and she's 8. So half of her day is already, I just use her as an example. There are many schools in the district that start at 9:25 and 9:35 and 9:45, and then the kids are walking home in the dark. So we are picking up where we left off. So no fiscal note yet.
So procedurally, I just want to make sure we're doing this right. You've rescinded your initial motion, and your new motion is now, and I may be slightly off with a word or two here, but you're moving to task the superintendent to outline a procurement process for a potential transportation consultant to investigate, tying back to your initial three goals.
Well, it's actually, the first goal is for the consultant itself, so it's actually kind of two goals. To correct late starting elementary schools and to run costing scenarios so that we all know. I'm not committing us to doing anything more at this point, just so we have the knowledge, which I think is key. Yep.
Okay.
So
I have a question.
I've been on
Second.
so
Oh,
long.
I'm sorry, but just didn't have the date. Just for your motion, you still want the date in there because Terry's didn't have the date. That's what I just wanted to make sure you had that
March
in there.
6th? Yeah, I do. I do want that original date. It's left in there. Thank you.
At the March 6th meeting, to be presented at the March 6th meeting. Okay, got it.
It's an outline. We're not
Got it. So that's been moved, that's been seconded again. Okay, so thank you. Back to the lights. Ms. Antwine.
So it's understood, and it may be understood by us, but so since Dr. Arlotto had the clarifications earlier, are you, Dr. Arlotto, now clear on what we're about to vote on in the task at hand?
I can't say I'm completely clear, no. But what I just heard was, at the March 6th board meeting, we're going to present to the board an outline of what the procurement process will be to hire a consultant to achieve the two goals as listed in the motion.
Okay, two more lights and then we'll move to public comment. Ms. Ellis and then Mr. Leib.
So there were two stated goals one with a date on it, and we don't know whether or not we can meet those goals until we've gone through this process. Yes. Correct. So, so I'm just ensuring, because I know this whole revision has been a little confusing. So we're still sticking to the goals, which doesn't commit us to do anything. It commits us, or it allows us to see how we could achieve those goals and what it would cost.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the motion finally. I understand the goals, and they're laudable. I still think it behooves this board to find out, you know, before you go into this, how your transportation division does its business, how they plan their trips. I almost said we, because I used to do it, but how they plan it, how they pull it out. I'm sure if we give Mr. Sashanovich 10 minutes, he can tell us how much it would cost and how many buses it would take to correct the late openings that you reference. You know, that can happen. After this year's, after the data and getting used to using this system, the software that's available to do multiple plugs and chugs, you can do different types of things to come up with different scenarios. So I'm just asking the board to, in their haste, you know, not to make waste of a lot of talent that's in this school system, and ask the folks to come see us and tell us how they're doing their business. And because I think you're going to find, number one, they're probably going to be the most efficient cost per student that there is in the state. They used to be. I don't know if they still are. That's just, you know, my suggestion. Let's find out what we're doing before we decide we want to change everything and do something else.
I was going to ask, two more lights lit up, but I was going to ask if the board would be okay if we did public comment and then come back for some final comments. Would that be okay? Sure. Okay. I know there's going to be three, but Lisa Van Buskirk filled out a card at 9:59 a.m. So thank you for hanging tight with us, and if the others would like to come up as well.
Is it almost good evening, board? Thank you very much for your patience as well. And since I did get to speak earlier, it's okay to hang out for 6 hours. So thank you very much, Michelle Heim, for following up on the efforts that were begun decades ago, truly. And most recently, it was this is the best discussion on start times probably since September 2016, when there was the vote to move all the high schools 13 minutes and everybody else 15 minutes, with a stated goal at the time of then trying to figure out what to do about the late starting elementary schools. So I'm glad to see that 2.5 years later, we're truly beginning to start to figure out what would it take. Because the response in, April 2017 was nothing could be done. And then, so, and that was after Mead Heights testified, or just before Mead Heights testified. Anyway, so I have all these thoughts in my head. So that's how to respond to all of your things. So I think we first need to, remember what the task force recommended. The task force did not recommend the status quo. It didn't recommend we keep things the way they are. It recommended moving forward. And after that task force, in October 2015, there was a workshop to discuss that task force, and that workshop brought in the representatives from Fairfax County's Transportation Department and Montgomery County's Transportation Department, and I think it's well worth the 2 hours to go back and refresh yourselves on what they discussed and why Fairfax did the things that they did and why Montgomery did the way they did. And anyway, so I think that's good historical information that if you want to have another workshop, I'm all for it, but that would be good background so you're not completely retreading the same things again and again like we have for several years. So regarding consultants, as I have testified, like a dozen times, at least half a dozen times. Howard County used Dr. Hagani at the University of Maryland with reviewing their bus schedules. He opened it up, it was 2 years ago now, to all of the transportation departments in the state of Maryland, the school transportation departments, that he would conduct some initial analysis. At the time, our information was not ready for that. He is one of the consultants that Dr. Olato could seek out a little bit more information from. School bus consultants, which used to be based in a building across from the Edgewater Chick-fil-A, and now has gotten bought out, they are another consultant that has done work several years ago for this county, but they helped Greenwich Connecticut developed some bell time scenarios and cost estimates. I've testified about their name as well. So I'm confused when Dr. Rello says he doesn't know who a consultant is, when I personally have testified about some ideas.
That's not true.
Well, that's what you're implying is I don't know what you mean about consultants.
Not
Well,
true.
I have suggested ideas of what consultants can do for this school system. So I'm glad to see that you're moving forward, and I'll look forward to getting this process going. Thank you.
My name's Claudia O'Keefe. I'm a parent. I'm also a former student. I'm also a professional engineer with over 20 years experience. I did bus routing in college. I've been working in transportation for the last 10 years, and I can tell you without a single doubt in my mind that you need a transportation consultant. I'm not a consultant. I bear no financial deal in this at all. There's no way I would be in any way involved with any consultant that you would eventually one day hire. But I'm telling you, as a professional engineer with decades of experience, you need a consultant. Calvert County recently hired a consultant. They provided a list of recommendations. It's up to the school board whether or not they want to follow any of those recommendations. The consultant that they hired had decades and decades of experience. They know the ins and outs of different kinds of software. I'm not going to tell you their name because I'm not going to recommend a particular consultant do the RFP. If you need to know what to put in the RFP, talk to Calvert County about what they put in their RFP. Talk to Howard County about what they put in their RFP. Talk to Prince George's County, who recently rolled out a school bus tracking app so that the public can know where their student is, so that if the bus doesn't show up on time, they know at least where their student is, which right now involves calling the school system in this county, hoping to get in touch with someone who can hopefully get in touch with a bus driver, who can hopefully provide the information you need. That's not a very efficient system. We can do better. Similarly, with bus routes, my kids go to North County High School. I know the transportation system there. I know what the roads are like, and I know there is no excuse for delivering buses 40 minutes before school starts. And that's what they do there. It's not necessary. And I can tell you that in my local community, the high school bus last year that drove through my community picked up 12 kids on a full-size bus. That's not efficient. They might deliver to school on time. Maybe that's one measure of efficiency, but it's not the best use of a bus that fits over 50 kids. And that's why you need to bring in a consultant who's an expert on these things, who knows way more than a school system that really is struggling just to follow day-to-day disasters of where's my kid, where's the bus, did the kid get on the right bus? Thank you for your time, and I really, really hope that you hire a consultant.
Thank you.
Just to address the hopeful ultimate goal, which is to make healthy start times for all students, so no students are walking to or from school in the dark. I just want to ask you if I could do the list of things that I'm about to give to you just by changing start times. Imagine it wasn't that. Imagine it was doing something else. It was just putting one additional carrot on the lunchtime menu, for example. You would do it. These are all of the things that school start times can accomplish for young people. They can reduce teen pregnancy rates. They can reduce suicidal ideation. They can reduce suicide attempts and depression. They reduce teen crime. When students are not at their homes in 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 2:30 in the afternoon with nothing else to do, guess what? They're engaging in less crime. They reduce teen car accidents by allowing students to get the rest they need to drive fully awake. They reduce disciplinary referrals because students aren't as cranky and are less belligerent. They reduce teen obesity. They reduce depression. They reduce substance abuse. And actually, all of these goals that I mentioned impact our most marginalized students the most. The most at-risk students reap the highest gains from all of these benefits, including a reduction in the achievement gap. Later school start times see increased standardization for tests, or increased standardized test scores, increased graduation rates, increased school attendance. While I understand the importance of cost efficiency, sometimes cost efficiency is really not the best measure of success. I know that there are lots of obstacles. There are always concerns about after-school sports. Loudoun County Public Schools in Virginia starts at 9 a.m., and yet they have one of the highest numbers of state championship athletic teams in the state of Virginia. So they're doing something right. Their student athletes are getting sleep. So I hope that we can turn this conversation from should we do it? Are we going to go through the trouble to get a consultant to how are we going to do it? We need to make the change. Listen to the wisdom of the engineer with 20 years experience, hire the consultant, take the steps, bring all of these positive changes to our school district, many of which impact mental health and substance abuse, which are among the highest concerns for our student population and for our county as a whole. Please take action. We've waited long enough.
Thank you. We have, I would say any more public comment, but it's thinning out in here. We've got a couple more lights. Ms. Urea.
Ms. Van Buskirk, actually, I have a question. I'm pretty sure you're the one that mentioned Fairfax County. And as many people know, they have the Thomas Jefferson School, which is ranked gold by U.S. News, 100% graduation rate, 100% readiness for college. So I'm intrigued what they did. Could you enlighten me on that?
So, I got involved in this effort right as Fairfax County was transitioning, and it took them at least a dozen years. And hiring a superintendent who wanted to do it and hiring a new transportation person who really was motivated to do it. And so I don't know what time Thomas Jefferson started beforehand, but generally they moved by about 40 minutes, 8:10. Maybe Thomas Jefferson is 8:20. I forget exactly. I could look it up and provide it for you. But they moved their high schools about 40 minutes later. The flip side was somebody had to go first, and they put their middle schools first at 7:30. The middle school for them is only grade 7 and 8. And so they balance the only 2 years of super early versus 4 years, and teens are driving and blah, 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 blah. So they didn't want to, it was a cost comparison. So it cost them about $5 million. Now they have the largest bus fleet. They spend more on snow removal than they did. They didn't go with the cheapest one or the most expensive. So I would say look at the whole video, because the transportation director from Fairfax County came and explained their process and what they did. And there's also Phyllis Payne, a consultant, or she's now on the Start School Leaders board, but she was basically my equivalent over there. She came and also spoke to the whole board about Fairfax County's process of what they went through in their community outreach and how they got to it. So. But I can look up specifically. I think Thomas Jefferson starts later than the average ones, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Is that for timing? Ms. Ellis.
So the suggestion was made, let's look to our current transportation department first. I would just offer that we've been through this with our current transportation department. We've now been told that we can't move those late starting elementary schools in a cost-effective way, and I think this is why it's time for the next step to seek help to definitively answer that question, because again, I think it's time to move from can we to how. And I just want to remind everyone to pay really close attention to Councilwoman Rodvian's testimony, because if you look at all of the factors that are all the effects on a student's life, we're talking about a cost-effective action that we're taking here.
Ms. Schauheim.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that, we're not new in this process. If the transportation team or its wonderful staff have anything new to contribute that we don't already know, we've had lengthy transportation debriefs at, here during meetings. I would welcome additional information, but you know, this is a health and school safety issue and a mental health issue, and if we don't take the step now, one little step now, will we ever get there? You know, so I just you know, one step does not tie our hands behind our backs and say this is we're all in or nothing. This is just the first of many, many steps. Thank you.
Mrs. Hummer.
I just want to tag on to something where'd she go? Miss Uria's question about Fairfax County. Thomas Jefferson School takes kids from other counties as well, so their bus route is going to be entirely different than what Fairfax is, because their students from Loudoun County, for instance, can go there. So they're going to have they probably have a separate entire bus route from there. And as Ms. Van Buskirk said, Fairfax did change their times, but they do have all of their middle schools start at 7:30, which is that's adolescence as well. And so for me, that wouldn't be the best. When we're looking toward healthy start times, a 7:30 start time for middle school would not be, to me, that would be a success, even if we changed our high schools. But that's something we would look at long term as we came up to it, that we need to put out there. As I said before, I'm not opposed to a consultant. I am concerned about the timing on this, and I would like to do it in a more sound, fiscal, planned out way to have that. And I, as I said, I would fully support an amendment in the budget to add a consultant to study transportation.
Thank you. I will just add that I would just say me too. I think one question I would ask, and I know this from software platforms that I've used in another life, Blackboard and other platforms, sometimes those software packages come with a bucket of hours that consultants or that firm may offer by way of outside consultants. So that's one question I would have, in that, is this something that's already available or accessible to us? Granted, that might be limited to the software package and maybe not some of the broader questions, but needless to say, that's one question that I would ask. I think something else that Mrs. Corkadell said a little while ago was perhaps, and I'm just throwing it out, not necessarily saying that I'm ready to do this now, but you know, a potential workshop. You know, I've been on the board, next month or this month now, I think makes 3 years. And it seems like this issue has not gone away. I voted for the 15-minute slide back in 2016. And I do remember at that meeting vividly Mrs. Nally sitting in one of these seats here, making the comment and really basing that comment on concern for the elementary schools that were starting late. And I think her argument at the time was that it was a mistake to have those elementary schools ending after 4 p.m. And I know that we've had some limitations that we've been working with, and but I feel like that needs to get resolved. I am not a transportation expert, but I feel like an outside set of eyes can always come in, as any consultant can when they go into an environment in which they're a professional. They can always identify some opportunities for improvement, some efficiencies that they may think would work for us. The problem is it's our house, and they may not be as familiar with our house, but I think what the conversation at least starts us toward a point is, what do they identify? What can we actually take on recommendation and make happen, and certainly worry about the financial impact at a later point, because we would need to know those cost ramifications. And costs are important. I know that's not I get where you're coming from, that's secondary, but at least knowing that up front I think is critical for us. But I will say, and you know, again, I just go back to Patty Nally, you know, the elementary school is going after 4 p.m. And forgive me, Hebron Harmons and I think it was Mead Heights, if I'm not mistaken. You know, they're the two latest. I just feel like we've got to do something. I'll use the words again, I'm stealing your words, baby steps, that if we can at least do something there and then figure out that broader conversation later, and maybe we don't. You know, maybe start times, high school start times don't change, but the other things can change in the meantime. I know where you're going, and again, I'm being transparent in where I'm coming from, that the end goal that we all have, maybe there may be some variance in that, but we may agree on some of the initial steps. And I would be supportive of taking some of those initial steps, because I think we've been talking about this for 3 years, and it's not getting better. So I feel like there's an opportunity. I see no further lights. Mr. Urea, sorry, were you going to call the question? Oh, okay. So we have a motion on the table. Again, I want to make sure we have it right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to do this after.
Okay. The request was to task the superintendent and team to outline a procurement process for a potential transportation consultant to address or to investigate the two goals that were mentioned: no elementary school starting after 9 a.m. and to adjust the school start times at least as a goal.
No.
I'm
develop
sorry.
scenarios, costing scenarios, just so we have the information. That does not commit us.
So potential transportation consultant, elementary schools, 9 a.m. and then
Costing scenarios
cost
to align
scenarios.
all what it would cost for school start time adjustments. Yes.
Yes, for school time adjustments,
For-
that capsules both.
Yes.
for
Yes, it
adjustments,
does.
but is there a limitation on that, or are we talking system-wide?
System-wide.
Okay.
Yeah, just to have the information so we know what we don't know right now.
Those two goals in mind, that was the motion. It's been seconded. Mrs. Connolly, please call the roll.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Lott?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadale?
Aye.
Mrs. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Rea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
8-0.
8-0,
One
thank you.
absence. Motion passes.
Right. So that concludes the formal part of our agenda. The next general board session is Wednesday, February 20th, 2019 at 7 p.m. Policy committee is scheduled for Wednesday, February 13th at 1 p.m. And a change to the schedule, given we have an amendment process in place for the budget vote next month. The other things that were on the budget committee agenda were not as critical given the late hour. We'll move the next budget committee meeting to Wednesday, February 20th at 5 p.m., which is 30 minutes prior to our closing session. With that, Ms. Shure.
Mr. President, I move that the board go into closed session to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to the negotiations.
Is there a second? All in favor, aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're adjourned.